Hey everyone, welcome or welcome back to the channel. I'm so excited you're here with me tonight. I hope you're feeling cozy and ready to receive because we're diving into a super special nighttime love reading. It's all about those messages Spirit has for you about your love life, specifically as the night unfolds. It's a safe space here, so just relax and let's see what comes through. This reading is timeless, so whenever you're watching this, the messages are meant for you right now. We're going to be tuning into some subtle energies to see what Spirit wants you to know about your love life while the world is quiet and still. So, get ready for some potentially revealing insights. We're gonna make it nice and easy. Just pick a pile and let's get started. Now, let's take a look at the piles. For our first pile, we have this gorgeous jasper tower. Its theme is Twilight Reflections, which is all about balancing independence and partnership as the night unfolds. Then, for pile number 2, we have this stunning agate point. The theme here is Midnight Whispers, so expect to receive new insights about love in the quiet hours. Ooh, mysterious. Moving on to pile number 3, we have this smoky quartz heart. This one is themed around shadowed desires, so you'll be exploring those hidden feelings and creating security in intimacy. And finally, for our 4th pile, we have this amazing aquamarine pyramid, and its theme is Starlight Clarity, all about gaining the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires. So take a deep breath, maybe close your eyes for a second, and trust your intuition to guide you to the pile or piles that you're most drawn to. There's absolutely no pressure, and it's totally okay if you feel called to check out more than one pile. Sometimes the messages overlap. Now, let's all take a moment to set the intention to receive exactly what we need to hear. Have fun choosing. Hey there, friend. Welcome to your reading. Thanks so much for tuning in. So, you picked the Jasper Tower, which is all about bringing you back to center. And with our theme being Twilight Reflections, it's like, how do you balance being your own person with being in a partnership as the night unfolds? It's all about finding that equilibrium, right? Okay, so the first card we have is the Wheel of Fortune. Oh my gosh, this is so exciting. So, right away, what this tells me is that there's a major cycle happening in your love life. I feel like, for some of you, this could literally mean that someone from your past is coming back around. Maybe an ex, maybe someone you always had a crush on, but things never aligned. It's like the universe is giving you a second chance, you know. And it's not just a random thing. It's like it's meant to be. I feel like you're at a point where you can look back and see all the lessons you've learned, all the ways you've grown, and now you're ready to handle things differently. But here's the thing, right? The Wheel of Fortune isn't just about good luck falling into your lap. It's also about understanding that life is cyclical. There are ups and downs, ebbs and flows. So, even if things are amazing right now, this card is reminding you to stay grounded and appreciate the moment, because things might shift again, you know. And if things are tough right now, hold on, because the wheel is turning and better times are coming. It's all about perspective. I feel like for some of you, this could also be about breaking free from old patterns in relationships. Maybe you always fall for the same type of person, even though it never works out. The Wheel of Fortune is saying, okay, it's time to do things differently. It's time to recognize those patterns and make a conscious choice to break them. It's about taking control of your destiny, in a way, even though the wheel implies fate. It's like you're co-creating your reality with the universe. Does that make sense? And I'm also getting a strong sense of timing with this card. Like, things are happening exactly when they're supposed to happen. You might have been wanting something for a long time, and it's finally manifesting now. Or maybe something unexpected is coming your way, and it's going to change everything. The key is to trust the timing of the universe, even if it doesn't make sense in the moment. I know, easier said than done, right? But seriously, this card is so powerful. It's about recognizing that you're part of something bigger than yourself. You're connected to the cycles of life, the rhythms of the universe. And when you align yourself with those rhythms, things just start to flow. It's like you're riding the wave instead of fighting against it. And I feel like the Jasper Tower ties into this so well, because it's all about centering. When the Wheel of Fortune is spinning, it can feel chaotic, right? But if you're centered, if you're grounded, you can stay balanced no matter what's happening around you. You can see things clearly, make wise decisions, and navigate the ups and downs with grace. So, with this person from your past, or even a new person coming in, I feel like the wheel is urging you to release any expectations. Don't go into it with a fixed idea of how things should be. Be open to whatever unfolds, even if it's different from what you imagined. That's where the magic happens, you know, when you let go of control and trust the process. And this also makes me think about karma. Like, the Wheel of Fortune is often associated with karmic lessons and relationships. So, maybe this person is coming back into your life to help you resolve some past issues. Or maybe you're coming back into their life to do the same for them. It's like you're both learning and growing together, evolving on a soul level. But be careful, okay? Don't fall into the trap of thinking that this person is your soulmate and everything is going to be perfect. Remember, the Wheel of Fortune has its ups and downs. There will be challenges. There will be disagreements. There will be times when you question everything. But that's part of the process. It's about learning how to navigate those challenges together, how to communicate effectively, how to support each other through the tough times. And I feel like some of you might be resisting this change. Maybe you're afraid of getting hurt again. Maybe you're comfortable in your current situation, even if it's not ideal. But the Wheel of Fortune is saying, it's time to step outside your comfort zone. It's time to take a chance on love, even if it's scary. Because if you don't, you might miss out on something amazing. So, really think about what you want in a relationship. What are your non-negotiables? What are you willing to compromise on? What are your boundaries? Because you need to be clear about these things before you move forward. You need to know your worth and be willing to stand up for yourself. And don't ignore any red flags, okay? If something feels off, trust your intuition. Don't try to rationalize it or make excuses for the other person. Pay attention to their actions, not just their words, because actions speak louder than words, always. But also, don't be too quick to judge. Give people a chance to show you who they really are. Don't let your past experiences cloud your judgment. Everyone deserves a fresh start, including you. And I'm feeling this so strongly with this Jasper Tower here. Like you're being called to really center yourself, connect with your intuition, and trust your inner guidance. Because you have all the answers you need within you. You just need to quiet the noise and listen. So, this Wheel of Fortune, it's like a cosmic invitation to step into your power and create the love life you truly desire. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it. Just remember to stay grounded, stay open, and trust the process. The universe has your back, friend. And with the Twilight Reflections theme, it's like, are you reflecting on past relationships? Are you learning from your mistakes? Are you ready to move forward with a new perspective? This is your chance to rewrite your love story, to create a relationship that's based on mutual respect, trust, and unconditional love. Wow, I'm getting so much energy from this card. It's like the universe is conspiring to bring you everything you've ever wanted. But you have to be willing to meet it halfway. You have to be willing to do the work. And the work isn't just about finding the right person. It's also about becoming the right person. It's about healing your wounds, releasing your limiting beliefs, and cultivating self-love. Because the more you love yourself, the more love you'll attract into your life. It's like a magnet, So, take some time to reflect on your past relationships. What did you learn from them? What did you do well? What could you have done better? And then release any regrets or resentments. Forgive yourself and forgive the other person. Because holding on to those negative emotions is only holding you back. And then focus on what you want to create in your future relationship. What are your dreams? What are your values? What are your goals? Visualize yourself in a happy, healthy, and fulfilling relationship. Feel the emotions of joy, love, and gratitude. And then trust that the universe will bring you everything you need to make that vision a reality. And don't be afraid to ask for help. Talk to your friends, talk to your family, talk to a therapist. Get the support you need to navigate this journey, because you don't have to do it alone. And remember to be patient. Love takes time. It's not something that happens overnight. So don't get discouraged if you don't find your soulmate right away. Just keep putting yourself out there, keep meeting new people, and keep trusting that the universe will bring you the right person at the right time. And also, don't be afraid to be yourself. Don't try to be someone you're not to impress someone else. Be authentic, be genuine, be real. Because the right person will love you for who you are, flaws and all. And finally, remember to have fun. Dadding should be enjoyable, not stressful. So relax, be playful, and enjoy the process. Don't take yourself too seriously. Laugh, flirt, and be open to new experiences. Because the more fun you have, the more attractive you'll be to others. Okay, wow, I feel like I could talk about the Wheel of Fortune forever. There's just so much energy here. But let's move on to the next card, which is the Queen of Cups. Oh, this is so beautiful. So, the Queen of Cups is all about emotions, intuition, and compassion. This is like leading with your heart, being open to love, being vulnerable, being receptive to the feelings of others. It's about nurturing your emotional well-being and creating a safe space for love to grow. And this makes so much sense with the Wheel of Fortune, because the wheel can be so chaotic and unpredictable. But the Queen of Cups brings a sense of calm and stability. It's like no matter what's happening around you, you can always find peace within yourself. You can always connect with your intuition and trust your inner guidance. So, with this new person coming into your life, or this person from your past, the Queen of Cups is urging you to lead with your heart. Be open to their emotions, be compassionate to their struggles, and be willing to offer them your support. Because everyone needs a little love and understanding, especially during times of change. But here's the thing, right? The Queen of Cups isn't just about giving love. It's also about receiving love. It's about allowing yourself to be vulnerable, allowing yourself to be supported, and allowing yourself to be loved unconditionally. And I feel like some of you might have a hard time with this. Maybe you're used to being the strong one, the one who always takes care of everyone else. But the Queen of Cups is saying, it's okay to let your guard down. It's okay to ask for help. It's okay to receive love, because you deserve it. And this also makes me think about self-love. Like, the Queen of Cups is all about nurturing your own emotional well-being. It's about taking care of yourself, being kind to yourself, and forgiving yourself for your mistakes. Because you can't truly love someone else until you love yourself. So, take some time to do things that make you happy. Spend time in nature, listen to music, read a book, take a bath, meditate, whatever brings you joy. And be sure to practice self-compassion. Treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. And don't be afraid to express your emotions. If you're feeling sad, cry. If you're feeling angry, scream into a pillow. If you're feeling happy, dance around your room. Let your emotions flow freely, without judgment. Because suppressing your emotions is only going to make them stronger in the long run. And I'm also getting a strong sense of creativity with this card. Like, the Queen of Cups is often associated with artistic expression and creative inspiration. So, maybe this is a time to explore your creative side. Write a poem, paint a picture, sing a song, whatever feels good to you. Because expressing yourself creatively can be a powerful way to heal your emotions and connect with your inner self. And I feel like this ties in so well with the Twilight Reflections theme. It's like, as the day transitions into night, you're being called to reflect on your emotions, to connect with your intuition, and to nurture your inner world. Because the twilight is a time of magic and mystery, a time when anything is possible. So, with this new person or this person from your past, the Queen of Cups is urging you to be honest about your feelings. Don't try to hide them or suppress them. Be open and vulnerable with the other person, because honesty is the foundation of any healthy relationship. And be sure to listen to your intuition. If something feels off, trust your gut. Don't ignore your instincts, because your intuition is always guiding you in the right direction. And also, be compassionate to the other person's feelings. Try to understand where they're coming from, even if you don't agree with them. Because empathy is key to building a strong connection. But remember to set boundaries. Don't let the other person take advantage of your kindness. Be clear about what you're willing to give and what you're not willing to give, because you deserve to be treated with respect. And don't be afraid to walk away if the relationship isn't healthy. If the other person is constantly draining your energy, disrespecting your boundaries, or making you feel bad about yourself, it's time to let go. Because you deserve to be with someone who loves and supports you unconditionally. And the Jasper Tower is really amplifying this message of self-love and emotional well-being. It's like you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself first before you can take care of someone else. So, prioritize your own needs, set healthy boundaries, and practice self-compassion. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Queen of Cups. It's like you have so much love to give, but you need to make sure you're giving it to yourself first. Because you are worthy of love, you are worthy of happiness, and you are worthy of a healthy and fulfilling relationship. So, embrace your emotions, connect with your intuition, and nurture your inner world. Because the Queen of Cups is here to remind you that you are a powerful, compassionate, and loving being. And you have the power to create the love life you truly desire. Okay, wow, I'm getting so much love and compassion from this card. It's like the universe is wrapping you in a warm embrace. But let's move on to the final card, which is the Chariot. Oh, this is so exciting. So, the Chariot is all about willpower, determination, and control. It's about taking charge of your life, setting goals, and moving forward with confidence. It's about overcoming obstacles, conquering challenges, and achieving your dreams. And this makes so much sense with the Wheel of Fortune and the Queen of Cups, because the wheel can bring unexpected changes, and the Queen can bring emotional vulnerability. But the Chariot brings a sense of direction and purpose. It's like no matter what's happening around you, you can always stay focused on your goals and move forward with determination. So, with this new person or this person from your past, the Chariot is urging you to take control of the situation. Don't just sit back and wait for things to happen. Be proactive, be assertive, and make your intentions clear, because you have the power to steer this relationship in the direction you want it to go. But here's the thing, right? The Chariot isn't just about controlling the other person. It's also about controlling yourself. It's about managing your emotions, overcoming your fears, and staying focused on your goals. Because you can't control someone else unless you can control yourself. And I feel like some of you might have a hard time with this. Maybe you're used to being passive in relationships, letting the other person take the lead. But the Chariot is saying, it's time to step into your power. It's time to take charge of your own destiny. And this also makes me think about boundaries. Like, the Chariot is all about setting boundaries and enforcing them. It's about knowing what you want and being willing to stand up for it. Because you can't have a healthy relationship without healthy boundaries. So, be clear about your expectations, be firm about your limits, and be willing to walk away if the other person isn't respecting your boundaries. Because you deserve to be treated with respect, and you shouldn't settle for anything less. And I'm also getting a strong sense of discipline with this card. Like, the Chariot is often associated with hard work, dedication, and perseverance. So, maybe this is a time to commit to your goals and work towards them with unwavering focus. Because anything is possible if you're willing to put in the effort. And I feel like this ties in so well with the Twilight Reflections theme. It's like, as the night deepens, you're being called to reflect on your goals, to connect with your willpower, and to take control of your destiny. Because the twilight is a time of power and potential, a time when you can manifest your dreams into reality. So, with this new person or this person from your past, the Chariot is urging you to be clear about what you want from the relationship. What are your goals? What are your expectations? What are your non-negotiables? Because you need to know these things before you can move forward. And be sure to communicate your needs and desires to the other person. Don't assume they know what you want. Be direct, be honest, and be willing to compromise. Because communication is key to building a strong and lasting relationship. And also, be willing to fight for what you want. Don't give up easily. If you believe in this relationship, be willing to work through the challenges and overcome the obstacles. Because true love is worth fighting for. But remember to stay balanced. Don't become so focused on your goals that you neglect your emotions or your relationships. Because life is about more than just achieving success. It's also about enjoying the journey and connecting with the people you love. And the Jasper Tower is really grounding this energy, helping you stay centered and balanced as you move forward with determination. It's like you can be strong and assertive without being aggressive or controlling. You can be focused and disciplined without being rigid or inflexible. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Chariot. It's like you have the power to create the life you want, but you need to be willing to take control and steer your own course. Because you are the driver of your own destiny, and you can achieve anything you set your mind to. So, embrace your willpower connect with your determination and take charge of your life. Because the Chariot is here to remind you that you are a powerful, capable, and unstoppable force. And you have the power to create the love life you truly desire. Okay, wow, I'm getting so much strength and determination from this card. It's like the universe is cheering you on, urging you to go for your dreams. So overall, this reading is saying that you're entering a new cycle in your love life, one that's full of potential and opportunity. But it's up to you to take control and steer it in the direction you want it to go. Lead with your heart, set healthy boundaries, and stay focused on your goals. And remember to trust the timing of the universe, because everything is happening exactly as it's meant to be. You've got this. Okay, so, wow, where were we? Yes, the Chariot, taking control, not letting emotions run wild. And now for the next card. Oh my gosh, you are not going to believe this. We have the Nine of Cups. Can you even? Okay, so like the Nine of Cups, this is all about wishes coming true. This is about, like, feeling totally satisfied and content, you know. It's that feeling of like, yes, this is exactly what I wanted. So, like, after all that stuff with the Wheel of Fortune, and then, like, really opening your heart with the Queen of Cups, and then grabbing the reins with the Chariot, it's like, bam, wish fulfillment. So, like, the first thing that comes to mind is, does this mean that, like, this person from your past, or this new person is, like, everything you've ever wished for? Is this, like, the relationship of your dreams finally manifesting? It could be, right? It totally could be. I mean, with the Wheel of Fortune, it's like the universe is aligning to bring you exactly what you need. And with the Queen of Cups, you're, like, emotionally open and ready to receive love. And with the Chariot, you're, like, in the driver's seat, making sure things are going in the right direction. So, yeah, it really feels like this could be it. This could be, like, the wish fulfillment you've been waiting for. Or, okay, here's another way to look at it, right? Maybe the wish fulfillment isn't necessarily about the relationship itself, but about how you feel within yourself, you know. Like, maybe you've been working on your self-love journey, and you've been really focusing on your emotional well-being, and you've been setting healthy boundaries. And now, with the Nine of Cups, it's like you're finally feeling content and satisfied with who you are, regardless of whether or not you're in a relationship. Like, you're just happy and at peace, you know. And that's a wish fulfilled in itself, right? It's like you've finally found that inner peace and happiness that you've been searching for. So yeah, it could be about the relationship, or it could be about you finally feeling amazing about yourself. But okay, wait, there's always a but, right? I mean, this is life. So, with the Nine of Cups, sometimes it can be a little bit too good to be true, you know. Like, is this wish fulfillment really authentic? Or is it like a superficial happiness that's just masking something deeper? Are you, like, truly content? Or are you just, like, telling yourself you're content because you think you should be? You know what I mean. I feel like sometimes when things seem too perfect, it's important to take a step back and really examine what's going on beneath the surface. Is there anything you're ignoring? Are you settling for less than you deserve? Are you afraid to ask for more because you don't want to rock the boat? These are all things to consider. And okay, another thing about the Nine of Cups, right? Sometimes it can be about complacency. You're so content and satisfied that you lose your motivation to grow and evolve. You're just okay, I've made it. I'm happy. I don't need to do anything else. And that can be dangerous, right? Because life is all about growth and change. And if you're not constantly learning and evolving, you're going to get stagnant. So, it's important to appreciate the contentment that the Nine of Cups brings, but also to remember that there's always room for improvement. There's always something new to learn, something new to experience. So, okay, how does the Jasper Tower fit into all of this, right? Because remember, that's all about centering and grounding. So, I feel like the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded and centered, even in the midst of all this wish fulfillment. Don't get carried away by the excitement. Don't lose sight of your values. And don't forget to take care of yourself. Because it's easy to get caught up in the moment, especially when things are going really well. But if you're not grounded, you're going to lose your balance, You're going to get swept away by the current. And I also feel like the Jasper Tower is helping you to discern what's real and what's not, To see through any illusions or false promises. To really connect with your intuition and trust your inner guidance. Because, like I said, sometimes the Nine of Cups can be a little bit deceptive. So it's important to have that grounding energy of the Jasper Tower to help you stay clear and focused. So, okay, let's bring it all together, right? We've got the Wheel of Fortune bringing in this new cycle, possibly with someone from your past. We've got the Queen of Cups encouraging you to open your heart and be vulnerable. We've got the Chariot urging you to take control and set boundaries. And now we've got the Nine of Cups bringing in this wish fulfillment, this feeling of contentment and satisfaction. And the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, what does this all mean for you? I think it means that you're on the right track, You're doing the work, you're putting in the effort, and the universe is rewarding you for it. You're attracting positive energy into your life, and you're creating a space for love and happiness to grow. But it's also a reminder to stay vigilant, to stay grounded, and to stay true to yourself. Don't get complacent. Don't settle for less than you deserve. And don't be afraid to ask for more. Because you are worthy of all the love and happiness in the world. And, thinking about the Twilight Reflections theme, right? It's are you reflecting on past wishes? What did you wish for in the past that didn't come true? What did you learn from those experiences? And how can you use those lessons to create a better future for yourself? Are you now wishing for something different? Are your priorities changing? It's like this time of twilight is a perfect moment to reflect on all your wishes from the past and see what you're ready to bring into the future. How far you've come. I'm also wondering, is this wish fulfillment related to your career, your finances, or your health? It doesn't necessarily have to be about love, right? The Nine of Cups can apply to any area of your life. So, maybe you're finally achieving a goal you've been working towards for a long time. Or maybe you're receiving some unexpected financial abundance. Or maybe you're finally feeling healthy and energized after a period of illness. So, yeah, it's important to consider all the possibilities. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you sharing this wish fulfillment with others? The Nine of Cups can also be about celebrating your success with your loved ones, sharing your joy and happiness with the people who are important to you. So maybe this is a time to, throw a party, or go out for a nice dinner, or just spend some quality time with your friends and family. Because sharing your happiness with others can amplify it even more, It's like spreading the love and the good vibes. But okay, back to the potential downsides, right? Because I don't want to just focus on the positive. I want to give you a balanced perspective. So, with the Nine of Cups, sometimes it can also be about, overindulgence, Like, you're so caught up in the wish fulfillment that you start to overdo it. You start to eat too much, drink too much, spend too much money, or work too much. And that can lead to problems down the road, right? Because everything in moderation, right? So it's important to be mindful of your behavior and to make sure you're not overdoing it in any area of your life. And I'm also wondering, is this wish fulfillment sustainable? Is it something that's going to last? Or is it just a temporary thing? Because sometimes the Nine of Cups can be fleeting, It's like a sugar rush that eventually wears off. So it's important to, build a solid foundation for your happiness and contentment. To create a life that's sustainable and fulfilling in the long term. And thinking about the Wheel of Fortune again, right? It's like the wheel is always turning. So, even if you're feeling amazing right now, it's important to remember that things can change. So don't get too attached to your current situation and be prepared for things to shift. Because life is all about change, and the only constant is impermanence. So, okay, what are the potential challenges that you might face moving forward? What areas of your life still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? These are all questions to consider as we move on to the next cards. I feel like, with this Nine of Cups, it's really important to stay grateful, to appreciate all the good things in your life and to not take anything for granted. Because gratitude is a powerful force, and it can attract even more positive energy into your life. So, take some time each day to reflect on all the things you're grateful for and to express your gratitude to the universe. And I'm also wondering, are you being authentic in your wish fulfillment? Are you, like, truly happy? Or are you just trying to please someone else? Are you living your life according to your own values? Or are you conforming to someone else's expectations? Because it's important to be true to yourself and to not compromise your values for anyone. So yeah, this Nine of Cups is a really interesting card, right? It's got so much potential for good, but it also comes with some potential pitfalls. So, it's important to be mindful, to be grounded, and to stay true to yourself throughout it all. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you keep the balance, like not to get too carried away with the fulfillment of the wishes, but to still stay grounded in reality, right? Like, are you even ready for this wish fulfillment? Did you think about the consequences? Did you really think about what happens after you get everything you wished for? Okay, so like, to bring this back to the relationship, right? Because that's what we're really focusing on here. Is this person, like, truly the wish fulfillment you think they are? Are you seeing them clearly? Or are you, like, projecting your fantasies onto them? Are you ignoring any red flags? Are you being realistic about the challenges that you might face together? Because relationships are never perfect, right? There's always going to be ups and downs, challenges and disagreements. So, it's important to be prepared for that. And I'm also wondering, like, are you being honest with this person about your wishes and desires? Are you communicating your needs clearly? Are you being vulnerable and open about your feelings? Because communication is key to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to be honest and open with each other. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you willing to compromise? Are you willing to give and take? Are you willing to meet this person halfway? Because relationships are all about compromise. So it's important to be willing to give up some of your own desires in order to make the relationship work. But okay, don't compromise your values, right? Don't compromise your boundaries. Don't compromise your self-respect. Because you deserve to be treated with respect, and you shouldn't settle for anything less. So yeah, this Nine of Cups is really challenging you to be honest with yourself and with this person, to be realistic about your expectations, and to be willing to work hard to make the relationship work. And I'm also feeling like a sense of gratitude for this person, Like, are you appreciating them for who they are? Are you grateful for their presence in your life? Are you showing them your appreciation? Because gratitude is a powerful way to strengthen any relationship. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being present in the moment? Are you enjoying the journey? Are you savoring the good times? Or are you, like, so focused on the future that you're missing out on the present? Because life is all about the present moment. So it's important to be present and to enjoy the journey. So, okay, let's bring it back to the Twilight Reflections theme, right? It's like, are you reflecting on past relationships where you experienced wish fulfillment? What did you learn from those experiences? What did you do well? What could you have done better? And how can you use those lessons to create a better relationship in the future? And I'm also wondering, are you reflecting on past relationships where you didn't experience wish fulfillment? What went wrong? What could you have done differently? And how can you avoid making the same mistakes in the future? Because the past can be a valuable teacher, right? If you're willing to learn from it. So, take some time to reflect on your past relationships and to see what lessons you can glean from them. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you reflecting on your own wishes and desires? Are you clear about what you want in a relationship? Are you being honest with yourself about your needs? Because it's important to know what you want before you can attract it into your life. So, this Twilight Reflections theme is really encouraging you to be introspective, to be honest with yourself, and to learn from your past experiences. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Queen of Cups, right? This is all about emotional honesty, emotional vulnerability, and emotional intelligence. So, it's important to tap into those qualities as you navigate this 9 of Cups energy. And I'm also feeling this so strongly with the Chariot, right? This is all about taking control, setting boundaries, and being assertive. So it's important to use those qualities to steer this relationship in the right direction. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being proactive? Are you taking action to create the relationship you want? Are you putting in the effort to make it work? Because relationships don't just happen, right? They require work. So it's important to be proactive, to be intentional, and to be willing to put in the effort to make the relationship thrive. And I'm also wondering, are you being patient? Are you giving the relationship time to grow? Are you allowing things to unfold naturally? Because relationships take time to develop. So, it's important to be patient and to not rush things. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you trusting the process? Are you trusting that the universe is guiding you? Are you trusting that everything is happening for a reason? Because trust is a key ingredient in any successful relationship. So, this is a really powerful combination of cards, right? It's got so much potential for love, happiness, and fulfillment. But it also requires you to be honest with yourself, to be realistic about your expectations, and to be willing to work hard to make it work. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, what's next, right? What areas of your life still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? These are all questions to consider as we move on to the next cards. What could still go wrong here? Are you maybe setting yourself up for disappointment? I'm also wondering, is there someone else involved? Is there a third party who might complicate things? Or is there a hidden agenda that you're not aware of? Because sometimes the 9 of Cups can be deceptive, right? It can make you think that everything is perfect when it's not. So, it's important to be vigilant and to stay aware of any potential red flags. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too idealistic? Are you, expecting too much from this relationship? Are you setting yourself up for disappointment? Because relationships are never perfect, right? There's always going to be flaws and imperfections. So, it's important to be realistic about your expectations and to accept the other person for who they are. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too focused on the outcome? Are you, so obsessed with achieving your wish fulfillment that you're forgetting to enjoy the journey? Because life is all about the journey, right? Not the destination. So, it's important to be present in the moment and to savor the good times. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too attached to this person? Are you, afraid of losing them? Are you, clingy or possessive? Because attachment can be a dangerous thing, right? It can lead to jealousy, insecurity, and control. So, it's important to let go of your attachment and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too dependent on this person? Are you, relying on them for your happiness? Are you, neglecting your own needs and desires? Because codependency can be a toxic dynamic in any relationship. So, it's important to maintain your own independence and to take care of your own needs. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too critical of this person? Are you, constantly finding fault with them? Are you, nitpicking their flaws? Because criticism can be damaging to any relationship. So, it's important to be accepting and forgiving. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too judgmental of this person? Are you, comparing them to your exes? Are you, holding them to unrealistic standards? Because judgment can be a major barrier to intimacy. So it's important to let go of your judgments and to see this person for who they truly are. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too controlling of this person? Are you, trying to change them? Are you, manipulating them to get what you want? Because control can be a form of abuse. So it's important to respect this person's autonomy and to allow them to be themselves. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too possessive of this person? Are you, jealous of their friends? Are you, trying to isolate them from their loved ones? Because possessiveness can be suffocating. So it's important to give this person space and to allow them to have their own life. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too demanding of this person? Are you, constantly asking them for favors? Are you, expecting them to cater to your every whim? Because demandingness can be exhausting. So it's important to be reasonable in your expectations and to be willing to give as much as you take. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too needy of this person? Are you, constantly seeking their attention? Are you, afraid of being alone? Because neediness can be unattractive. So it's important to cultivate your own independence and to be comfortable being alone. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too clingy of this person? Are you, constantly hovering around them? Are you, afraid of letting them out of your sight? Because clinginess can be suffocating. So it's important to give this person space and to allow them to breathe. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too obsessive of this person? Are you, constantly thinking about them? Are you, stalking them on social media? Because obsession can be unhealthy. So, it's important to let go of your obsession and to focus on your own life. So yeah, this 9 of Cups is really challenging you to examine your own behavior and to make sure that you're not sabotaging the relationship. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, okay, what's next, right? What areas of your life still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? What's that thing you're still secretly wishing for, even if it's buried deep down? Or maybe this wish fulfilled will open your eyes to something even better that you didn't even know to wish for. I feel like there's something here about being open to the unexpected, even when you think you already know what you want. So yeah, definitely more to come. I am so curious to see what the next cards reveal. What do you think? Are you excited? Because I am. Okay, so where were we? Oh yeah, 9 of Cups, wish fulfillment. But is it real? And now for our next card. Drum roll, please. It is the 5 of Wands. Oh my gosh, friend. This is getting so interesting. Okay, so the 5 of Wands, right? This is all about conflict, competition, disagreements, It's that feeling of everyone's pulling in different directions and nobody's on the same page. So, after all that wish fulfillment with the 9 of Cups, it's bam, reality check. So, the first thing that comes to mind is, does this mean that, this relationship that seemed so perfect is actually full of conflict? Is there, underlying tension that you weren't aware of? Are you and this person, constantly arguing or disagreeing about things? It could be, right? It totally could be. I mean, with the 9 of Cups, it's you're seeing everything through rose-colored glasses, right? You're focusing on the good and ignoring the bad. But the 5 of Wands is saying, okay, it's time to take off those glasses and see things as they really are. And that can be a little bit jarring, It can be a little bit disappointing. Or, okay, here's another way to look at it, right? Maybe the conflict isn't necessarily with this person, but with yourself, Maybe you're struggling with conflicting desires or beliefs. Maybe you're torn between what you want and what you think you should want. Maybe you're feeling insecure or uncertain about the relationship, and that's causing you to act out in some way. You're creating conflict where there doesn't need to be any. So, yeah, It could be about external conflict, or it could be about internal conflict. But okay, wait. There's always a but, right? I mean, this is life. So, with the Five of Wands, sometimes it can actually be a good thing, you know. Like, conflict can be a catalyst for growth and change. It can force you to confront your issues, to communicate more effectively, and to find creative solutions. It can actually bring you closer together in the long run. So it's not necessarily a bad thing if you're experiencing some conflict right now. It could actually be a sign that you're moving in the right direction, that you're challenging each other to grow and evolve. And okay, another thing about the Five of Wands, right? Sometimes it can be about competition. Like maybe you're competing with this person for something, whether it's their attention, their affection, their resources, or whatever. Or maybe you're competing with someone else for this person's attention. Like maybe there's a love triangle situation going on. So, yeah, it could be about competition, either with this person or with someone else. And that can definitely create some conflict. So, okay, how does the Jasper Tower fit into all of this, right? Because remember, that's all about centering and grounding. So, I feel like the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded and centered, even in the midst of all this conflict. Don't get caught up in the drama. Don't lose sight of your values. And don't forget to take care of yourself. Because it's easy to get swept away by the conflict, especially when emotions are running high. But if you're not grounded, you're going to lose your balance, you know. You're going to get dragged down into the mud. And I also feel like the Jasper Tower is helping you to see the bigger picture, you know. To understand what's really going on beneath the surface. To see the other person's perspective, even if you don't agree with it. Because conflict often arises from misunderstandings and miscommunications. So, if you can take a step back and try to see things from the other person's point of view, you might be able to resolve the conflict more easily. So, it's all about empathy, understanding, and communication. So, okay, let's bring it all together, right? We've got the Wheel of Fortune bringing in this new cycle, possibly with someone from your past. We've got the Queen of Cups encouraging you to open your heart and be vulnerable. We've got the Chariot urging you to take control and set boundaries. We've got the Nine of Cups bringing in this wish fulfillment, this feeling of contentment and satisfaction. And now we've got the Five of Wands bringing in this conflict, this competition, these disagreements. And the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, what does this all mean for you? I think it means that you're entering a period of challenge and growth, you know. You're being forced to confront your issues, to communicate more effectively, and to find creative solutions. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it in the long run. Because you're going to come out of this stronger, wiser, and more resilient. You're going to learn a lot about yourself, about this person, and about relationships in general. And, you know, thinking about the Twilight Reflections theme, right? It's like, are you reflecting on past conflicts? What did you learn from those experiences? What did you do well? What could you have done better? And how can you use those lessons to create a better future for yourself? Are you repeating old patterns? Are you making the same mistakes over and over again? It's like this time of twilight is a perfect moment to reflect on all your past conflicts and to see what you can learn from them. I'm also wondering, is this conflict related to your career, your finances, or your health? It doesn't necessarily have to be about love, right? The Five of Wands can apply to any area of your life. So, maybe you're experiencing some conflict at work. Maybe you're disagreeing with your boss or your coworkers. Or maybe you're struggling with financial challenges. Maybe you're having trouble paying your bills or managing your debt. Or maybe you're dealing with health issues. Maybe you're experiencing some pain or discomfort. So yeah, it's important to consider all the possibilities. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you avoiding conflict? Are you pretending that everything is okay when it's not? Are you stuffing your feelings down and not expressing them? Because avoiding conflict can actually make things worse in the long run. It can lead to resentment, bitterness, and passive-aggressive behavior. So, it's important to address conflict head-on, even if it's uncomfortable. But okay, don't be aggressive, right? Don't be confrontational. Don't be accusatory, because that's not going to solve anything. It's just going to escalate the conflict and make things worse. So it's important to be assertive, but also to be respectful, to express your needs and desires clearly, but also to listen to the other person's point of view. It's all about finding a balance between assertiveness and respect. And I'm also wondering, are you being defensive? Are you, blaming the other person for everything? Are you, refusing to take responsibility for your own actions? Because defensiveness can be a major barrier to communication. So, it's important to take responsibility for your own behavior and to be willing to apologize when you're wrong. It's all about humility and accountability. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being stubborn? Are you, unwilling to compromise? Are you, insisting on getting your way? Because stubbornness can be a major source of conflict. So, it's important to be flexible and to be willing to compromise. It's all about finding a middle ground that works for both of you. So, yeah, this Five of Wands is a really challenging card, right? It's forcing you to confront your issues, to communicate more effectively, and to find creative solutions. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it in the long run. Because you're going to come out of this stronger, wiser, and more resilient. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you keep the balance. Not to get too caught up in the conflict, but to still stay grounded in reality, right? Are you even fighting about the right things? Is this conflict really about what you think it's about? Or is there something deeper going on Are you projecting your past traumas onto this situation? Are you reacting to something that happened in the past rather than to what's happening in the present? These are all questions to consider. Okay, so to bring this back to the relationship, right? Because that's what we're really focusing on here. Is this conflict with this person actually about them? Or is it about something else? Are you fighting about the dishes? Or are you fighting about something deeper, like respect, power, or control? Are you fighting about money? Or are you fighting about values? Are you fighting about sex? Or are you fighting about intimacy? It's important to dig beneath the surface and to understand what's really going on. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you choosing your battles wisely? Are you fighting about every little thing? Or are you letting some things go? Because it's impossible to agree on everything, right? So, it's important to prioritize your battles and to focus on the things that really matter. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being respectful of this person's boundaries? Are you pushing them too far? Are you invading their space? Because boundaries are essential to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to respect each other's boundaries and to not cross the line. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being honest with this person about your needs and desires? Are you communicating them clearly? Are you being vulnerable and open? Because honesty is the foundation of any strong relationship. So, it's important to be honest with each other, even when it's difficult. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being supportive of this person's goals and dreams? Are you encouraging them to pursue their passions? Are you celebrating their successes? Because support is essential to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to be supportive of each other, even when things are tough. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being kind to this person? Are you showing them love and affection? Are you making them feel appreciated? Because kindness is essential to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to be kind to each other, even when you're angry. So this Five of Wands is really challenging you to examine your relationship and to make sure that you're creating a healthy and supportive dynamic. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, okay, what's next, right? What areas of your relationship still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? Are you maybe stuck in a power struggle? Are you maybe trying to control each other? Are you maybe competing with each other? Because power struggles can be very damaging to a relationship. So it's important to find a way to share power and to work together as a team. And I'm also wondering, are you maybe avoiding intimacy? Are you maybe afraid of getting too close? Are you maybe putting up walls? Because intimacy is essential to any strong relationship. So, it's important to be vulnerable and to open yourself up to each other. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you maybe neglecting your own needs? Are you maybe putting this person's needs first? Are you maybe sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of the relationship? Because self-care is essential to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to take care of yourself and to make sure that you're not neglecting your own needs. So this Twilight Reflections theme is really encouraging you to be introspective, to be honest with yourself, and to learn from your past experiences. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Queen of Cups, right? Like, this is all about emotional honesty, emotional vulnerability, and emotional intelligence. So it's important to tap into those qualities as you navigate this Five of Wands energy. And I'm also feeling this so strongly with the Chariot, right? Like, this is all about taking control, setting boundaries, and being assertive. So, it's important to use those qualities to steer this relationship in the right direction, even through the conflict. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being proactive? Are you taking action to create the relationship you want? Are you putting in the effort to make it work? Are you going to therapy? Are you reading self-help books? Are you communicating openly and honestly? Because relationships don't just happen, right? They require work. So it's important to be proactive, to be intentional, and to be willing to put in the effort to make the relationship thrive, even when there's conflict. And I'm also wondering, are you being patient? Are you giving the relationship time to grow? Are you allowing things to unfold naturally? Are you rushing things? Are you expecting too much too soon? Because relationships take time to develop. So, it's important to be patient and to not rush things. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you trusting the process? Are you trusting that the universe is guiding you? Are you trusting that everything is happening for a reason, even the conflict? Because trust is a key ingredient in any successful relationship. So this is a really powerful combination of cards, right? It's got so much potential for love, happiness, and fulfillment. But it also requires you to be honest with yourself, to be realistic about your expectations, and to be willing to work hard to make it work, even through the tough times. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like, this stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. Okay, so what's next, right? What areas of your life still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? Are you going to let this conflict break you? Or are you going to use it to grow? Are you going to run away? Or are you going to face your fears? Are you going to give up? Or are you going to keep fighting for what you want? I feel like there's a real choice point here. A moment where you decide what kind of relationship you want to have. And this conflict is forcing you to make that decision. I'm also wondering, is there someone else involved? Is there a third party who might be contributing to the conflict? Is there a friend or family member who's stirring the pot? Or is there an ex who's still hanging around? Because sometimes external influences can create conflict in a relationship. So, it's important to be aware of those influences and to protect your relationship from them. Or is the third party you? Are you the one causing problems? Are you self-sabotaging? Are you afraid of happiness, so you're creating drama to push this person away? Something to think about. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too idealistic? Are you, expecting too much from this relationship? Are you setting yourself up for disappointment? Are your expectations unrealistic? Because relationships are never perfect, right? There's always going to be flaws and imperfections. So, it's important to be realistic about your expectations and to accept the other person for who they are, flaws and all. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too focused on the outcome? Are you so obsessed with achieving your wish fulfillment that you're forgetting to enjoy the journey? Are you putting too much pressure on yourself and on this person? Because life is all about the journey, right? Not the destination. So, it's important to be present in the moment and to savor the good times, even amidst the conflict. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too attached to this person? Are you afraid of losing them? Are you clingy or possessive? Because attachment can be a dangerous thing, right? It can lead to jealousy, insecurity, and control. So, it's important to let go of your attachment and to trust that everything is happening for a reason, even the conflict. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too dependent on this person? Are you relying on them for your happiness? Are you neglecting your own needs and desires? Are you losing yourself in this relationship? Because codependency can be a toxic dynamic in any relationship. So it's important to maintain your own independence and to take care of your own needs. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too critical of this person? Are you constantly finding fault with them? Are you nitpicking their flaws? Because criticism can be damaging to any relationship. So, it's important to be accepting and forgiving. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too judgmental of this person? Are you comparing them to your exes? Are you holding them to unrealistic standards? Because judgment can be a major barrier to intimacy. So, it's important to let go of your judgments and to see this person for who they truly are. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too controlling of this person? Are you trying to change them? Are you manipulating them to get what you want? Because control can be a form of abuse. So, it's important to respect this person's autonomy and to allow them to be themselves. So this Five of Wands is really challenging you to examine your own behavior and to make sure that you're not sabotaging the relationship. And also it can represent passion, right? the wands are the fire sign. So maybe what looks like conflict is really just passion coming out in a volatile way. So definitely, it's something to be aware of. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. To really examine what's happening at its core and what's really going on. Okay, so, what's coming up next, right? What areas still need attention? What lessons are you learning? Is there a big breakup ahead? Or will you be able to work through this? Is this going to be a situation that really brings you closer together? I can definitely see it going either way. And I'm also wondering, what's the ultimate goal here? What are you hoping to achieve? What kind of relationship are you trying to create? Because it's important to have a clear vision of what you want so that you can steer the relationship in the right direction. So, yeah, that's a lot to think about. And I'm really curious to see what the next cards will reveal. What do you think? Are you ready to find out? Because I definitely am. Is this the end of the wish fulfillment? Or is this just a bump in the road? It could be either, right? It really depends on how you handle it. Okay, so is this the end of the wish fulfillment? Or is this just a bump in the road? It could be either, right? It really depends on how you handle it. And now, oh my gosh, are you ready for this? The next card is Temperance. Okay, so what does this even mean? After all that, drama with the Five of Wands, now we get Temperance. Is the universe telling us to, chill out or what? Okay, so Temperance, right? This card is all about balance, harmony, moderation, It's about finding that middle ground, that sweet spot where everything just flows. It's about not being too extreme, not being too rigid, but also not being too lax, It's about finding that perfect blend. So after all that conflict with the Five of Wands, it's okay, maybe it's time to take a deep breath and find some common ground here. Maybe it's time to stop fighting and start compromising, to find a way to blend your energies and work together instead of against each other. So the first thing that comes to mind is, does this mean that you and this person need to find a way to balance your needs and desires? Is it about finding that middle ground where both of you feel heard and respected? Is it about compromising on some things so that you can both get what you want in the long run? It could be, right? It totally could be. I mean, with the Five of Wands, it's everyone's pulling in different directions, right? Nobody's on the same page. But Temperance is saying, okay, it's time to find some common ground. It's time to blend your energies and work together. Or, okay, here's another way to look at it, right? Maybe the Temperance card is about finding balance within yourself, maybe you're feeling torn between your head and your heart. Maybe you're struggling to reconcile your emotions with your logic. Maybe you're feeling pulled in different directions by your own conflicting desires. So, yeah, it could be about finding balance within yourself, about integrating those different parts of yourself into a harmonious whole. But okay, wait, there's always a but, right? I mean, this is life. So, with the Temperance card, sometimes it can be a warning against being too passive, you know. Like, sometimes you need to stand up for yourself and fight for what you believe in. Sometimes you need to be assertive and make your voice heard. So, it's not always about compromising, you know. Sometimes it's about knowing when to stand your ground. So, it's important to find that balance between compromise and assertiveness, you know. To know when to yield and when to stand firm. And okay, another thing about the Temperance card, right? Sometimes it can be about patience. Like, maybe you're feeling impatient for things to change. Maybe you're feeling frustrated that things aren't moving as quickly as you'd like. But Temperance is saying, okay, it's time to be patient. It's time to trust the process. It's time to allow things to unfold in their own time. So, yeah, it could be about patience, about trusting that everything is happening for a reason, and that things will eventually work out in the end. So, okay, how does the Jasper Tower fit into all of this, right? Because remember, that's all about centering and grounding. So, I feel like the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded and centered, even in the midst of all this chaos and conflict. Don't get carried away by the drama. Don't lose sight of your values. And don't forget to take care of yourself. Because it's easy to get swept away by the emotions, especially when things are turbulent. But if you're not grounded, you're going to lose your balance, you know. You're going to get tossed around like a leaf in the wind. Also, is Temperance asking you to temper your wishes? Are you coming across too strong? Is this person not on the same page as you regarding that 9 of Cups energy? And I also feel like the Jasper Tower is helping you to see things clearly, you know, to understand what's really going on beneath the surface, to see the situation from a balanced perspective, to see both sides of the story, because conflict often arises from misunderstandings and miscommunications. So if you can take a step back and try to see things from a neutral point of view, you might be able to resolve the conflict more easily. So, it's all about clarity, objectivity, and understanding. So, okay, let's bring it all together, right? We've got the Wheel of Fortune bringing in this new cycle, possibly with someone from your past. We've got the Queen of Cups encouraging you to open your heart and be vulnerable. We've got the Chariot urging you to take control and set boundaries. We've got the 9 of Cups bringing in this wish fulfillment, this feeling of contentment and satisfaction, or at least the illusion of it. We've got the 5 of Wands bringing in this conflict, this competition, these disagreements. And now we've got the Temperance card bringing in this call for balance, harmony, and moderation. And the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, what does this all mean for you? I think it means that you're being called to find a new way of relating, both to yourself and to others, you know. You're being challenged to integrate your emotions with your logic, to balance your needs with the needs of others, and to find a middle ground where everyone feels heard and respected. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it in the long run, because you're going to create a more harmonious and fulfilling life for yourself. You're going to learn how to navigate conflict with grace and ease, and you're going to build stronger and more meaningful relationships. And, thinking about the Twilight Reflections theme, right? It's like, are you reflecting on past relationships where you struggled to find balance? What did you learn from those experiences? What did you do well? What could you have done better? And how can you use those lessons to create a more balanced relationship in the future? Are you repeating old patterns? Are you making the same mistakes over and over again? It's like this time of twilight is a perfect moment to reflect on all your past relationships and to see what you can learn from them, especially those past relationships where the pendulum swung too far in one direction or another. Also, with Jasper being centering, temperance is all about centeredness. I'm also wondering, is this balance related to your career, your finances, or your health? It doesn't necessarily have to be about love, right? The temperance card can apply to any area of your life. So, maybe you're struggling to find a work-life balance. Maybe you're feeling overwhelmed by your responsibilities. Maybe you're neglecting your health because you're too busy with work. Or maybe you're struggling to manage your finances. Maybe you're spending too much and not saving enough. Or maybe you're feeling stressed and anxious about money. So, it's important to consider all the possibilities. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too rigid? Are you, clinging to your routines and resisting change? Are you, afraid to step outside your comfort zone? Because rigidity can be a major obstacle to growth. So, it's important to be flexible and adaptable, to be willing to try new things, to be open to new experiences, to be willing to change your plans when necessary. Temperance is the opposite of rigidity, right? But okay, don't be too chaotic, right? Don't be too impulsive. Don't be too unpredictable, because chaos can also be a major obstacle to growth. So, it's important to find a balance between structure and spontaneity, to have a plan, but also to be willing to deviate from it when necessary, to be organized, but also to be open to surprises. And I'm also wondering, are you being too controlling? Are you, trying to micromanage everything? Are you, afraid to delegate? Because control can be a major source of stress. So, it's important to let go of control and to trust others to do their jobs. It's all about delegation and trust. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too perfectionistic? Are you, setting unrealistic standards for yourself? Are you, beating yourself up when you make mistakes? Because perfectionism can be paralyzing. So, it's important to be kind to yourself and to accept that you're not perfect. It's all about self-compassion and self-acceptance. So, This Temperance card is a really powerful card, right? It's challenging you to find balance in all areas of your life. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it in the long run, because you're going to create a more harmonious and fulfilling life for yourself. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you keep the balance, like not to get too caught up in the extremes, but to still stay grounded in reality, right? Like, are you even seeking balance in the right areas? Are you focusing on the things that really matter? Are you prioritizing your well-being? These are all questions to consider, and with Jasper there, it gives a very grounded answer. Okay, so to bring this back to the relationship, right? Because that's what we're really focusing on here. Are you and this person able to find a balance in your relationship? Are you able to compromise? Are you able to respect each other's needs and desires? Are you able to communicate effectively? Are you able to resolve conflicts peacefully? Are you able to support each other's goals and dreams? These are all essential elements of a balanced relationship. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being honest with yourself and with this person about what you really want? Are you being true to yourself? Are you being authentic? Are you being vulnerable? Are you being open? Because honesty is the foundation of any strong relationship. So, it's important to be honest with each other, even when it's difficult. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being present in the moment? Are you enjoying the journey? Are you savoring the good times? Are you being grateful for what you have? Are you appreciating this person for who they are? Are you showing them love and affection? Because presence and gratitude are essential to any fulfilling relationship. So it's important to be present in the moment, to enjoy the journey, and to appreciate each other. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being patient with yourself and with this person? Are you allowing the relationship to unfold naturally? Are you trusting the process? Are you believing in the possibility of a happy ending? Because patience and trust are essential to any lasting relationship. So, it's important to be patient with each other, to allow the relationship to unfold naturally, and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. So this Temperance card is really challenging you to examine your relationship and to make sure that you're creating a balanced, honest, present, patient, and trusting dynamic. And it seems like this Jasper Tower, this Jasper energy, really amplifies it. So you are always coming from a place of balance. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, okay, what's next, right? What areas of your relationship still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? Are you maybe struggling to let go of the past? Are you maybe holding onto old resentments? Are you maybe dwelling on past mistakes? Because letting go of the past is essential to creating a balanced future. So, it's important to forgive yourself and to forgive others, to release the past and to move forward with hope. And I'm also wondering, are you maybe afraid of the future? Are you maybe worried about what's going to happen? Are you maybe anxious about making the wrong decisions? Because fear of the future can be paralyzing. So, it's important to trust that everything is going to be okay, to believe in yourself and to have faith in the universe. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you maybe neglecting your own needs? Are you maybe putting this person's needs first? Are you maybe sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of the relationship? Because self-care is essential to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to take care of yourself and to make sure that you're not neglecting your own needs. So this Twilight Reflections theme is really encouraging you to be introspective, to be honest with yourself, and to learn from your past experiences. And again, that crystal is just grounding the way for you. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Queen of Cups, right? This is all about emotional honesty, emotional vulnerability, and emotional intelligence. So it's important to tap into those qualities as you navigate this Temperance energy. And I'm also feeling this so strongly with the Chariot, right? This is all about taking control, setting boundaries, and being assertive. So, it's important to use those qualities to steer this relationship in the right direction, even amidst the challenges. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being proactive? Are you taking action to create the relationship you want? Are you putting in the effort to make it work? Are you communicating openly and honestly? Are you being supportive and encouraging? Because relationships don't just happen, right? They require work. So it's important to be proactive, to be intentional, and to be willing to put in the effort to make the relationship thrive, even when things get tough. And I'm also wondering, are you being patient? Are you giving the relationship time to grow? Are you allowing things to unfold naturally? Are you trusting the process? Are you believing in the possibility of a happy ending? Because patience and trust are essential to any successful relationship. So, this is a really powerful combination of cards, right? It's got so much potential for love, happiness, and fulfillment. But it also requires you to be honest with yourself, to be realistic about your expectations, and to be willing to work hard to make it work, even through the tough times. And if you ground yourself with Jasper, this should not be a problem. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. Okay, so what's next, right? What areas of your life still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? Are you going to let this conflict break you? Or are you going to use it to grow? Are you going to run away? Or are you going to face your fears? Are you going to give up? Or are you going to keep fighting for what you want? I feel like there's a real choice point here, and Temperance is like the ultimate decider. I'm also wondering, like, is there something that you're not seeing? Is there a hidden truth that you're overlooking? Is there a blind spot that you need to address? Because sometimes the key to finding balance is to uncover what's been hidden. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too idealistic? Are you, expecting too much from this relationship? Are you setting yourself up for disappointment? Because relationships are never perfect, right? There's always going to be flaws and imperfections. So, it's important to be realistic about your expectations and to accept the other person for who they are, flaws and all. It's about finding the perfect blend, right? It's like mixing two different liquids together to create something new and wonderful. It requires patience, skill, and a willingness to experiment. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too focused on the outcome? Are you, so obsessed with achieving your wish fulfillment that you're forgetting to enjoy the journey? Because life is all about the journey, right? Not the destination. So it's important to be present in the moment and to savor the good times, even amidst the conflict. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too attached to this person? Are you, afraid of losing them? Are you, clingy or possessive? Because attachment can be a dangerous thing, right? It can lead to jealousy, insecurity, and control. So it's important to let go of your attachment and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Even the conflict, even the uncertainty. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too dependent on this person? Are you, relying on them for your happiness? Are you, neglecting your own needs and desires? Because codependency can be a toxic dynamic in any relationship. So, it's important to maintain your own independence and to take care of your own needs, even as you strive to build a life together. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too critical of this person? Are you, constantly finding fault with them? Are you, nitpicking their flaws? Because criticism can be damaging to any relationship. So, it's important to be accepting and forgiving, to focus on the positive qualities rather than dwelling on the negative ones. So this Temperance card is really challenging you to examine your own behavior and to make sure that you're not sabotaging the relationship. And it is vital that you use that centering Jasper energy. And if you're aligned correctly, I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. To really discern what's happening at its core and what's really going on. Okay, so what's coming up next, right? What areas still need attention? What lessons are you learning? Is there a major shift on the horizon? Is there a turning point that you're about to reach? Or is this a period of relative calm before another storm? I can definitely see it going either way. It's all about finding the right blend of ingredients, right? It's like a chef carefully combining different flavors to create a masterpiece. You have to know which flavors complement each other and which ones clash. You have to be willing to experiment and to trust your instincts. And I'm also wondering, what's the ultimate purpose of this relationship? What are you hoping to achieve together? What kind of legacy are you trying to create? Because it's important to have a clear vision of what you want so that you can steer the relationship in the right direction. It's about finding a balance between your own individual goals and your shared goals as a couple. You have to be willing to support each other's dreams and to work together to create a life that is fulfilling for both of you. So yeah, that's a lot to think about, and I'm really curious to see what the next cards will reveal. What do you think? Are you ready to find out? Because I definitely am. Is this the beginning of the end? Or is this just the beginning of something new and wonderful? It could be either, right? It really depends on how you choose to approach it. It's about finding the alchemical magic. Is there something magical ready to be created from these chaotic elements? Maybe temperance is about realizing you need to take a step back from the wish fulfillment, right? Maybe you were rushing too quickly towards a goal, and now you need to slow down, reevaluate, and make sure you're on the right path. Maybe it's about adjusting your expectations, about realizing that the wish fulfillment might not look exactly as you imagined it, but that it can still be beautiful and fulfilling in its own way. Perhaps temperance is urging you to blend your vision of wish fulfillment with a dose of reality. Are you seeing things as they truly are, or are you getting caught up in fantasy? It's about tempering those expectations and finding a harmonious balance between dreams and reality. Also, is it about finding the right timing? Maybe you're pushing too hard, or maybe you're holding back when you should be taking action. Temperance is about finding the perfect rhythm and flow, about knowing when to push and when to yield. And for goodness sakes, ground yourself with that Jasper Tower. And another thing, is it about finding the common ground? Are you and this person able to meet in the middle, to compromise and find solutions that work for both of you? Temperance is about bridging the gap between two different perspectives and finding a way to move forward together. And with that Jasper, you can see both perspectives so much easier. Also, is temperance about healing old wounds? Maybe there are past traumas or unresolved issues that are affecting your current relationship. Temperance is about bringing those wounds to the surface, acknowledging them, and finding a way to heal and move forward. It's like carefully tending to a garden, weeding out the harmful influences and nurturing the healthy growth. And one more, is temperance about practicing self-care? Are you taking care of your own needs and well-being? Or are you sacrificing yourself for the sake of the relationship? Temperance is about finding a balance between giving and receiving, about making sure that you're not neglecting your own needs in the process. Remember the Queen of Cups. These are all important questions that the Temperance card brings to the surface, and how will they combine with the others? I can feel this so strongly. The excitement, the possibilities. Okay, deep breaths. Let's see what's next. The story is far from over. Wow, okay. I think I hit everything there. Ready for the next card. So are you. Okay, so we are like, is this the beginning of the end? Or is this just the beginning of something new and wonderful? It could be either, right? It really depends on how you choose to approach it. It's about finding the alchemical magic. Is there something magical ready to be created from these chaotic elements? What are you going to decide, basically? And now, oh my gosh, friend, I literally cannot wait. We have the Four of Pentacles. Okay, so like, what does this even mean? I mean, after all that, like, stuff we just talked about with balancing and like, potential breakup or potential magic, bam, Four of Pentacles. Okay, so like, the Four of Pentacles, right? This card is all about control, security, holding on tight, It's about, like, wanting to feel safe and secure, and maybe being a little bit afraid of losing what you have. So, it's about, like, clinging to what's yours, So, like, after all that call for balance with temperance, it's like, are you now, like, trying to control everything to make sure you don't lose it? Are you, like, gripping too tightly, So, like, the first thing that comes to mind is, does this mean that, like, you're trying to control this relationship so that it doesn't fall apart? Is it about, like, being afraid of losing this person? And so you're trying to, like, hold on to them too tightly, Are you, like, so scared to lose them that that fear is making them want to run away? It could be, right? It totally could be. I mean, with the Temperance card, it's like you're trying to find balance, right? But the Four of Pentacles is like, uh-oh, balance might be lost because you're overcorrecting. You're, like, trying to control everything to make sure everything stays perfect. Are you stifling the relationship? Are you squashing the possibility of growth? Or, okay, here's another way to look at it, right? Maybe the Four of Pentacles is about trying to create security in the midst of all this chaos, With the Wheel of Fortune, things are changing. With the Five of Wands, there's conflict. But the Four of Pentacles is like, okay, I need to create some stability here. So, maybe it's not about control, but about building a solid foundation, about creating a safe space, Like maybe you're just trying to make sure that you have something to hold on to amidst all the uncertainty. But okay, wait, there's always a but, right? I mean, this is life. So, with the Four of Pentacles, sometimes it can be about being too rigid, Like being so focused on security that you're afraid to take risks. Being so afraid of losing what you have that you're not willing to try new things. So, it's important to find that balance between security and risk, To know when to hold on tight and when to let go. It's like, are you sacrificing experiences for the illusion of security? Are you missing out on opportunities because you're afraid to step outside your comfort zone? I almost wonder, are you afraid that if you don't hold on tight, the Wheel of Fortune will take it all away? And okay, another thing about the Four of Pentacles, right? Sometimes it can be about being possessive. Like, maybe you're being too possessive of this person, Maybe you're trying to control who they see, what they do, who they talk to. Maybe you're jealous or insecure, and so you're trying to keep them all to yourself. But that can be really suffocating, right? It can push people away. So, it's important to find that balance between love and freedom, to trust this person and to give them space. So, okay, how does the Jasper Tower fit into all of this, right? Because remember, that's all about centering and grounding. Is the Jasper trying to keep you centered, even when the Four of Pentacles is trying to make you cling? I feel like the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded and centered, even when you're feeling insecure. Don't let your fears control you. Don't let your insecurities drive you. Connect with your intuition, trust your inner guidance, and remember that you are safe and secure within yourself. Because if you're not grounded, you're going to lose your balance, You're going to get carried away by your fears. And I also feel like the Jasper Tower is helping you to see things clearly, to understand what's really going on beneath the surface, to see the situation from a balanced perspective. Are you protecting yourself, or are you imprisoning yourself? Are you building a fortress of security, or are you building a prison of fear? The tower can help you find the line between healthy boundaries and unhealthy control, between creating stability and stifling growth. The Jasper is like, hey, are you sure you aren't taking this too far? So, okay, let's bring it all together, right? We've got the Wheel of Fortune bringing in this new cycle, possibly with someone from your past. We've got the Queen of Cups encouraging you to open your heart and be vulnerable. We've got the Chariot urging you to take control and set boundaries. We've got the Nine of Cups bringing in this wish fulfillment, this feeling of contentment and satisfaction, or at least the illusion of it. We've got the Five of Wands bringing in this conflict, this competition, these disagreements. We've got the Temperance card bringing in this call for balance, harmony, and moderation. And now we've got the Four of Pentacles bringing in this need for security, this desire for control, this fear of loss. And the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, what does this all mean for you? I think it means that you're being challenged to find a new way to relate to security, to control, and to fear. You're being called to balance your desire for stability with your need for freedom, to balance your desire for control with your need for trust, and to balance your fear of loss with your belief in abundance. It's not going to be easy, but it's going to be worth it in the long run, because you're going to create a more secure and fulfilling life for yourself. You're going to learn how to navigate your fears with courage and grace, and you're going to build stronger and more meaningful relationships. What even is security anyway? What does that mean to you? Is it money? Is it a relationship? Is it control over your life? What are you really seeking? And is this Four of Pentacles actually getting you closer to it? or further away? Are you trading real happiness for the illusion of security? It's all about questioning your assumptions and challenging your beliefs, you know. And, thinking about the Twilight Reflections theme, right? It's like, are you reflecting on past experiences where you felt insecure? What did you learn from those experiences? What did you do well? What could you have done better? And how can you use those lessons to create a more secure future for yourself? Are you repeating old patterns? Are you making the same mistakes over and over again? It's like this time of twilight is a perfect moment to reflect on all your past insecurities and to see what you can learn from them. And the Jasper is like, hey, let's make sure we aren't still living in the past. I'm also wondering, is this need for security related to your career, your finances, or your health? Is the wish fulfillment wrapped up in one of those things? It doesn't necessarily have to be about love, right? The Four of Pentacles can apply to any area of your life. So, maybe you're feeling insecure about your job. Maybe you're afraid of getting laid off or fired. Maybe you're feeling insecure about your finances. Maybe you're afraid of losing your money or going into debt. Or maybe you're feeling insecure about your health. Maybe you're afraid of getting sick or injured. So, yeah, it's important to consider all the possibilities. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too materialistic? Are you, focusing too much on money and possessions? Are you, defining your worth by what you own? Because materialism can be a trap. It can make you feel like you're never enough, no matter how much you have. So, it's important to remember that true security comes from within, from your own inner resources, from your own sense of self-worth, from your own connection to something greater than yourself. What is it that truly brings you peace and security? Is it something external, or is it something internal? What can you cultivate within yourself that will make you feel safe and secure, no matter what's happening around you? But, okay, don't be too reckless, right? Don't be too careless with your money or possessions. Don't give everything away. Don't neglect your responsibilities, because that can also lead to insecurity. So it's important to find that balance between materialism and generosity, to be responsible with your resources, but also to be willing to share what you have with others, to be mindful of your spending, but also to be open to giving. And I'm also wondering, are you being too controlling of your time? Are you, scheduling every minute of your day? Are you, afraid to waste any time? Because control can be a major source of stress. So, it's important to let go of control and to allow yourself to relax. It's all about finding a balance between structure and spontaneity, to have a plan, but also to be willing to deviate from it when necessary, to be organized, but also to be open to surprises. This may even connect with temperance somehow. So, yeah, this Four of Pentacles card is a really powerful card, right? It's challenging you to find a new way to relate to security, to control, and to fear. It's not going to be easy, it's going to be worth it in the long run, because you're going to create a more secure and fulfilling life for yourself. You're going to learn how to navigate your fears with courage and grace. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you keep the balance, like not to get too caught up in the need for security, but to still stay grounded in reality, right? Like, are you even seeking security in the right places? Are you focusing on the things that really matter? Are you prioritizing your well-being? Are you building a life that is truly fulfilling? Or are you just accumulating things to fill a void? These are all questions to consider, and with Jasper there, it gives a very grounded answer. Okay, so to bring this back to the relationship, right? Because that's what we're really focusing on here. Are you being too controlling of this person? Are you trying to change them? Are you trying to mold them into your ideal partner? Are you afraid of letting them be themselves? This could be a death knell for your temperance. This can be a real issue with this person, right? Or are you the one being controlled? Or are you both trying to control each other? It's important to take a look at this dynamic. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too possessive of this person? Are you jealous of their friends? Are you trying to isolate them from their loved ones? This could definitely sabotage everything for you. Are you creating a prison for them? Or are you creating a safe haven? It's important to ask yourself these questions and to be honest with yourself about the answers. And to remember the Queen of Cups. It also means that your partner could be feeling smothered by that need for control. It can also mean that you want to control their emotions and their feelings, and you really can't. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too rigid in your expectations of this person? Are you setting unrealistic standards for them? Are you refusing to accept them for who they are? Are you holding on to an old image of them? This is also a reminder to keep that tempered balance. It's also possible that you are afraid that they are trying to control you. And that is why you are clenching so tightly to that Four of Pentacles. Maybe it is not about controlling them, but about stopping them from controlling you. It's so important to find that balance between love and freedom, between security and trust, and between control and acceptance. These are all essential elements of a healthy and fulfilling relationship. To be willing to let go of your fears, to trust this person, and to allow them to be themselves. Are you both maybe scared of your wish fulfillment and want to protect what you have? And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. This stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. So, okay, what's next, right? What areas of your relationship still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? Are you maybe struggling to trust this person? Are you maybe holding onto past hurts? Are you maybe afraid of getting hurt again? Because trust is essential to any strong relationship. So, it's important to let go of your fears to forgive this person and to trust that they will not hurt you, to be open to vulnerability, to be willing to share your feelings, and to create a safe space for them to do the same. And it goes back to the temperance from before. If one of you opens up, the other needs to respond. And I'm also wondering, are you maybe afraid of change? Are you maybe clinging to the past? Are you maybe resisting the natural flow of life? Because change is inevitable. So it's important to embrace change, to be open to new experiences, and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. And that also reminds me of the wheel. And another thing that's coming to mind is, are you maybe neglecting your own needs? Are you maybe putting this person's needs first? Are you maybe sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of the relationship? And as we know from Queen of Cups, we are running from the same spot that we began. Because self-care is essential to any healthy relationship. So, it's important to take care of yourself and to make sure that you're not neglecting your own needs, to pursue your passions, to spend time with your friends, and to do the things that make you happy. But we also need to remember that you are the queen. So this Twilight Reflections theme is really encouraging you to be introspective, to be honest with yourself, and to learn from your past experiences. And again, that crystal is just grounding the way for you. What were your past securities? What did those look like? And how can you use that past to make things better? And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Queen of Cups, right? This is all about emotional honesty, emotional vulnerability, and emotional intelligence. So, it's important to tap into those qualities as you navigate this Four of Pentacles energy. To be honest with yourself about your fears, to be vulnerable with this person, and to communicate your needs clearly. Also, don't shut down when the other person expresses their emotions. And I'm also feeling this so strongly with the Chariot, right? This is all about taking control, setting boundaries, and being assertive. So, it's important to use those qualities to steer this relationship in the right direction, even amidst the challenges. It's instead of trying to control the other person, control yourself. Control your own reactions, control your own fears, and control your own behavior. Be the master of your own destiny, and allow this person to be the master of theirs. And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being proactive? Are you taking action to create the relationship you want? Are you putting in the effort to make it work? Are you communicating openly and honestly? Are you being supportive and encouraging? Are you being willing to compromise? Because relationships don't just happen, right? They require work. So, it's important to be proactive, to be intentional, and to be willing to put in the effort to make the relationship thrive, even when things get tough. Are you willing to change? Are you willing to grow? Are you willing to learn? These are all essential questions to ask yourself. And I'm also wondering, are you being patient? Are you giving the relationship time to grow? Are you allowing things to unfold naturally? Are you trusting the process? Are you believing in the possibility of a happy ending? It's possible that you want the comfort of the 9 without putting in the work. And I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all. Okay, so what's next, right? What areas of your life still need attention? What lessons are you still learning? What challenges are you still facing? Are you going to let this fear control you? Or are you going to use it to grow? Are you going to run away? Or are you going to face your fears? Are you going to give up? Or are you going to keep fighting for what you want? I feel like there's a real choice point here, a moment where you decide what kind of relationship you want to have. Are you ready to let go and trust? Or are you going to continue to cling to what you think you know? Are you ready to step into the unknown with courage and faith? Or are you going to stay stuck in your comfort zone, afraid of what might happen? I'm also wondering, is there something that you're not seeing? Is there a hidden truth that you're overlooking? Is there a blind spot that you need to address? Because sometimes the key to finding balance is to uncover what's been hidden. What is stopping you from enjoying your wish fulfillment? What's preventing you from finding happiness and joy? What are you really afraid of? These are all important questions to ask yourself. What is the story that you are telling yourself about security? What is the belief that is driving your behavior? What are you afraid will happen if you let go? These are the questions that you need to explore. What's the worst that could happen? And what's the best that could happen? What are you willing to risk? And what are you not willing to risk? And, another thing that's coming to mind is, are you being too idealistic? Are you, expecting too much from this relationship? Are you setting yourself up for disappointment? Is that creating the need to be protected? Relationships are never perfect, right? There's always going to be flaws and imperfections. So, it's important to be realistic about your expectations and to accept the other person for who they are, flaws and all. It's about finding the perfect blend, right? It's like mixing two different liquids together to create something new and wonderful. It requires patience, skill, and a willingness to experiment, to let go of control, to trust the process, and to allow the relationship to unfold in its own way. Is it that you are thinking you are going to lose them? Is it that you are thinking you are not good enough and have something to prove? It's like a chef carefully combining different flavors to create a masterpiece. You have to know which flavors complement each other and which ones clash. You have to be willing to experiment and to trust your instincts. Does what you want even match who you are at this stage in your life? So yeah, this 4 of Pentacles card is really challenging you to examine your own behavior and to make sure that you're not sabotaging the relationship. And it is vital that you use that centering Jasper energy. And if you're aligned correctly, I'm feeling this so strongly with the Jasper Tower. Like this stone is really helping you to stay grounded, centered, and connected to your intuition throughout it all, to really discern what's happening at its core and what's really going on. Okay, so what's coming up next, right? What areas still need attention? What lessons are you learning? You know, is there a major shift on the horizon? Is there a turning point that you're about to reach? Or is this a period of relative calm before another storm? I can definitely see it going either way. It's all about finding the right blend of ingredients, right? It's like a chef carefully combining different flavors to create a masterpiece. You have to know which flavors complement each other and which ones clash. You have to be willing to experiment and to trust your instincts. What kind of ingredients are you? And I'm also wondering, what's the ultimate purpose of this relationship? What are you hoping to achieve together? What kind of legacy are you trying to create? What are the shared values? Are you thinking of the legacy that you want? Because it's important to have a clear vision of what you want so that you can steer the relationship in the right direction. It's about finding a balance between your own individual goals and your shared goals as a couple. You have to be willing to support each other's dreams and to work together to create a life that is fulfilling for both of you. So, yeah, that's a lot to think about, and I'm really curious to see what the next cards will reveal. What do you think? Are you ready to find out? Is this tower going to fall, or is it going to stand strong? Is it going to protect you or imprison you? Are you ready to face your fears and create a life that is truly fulfilling? What's next? What's next? And I mean, are you just afraid of not being in control? Are you trying to micromanage things to ensure they go your way? This might be a great time to ask yourself what's behind your need for control. Where does it come from? And how is it affecting your relationships? You know, the truth is that the more we try to control things, the more they tend to slip through our fingers. So, maybe it's time to loosen your grip and trust that things will work out as they're meant to. It's about finding the alchemical magic. Is there something magical ready to be created from these elements? Maybe you are even controlling yourself and not allowing yourself to be the queen that you are. What is that all about? Wow, okay. I think that is all I have for this card. So what is coming up next? Because I want to know, friend, do you want to know? I just cannot wait. Okay, get ready. Okay, so are you just afraid of not being in control, right? Are you just trying to, micromanage things to ensure they go your way, you know? What is that even all about? Are you even ready to face your fears and, create a life that is truly fulfilling? What's next? What's next? And now, oh my gosh, are you ready for this? We have the Five of Swords. Oh no, friend. Oh no, oh no, oh no. Okay, let's breathe, right? It is not a bad thing. It's all about perspective. So, what does this even mean? After all that, stuff we've been going through, the wish fulfillment, and the conflict, and the balance, and the control. Five of Swords. Ouch. Okay, so the Five of Swords, right? This card is all about conflict, defeat, loss, you know. It's about, winning the battle, but losing the war. It's about, achieving a short-term victory at the expense of long-term relationships. I feel it can also mean walking away from a fight, But with that, all those feelings of defeat still on your back. It's about, like, someone being sneaky, underhanded. So, like, after all that talk about security and control, is this like the inevitable outcome of trying to hold on too tight? Is this like the price you pay for trying to control everything? Is this a told you so from the universe? I mean, I do not want to be the bearer of bad news, but with this card, I would be remiss to ignore it. So, like, the first thing that comes to mind is, does this mean that, like, this relationship is going to end in a bitter defeat? Is it about, like, someone getting hurt, someone feeling betrayed, someone feeling like they've lost everything? Is it all those potential things? Or, like, maybe all of them combined? Because I feel like, in some ways, with all the things that have come before, it could totally be. I mean, with the Four of Pentacles, you're trying to control everything, right? But the Five of Swords is like, okay, well, sometimes control backfires. Sometimes, the more you try to hold on, the more you push people away. It's also like someone isn't being honest with you. And is that you or them? Or, okay, here's another way to look at it, right? Maybe the Five of Swords is not about a literal defeat, but about a warning, Like, maybe the universe is saying, hey, you're heading down a dangerous path. If you keep trying to control everything, you're going to end up hurting yourself and others. You need to change course before it's too late. So maybe it's a wake-up call, a sign that you need to let go of control, to trust the process, and to allow things to unfold naturally. Also, is someone sabotaging this connection? And if so, why and who? Does someone have a specific thing to gain? But okay, wait, there's always a but, right? I mean, this is life. So even with the Five of Swords, there's always a glimmer of hope. So, like, maybe this is not about the end, but about a necessary conflict that needs to happen in order for things to move forward, Like, maybe you and this person need to have a difficult conversation, need to confront some uncomfortable truths, need to clear the air once and for all. And maybe that conversation is going to be painful. Maybe it's going to be messy. But maybe it's also going to be necessary to clear the way for a healthier relationship. To, like, clear out all that gunk so magic can happen. And that tower can be a source of strength. To acknowledge the past, but to not live in it. And okay, another thing about the Five of Swords, right? Sometimes it can be about cutting your losses. Like, maybe this relationship is just not working, Maybe you've tried everything you can to make it work, but it's just not meant to be. And maybe the best thing you can do is to walk away, to cut your losses, and to move on. And that can be painful, but it can also be liberating. It can free you up to find someone who is a better fit for you, someone who can give you the love and support you deserve. So, okay, how does the Jasper Tower fit into all of this, right? Because remember, that's all about centering and grounding. I feel like the Jasper Tower is reminding you to stay grounded and centered, even in the face of potential defeat. Don't let your emotions overwhelm you. Don't let your fears consume you. And don't let your ego get in the way. Connect with your intuition. Trust your inner guidance. And remember that you are strong, resilient, and capable of handling whatever comes your way. I mean, you are the queen. But I feel like the biggest energy here is someone being sneaky. Also, don't act out of anger, okay? If you're not grounded, you're going to lose your balance, you know. You're going to get swept away by the emotions. You're going to say things you regret. You're going to do things you regret. And you're going to make things even worse. So stay grounded. And I also feel like the Jasper Tower is helping you to see things clearly, you know, to understand what's really going on beneath the surface, to see the situation from a balanced perspective. Are you truly being defeated? Or are you just experiencing a setback? Is there really nothing left to salvage? Or can you still find a way to move forward? It's so hard to know, so Jasper can help. Is the Jasper Tower a source of refuge? Or a symbol of what you're losing? Perhaps a source of isolation? So, what does this all mean for you? I think it means that you're at a crossroads, you know. You're facing a difficult decision. You need to decide whether to keep fighting for this relationship or to let it go. And there's no easy answer. There's no right or wrong answer. You need to listen to your heart, trust your intuition, and make the decision that feels right for you. I want you to take a deep breath and acknowledge the complexity of the situation. The Jasper Tower is here to help you stay centered, but it's also asking you to be honest with yourself about what's truly at stake. I feel like it is easy to gloss over things and want that 9 of Cups, but is there more lurking beneath the surface? But okay, don't make any rash decisions, right? Don't do anything you're going to regret. Take some time to reflect on everything we've discussed, to connect with your intuition, and to seek guidance from trusted friends and advisors. Because sometimes the best thing you can do is to do nothing, to wait and see what happens, to allow things to unfold naturally. And, you know, thinking about the Twilight Reflections theme, right? It's are you reflecting on past defeats? What did you learn from those experiences? What did you do well? What could you have done better? And how can you use those lessons to create a better future for yourself? Are you repeating old patterns? Are you making the same mistakes over and over again? It's like this time of twilight is a perfect moment to reflect on all your past battles and to see what you can learn from them. Are you the common denominator in these situations? I'm also wondering, is this conflict related to your career, your finances, or your health? It doesn't necessarily have to be about love, right? The 5 of Swords can apply to any area of your life. So, maybe you're experiencing a setback at work. Maybe you're dealing with a financial loss. Or maybe you're struggling with a health issue. It's important to consider all the possibilities. And in all these areas of your life, don't focus on that 4 of Pentacles. So, okay, what does the 5 of Swords even look like in a relationship? Are you and this person fighting constantly? Are you sniping at each other? bickering over petty things, and creating a constant atmosphere of tension and negativity? Is there a lack of respect? Are you belittling each other, name-calling, or engaging in other forms of verbal abuse? Are you keeping score? Are you holding on to past hurts, bringing them up again and again, and refusing to let go? Is there a power imbalance? Is one person dominating the other, controlling the decisions, and refusing to compromise? Is there infidelity? Is someone betraying the other's trust, having an affair, or engaging in other forms of dishonesty? How is this related to holding too tight? Maybe you're competing with each other, constantly trying to one-up the other, and never celebrating each other's successes. Or maybe you're resenting each other, feeling like you're not getting what you deserve, and harboring feelings of bitterness and anger. In this scenario, the wish fulfillment of the Nine of Cups becomes a distant memory, replaced by a sense of disillusionment and regret. The Temperance card's call for balance is ignored, leading to an imbalance of power and a breakdown of communication. The Four of Pentacles' desire for security transforms into a suffocating need for control, driving the other person away. This is the dark side of the Five of Swords, the path of defeat and bitterness. But remember, my friend, it's not the only path. You have the power to choose a different outcome. You have the strength to learn from your mistakes, to change your behavior, and to create a more positive future. But let's dive even deeper into these negative possibilities. The Five of Swords can represent a complete breakdown of communication. You stop talking, you stop listening, and you stop trying to understand each other. The relationship becomes a battleground of unspoken resentments and simmering anger. What part did you play? The Five of Swords is a really, really challenging card, right? I am not going to lie to you. It's like the worst case scenario. And remember, friend, I really, really value you, and I am just hoping that you can glean something from this reading. So yeah, the Five of Swords is like, ouch. It's important to really, really dig deep and think about what's going on. It can also point to a loss of respect. You begin to see each other in a negative light, focusing on each other's flaws and shortcomings, and forgetting the qualities that once drew you together. Respect becomes replaced by contempt, and the relationship becomes toxic and destructive. It's easy to get caught up in this spiral of negativity, especially when the wounds are deep and the emotions are raw. But remember, respect is a choice. You can choose to see the good in each other, to appreciate each other's strengths, and to treat each other with kindness and compassion. However, with that Five of Wands in the past, this seems like the most likely outcome. Even worse, it can indicate betrayal of trust. You break each other's hearts, you violate each other's boundaries, and you shatter the foundation of trust that once held the relationship together. The pain of betrayal can be excruciating, leaving you feeling lost, confused, and deeply wounded. What is it, though, about that Nine of Cups energy that keeps coming up? Why is it that you have a picture of how things are going to be? You have to remember that things are not always as they seem. This card is reminding you of that. It's like the worst thing that you can think of is happening here. All I am saying is, do not ignore this card, okay? Really dig deep. Is someone, and perhaps it is you, maybe not being honest? Remember what we talked about with that queen. In the aftermath of betrayal, it's easy to become cynical and jaded, to lose faith in love and relationships. But don't let the pain define you. Use it as an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become stronger and more resilient. Let it make you more discerning, more compassionate, and more determined to create a future where you are loved and respected. And one last point about the most negative things is a power imbalance. It is definitely the death of temperance. One person gains control over the other, manipulating, controlling, and dominating the relationship. The other person feels powerless, trapped, and unable to escape the cycle of abuse. I am not trying to terrify you. These are only possibilities. I just want you to be aware. You need to be aware. I want you to be safe and secure, just as the Four of Pentacles wants. Power imbalances can be insidious, creeping into the relationship slowly and subtly. One person may start making all the decisions, controlling the finances, or dictating the social life. The other person may gradually lose their voice, their independence, and their sense of self-worth. I can feel myself getting worked up. If you find yourself in this situation, it's essential to seek help. Talk to a trusted friend, family member, or therapist. Remember, you deserve to be treated with respect and kindness. You deserve to be in a relationship where you feel safe, valued, and empowered. This card also reminds you to not engage in any type of abuse, either. Remember the Queen. So let's go back to thinking about what is up with you. Are you sure it is not you? Who is the problem? Okay, let's bring this back to that controlling nature of the Four of Pentacles. That need for security, that fear of loss, can lead to a suffocating level of control in the relationship. You try to micromanage every aspect of your partner's life, dictating who they see, what they do, and how they feel. You become jealous, possessive, and constantly anxious about losing them. This, in turn, drives your partner away. They feel suffocated, stifled, and unable to breathe. They start to resent you, to see you as a jailer rather than a lover. The more you try to control them, the more they resist. The relationship becomes a battleground, a constant struggle for power and autonomy. You might justify your behavior by saying that you're doing it out of love, that you just want to protect them, to keep them safe. But the truth is, you're acting out of fear. You're afraid of being alone, afraid of getting hurt, afraid of losing what you have. If you recognize yourself in this scenario, it's time to take a step back and examine your motives. Ask yourself why you feel the need to control this person. What are you really afraid of? What can you do to feel more secure within yourself without trying to control others? Again, Always refer back to that self-compassion with the Queen. That Jasper energy from the stone has got your back. This is the shadow side of the Four of Pentacles, the path of control and domination. But remember, you have the power to choose a different path. You can choose to let go of your fears, to trust your partner, and to create a relationship based on respect, freedom, and mutual support. It is what the Chariot from the past wants. But how, though? How do you take the lessons learned from the cards, the crystal, the themes, and turn things around? That, friend, is what we are going to address next. What if the Five of Swords is not a death sentence, but a wake-up call? Are you ready to explore the potential for change, for growth, and for a more positive outcome? We need a bit of hope to light the way. First, it requires acknowledging the problem. Take a long, hard look at your relationship. What's not working? What are the recurring conflicts? What are the underlying issues? Be honest with yourself, even if it's painful. Are you willing to admit your own faults and shortcomings? Are you willing to take responsibility for your part in the problem? That Jasper will help bring some truth and some grounding. Also, communicate openly and honestly. Talk to each other, really talk. Share your feelings, your fears, and your desires. Listen to each other, really listen. Try to understand each other's perspectives, even if you don't agree with them. Be respectful, be compassionate, and be willing to compromise. What is that tempered thing again? Communicate your needs, but also honor the needs of the other person. It is a very difficult process. Communication is really key. What is stopping you from showing your authentic self? It is so difficult to express what is on your mind, but not in a way that makes people defensive. And with that Five of Wands energy lingering in the air, this is especially true. It requires vulnerability, a willingness to open your heart and share your innermost thoughts and feelings. It requires empathy, a willingness to see things from the other person's point of view. And it requires respect, a willingness to honor each other's boundaries and to treat each other with kindness and compassion. You can do this, and with all that, set boundaries. What are you willing to accept in the relationship? What are you not willing to accept? Be clear about your boundaries and be firm in enforcing them. Don't let anyone walk all over you, and don't try to control anyone else. Respect each other's boundaries and create a safe space where everyone feels valued and respected. What needs to change, though? But one more thing about that: let go of control. You can't control another person, and you shouldn't try. Let go of your need to control everything, and trust that things will work out as they're meant to. Trust your partner, trust yourself, and trust the universe. Allow each other to be free, to pursue your own passions, and to make your own choices. Relationships are not about control. They're about support, connection, and mutual growth. I really feel that there is some magic that can come out of this and be on your way to temperance, and ultimately, that Nine of Cups. Remember that. Even more, though, and very important, is to seek professional help. If you're struggling to resolve your issues on your own, don't be afraid to seek professional help. A therapist or counselor can provide you with guidance, support, and tools to navigate your challenges and create a healthier relationship. There is absolutely no shame in getting help. It is something to celebrate. So please be so kind to yourself to ask for some guidance, because everyone needs that in their life, you know. So if you have that problem with someone you know or family member, there are places you can go to seek assistance. Do not be afraid of that. I can really feel that the Jasper is encouraging you to do this. You can visit a therapist alone and or with someone you're in a relationship with. There is absolutely no shame. The Chariot from before needs you. And forgive each other. I also strongly suggest this. If things are coming to an end with this person, it can be amicable. If it is meant to be, then do not ignore the signs. Again, with the Jasper, listen to yourself. With that Queen, you'll do it. So, yes, seek assistance. It's also about learning from your mistakes. What did you do wrong in this relationship? What could you have done better? Don't beat yourself up, but be honest with yourself and commit to doing things differently in the future. Use this experience as an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to become a better partner. But don't forget to forgive yourself either, and not carry a heavy load. Also, with that 9 of Cups in the past, that could be something to keep in mind. Okay, so now let's think about twilight reflections, right? Because we're, nearing the end of the cycle. The sun's going down, and it's time to reflect. So, what are you reflecting on? What have you learned from this experience? What are you taking away from this? Are you dwelling on the pain and the disappointment? Or are you focusing on the growth and the lessons? Are you allowing the past to define you? Or are you using it as a springboard to create a better future? I can see that. And friend, do not forget that 9 of Cups with that. With it all, do not put yourself down. Because if that is the case, you need to ask yourself what that is all about. What can you glean? Do not focus on all the bad. Focus on the good. The Twilight Reflections theme is really encouraging you to use this experience as an opportunity to gain wisdom and insight, to understand yourself better, to understand relationships better, and to create a more fulfilling life for yourself. The Tower wants you to be open and honest about it. You know, those are the important aspects. I do not want you to wallow in things, because that is the worst thing. So don't ignore the warning. You do not want to ignore it. That Jasper is saying, please, do not ignore it. And you being the Queen, you'll use your instincts. So that stone is really helping you out. As it has been the entire reading and your learning, I can just feel that and sense that, and it feels great. So okay, what's the final word here, right? What's the ultimate message? I think it's this: you are strong, you are resilient, and you are capable of creating a life that is full of love, joy, and fulfillment. You are a queen. You just have to remember that. The 5 of Swords may seem like a defeat, but it's not the end of the story. It's just a chapter. And you have the power to write the next chapter and make it even better than the last. I know it's hard, but trust yourself. Just remember that balance and temperance. You'll do it. And hey, it is not your fault if things do come to an end. If they are happening for a reason. Embrace the journey, even when it's difficult. Learn from your mistakes, grow from your challenges, and never give up on yourself. Trust that everything is happening for a reason, and that the universe is always guiding you towards your highest good. I know it's difficult. Believe in yourself, believe in love, and believe in the power of hope. Remember the wheel. Everything is turning in a cycle. The Queen has got your back. You deserve happiness, and don't forget about Jasper. You really, really deserve that. So there you have it, friend. That is all for this reading. I really, really hope that you have taken something from this. Just like the tower, be strong. Always love yourself, okay? You got this, friend. I believe in you. And also, do not focus on that darn Four of Pentacles. But I digress. Thank you and have a great day. I am so excited to do this again. And remember, you've got that Jasper with you. Stay grounded. You are never alone. Okay, hi there, you lovely souls who chose the agate point. This crystal is all about awakening, which is so perfect for your reading theme, Midnight Whispers. It's like receiving new insights about love in the quiet hours, you know. So, with this crystal and theme in mind, let's dive into your cards and see what the universe wants you to know about love right now. Alright, so the first card we have is the Hierophant. Okay, so the Hierophant. Where do I even start? Traditionally, this card represents institutions, you know, established structures, societal expectations. Think marriage, religion, traditional values, things like that. It's all about following the rules, adhering to the norm, doing what's expected of you. But I don't think that's the whole story here, especially with the other cards we have. I feel like maybe you're questioning those structures, or maybe you're finding a new way to relate to them. It's not necessarily about blindly following tradition, but more about understanding it and deciding whether it aligns with your own truth. Does that make sense? I hope so. So, in the context of love, what could this mean? Well, maybe you're thinking about marriage. Is that something you truly want? Or is it just something you feel pressured to do because, you know, society says that's what you should do? Or maybe you're in a long-term relationship and you're wondering if it's still serving you. Are you staying together because you genuinely love each other, or because it's just comfortable and familiar? Are you afraid of breaking the mold? These are tough questions, I know, but the Hierophant is kind of forcing you to confront them. Another possibility is that you're seeking advice. Maybe you're talking to a therapist, a counselor, a religious leader, or even just a trusted friend or family member. You're looking for guidance on your love life, but it's important to remember that ultimately the decision is yours. Don't let anyone else dictate what's right for you. You have to trust your own intuition. It's so key. But Let's flip this on its head a little bit. Maybe the Hierophant isn't about conforming at all. Maybe it's about redefining those traditional values. Maybe you're creating your own version of a relationship, one that doesn't fit neatly into any predefined box. You're breaking the rules, but in a conscious and intentional way. You're not just rebelling for the sake of rebelling, but you're creating something that's truly authentic and meaningful to you. For example, maybe you're in an open relationship, or maybe you're choosing to cohabitate without getting married, or maybe you're prioritizing your career over finding a partner. There's nothing wrong with any of those choices, as long as they're right for you. The Hierophant is asking you to be honest with yourself about what you truly want, and to have the courage to pursue it, even if it goes against the grain. It's a journey of self-discovery, and it can be scary, but it can also be incredibly liberating. Okay, so let's say you are considering a more traditional path. Maybe you're ready to settle down, get married, start a family, the whole shebang. That's perfectly valid too. But the Hierophant is still asking you to examine your motivations. Are you doing it because it's what you truly desire, or because you think it's what you should desire? Are you clear about your expectations and values? Have you had open and honest conversations with your partner about your future together? Because, the worst thing you can do is go into a marriage or a long-term commitment with unrealistic expectations. You need to be on the same page about the big things: finances, children, lifestyle, all of that. Otherwise, you're setting yourself up for disappointment and conflict down the road. The Hierophant is urging you to be mindful and intentional about your choices, to build a foundation based on honesty and mutual respect. So important. And you know what else? The Hierophant can also represent mentors or guides. Maybe there's someone in your life who embodies these traditional values, someone you look up to and admire. It could be a parent, a grandparent, a teacher, or even a public figure. You might be learning from their example, or seeking their advice on your own love life. But again, it's crucial to remember that their path isn't necessarily your path. You can learn from their wisdom, but you ultimately need to forge your own way. Okay, let me give you a concrete example. Let's say you come from a family where everyone gets married young and has kids right away. You might feel pressure to follow that same path, even if it doesn't feel right for you. The Hierophant is asking you to examine that pressure. Is it coming from a place of love and support, or is it coming from a place of judgment and expectation? Are you truly ready for that level of commitment, or do you need more time to explore your own identity and desires? It's okay to say no, you know. It's okay to prioritize your own happiness and well-being, even if it disappoints others. The Hierophant isn't about blindly following the rules. It's about understanding them and making conscious choices that align with your own truth. It's about finding your own balance between tradition and individuality. Such a tricky balance to strike, though. And Sometimes the Hierophant can even represent outdated beliefs. Maybe you grew up with certain ideas about love and relationships that are no longer serving you. Maybe you were taught that women should be submissive, or that men shouldn't show emotion, or that divorce is always a failure. Those beliefs can be incredibly damaging, and the Hierophant is urging you to challenge them. It's time to question those assumptions, to deconstruct those outdated narratives, and to create your own definition of love. What does love mean to you? What do you want in a relationship? What are your non-negotiables? These are the questions you need to be asking yourself, and the answers may surprise you. It's all part of that awakening, I think, that the agate point is supporting. Okay, so I've talked a lot about the Hierophant in terms of relationships, but it can also apply to your relationship with yourself. Maybe you're holding yourself to unrealistic standards. Maybe you're judging yourself for not being good enough or worthy of love. The Hierophant is asking you to be kinder to yourself, to accept yourself for who you are, flaws and all. You are worthy of love, just as you are. It's so important to cultivate self-compassion, to treat yourself with the same kindness and understanding that you would offer to a friend. The Hierophant is reminding you that you are your own authority, your own guru. You have the power to define your own worth, to create your own happiness, to choose your own path. You don't need anyone else's validation or approval. You are enough. You have always been enough. Okay. So let's say you're single and looking for love. The Hierophant might be suggesting that you need to be more open to traditional dating methods. Maybe you've been avoiding dating apps or blind dates, but it's time to give them a try. Or maybe you need to be more proactive about putting yourself out there, joining clubs or groups that align with your interests. The Hierophant isn't necessarily saying that you have to find a partner, but it is suggesting that you need to be open to the possibility. You can't just sit at home and wait for love to come knocking on your door. You need to take action to create opportunities for connection. And who knows, you might just surprise yourself. So true, but also the Hierophant can also be a warning against settling for less than you deserve. Don't stay in a relationship just because it's comfortable or convenient. Don't lower your standards just because you're afraid of being alone. You deserve to be with someone who truly loves and appreciates you. Someone who makes you feel seen, heard, and valued. The Hierophant is reminding you that you are worthy of a great love, a love that is both passionate and sustainable. Don't settle for anything less. It's okay to be patient, to wait for the right person to come along. In the meantime, focus on loving yourself, on cultivating your own happiness, and on creating a life that you truly love. It will all be worth it in the end, trust me. And you know, sometimes the Hierophant can even represent a karmic relationship. Maybe you're drawn to someone who feels familiar, someone you feel like you've known before. This could be a soulmate connection, or it could be a relationship that's meant to teach you a lesson. Either way, it's important to be mindful of the dynamics at play. Are you repeating old patterns? Are you attracting the same type of person over and over again? The Hierophant is urging you to break free from those cycles, to heal those old wounds, and to create a healthier, more fulfilling relationship. It's not always easy, but it's always worth it. Healing is so worth it. Okay, so I think I've covered a lot of ground with the Hierophant. To sum it up, this card is about tradition, expectations, and values. But it's also about questioning those things and creating your own definition of love. It's about finding your own balance between conformity and individuality, about being true to yourself, and about honoring your own needs and desires. It's a complex card, but it's also a powerful card. It's asking you to be mindful and intentional about your choices, to build a foundation based on honesty and mutual respect, and to create a love life that is both authentic and fulfilling. Now, let's see how the next card builds on this. Oh, I'm excited for this. All right, so next up we have the Knight of Cups. Oh, this is juicy. This card is all about romance, charm, and following your heart. He's like a dreamy, idealistic guy riding in on his white horse, ready to sweep you off your feet. But he can also be a bit impulsive and unrealistic, so we need to be careful here. It's a tricky combination with the Hierophant, isn't it? So, what does this card mean in the context of your love life? Well, on the one hand, it could mean that someone is on their way with a romantic offer. Maybe you're about to meet someone new who is totally head over heels for you. This person is likely to be creative, artistic, and emotionally expressive. They'll shower you with compliments, write you love poems, and plan elaborate dates. It'll be like a whirlwind romance, and it'll feel amazing. But don't get too carried away. Remember that the Knight of Cups can also be a bit of a player. He's charming and seductive, but he might not be looking for anything serious. He might just be enjoying the chase, the thrill of the conquest. So, it's important to keep your feet on the ground and to not get too attached too quickly. Protect your heart, you know. On the other hand, the Knight of Cups could be telling you to embrace your own romantic side. Maybe you've been suppressing your emotions, or you've been afraid to express your feelings. This card is urging you to let go of those inhibitions and to be more open to love. Allow yourself to be vulnerable, to be playful, to be passionate. Don't be afraid to show your true colors. This could mean taking a dance class, writing a love letter, or even just telling someone you care about them. It's about connecting with your own inner artist and expressing yourself in a creative way. It's about allowing yourself to feel the full range of emotions, both the good and the bad. It's about embracing the beauty and the magic of love. Yes. And you know, the Knight of Cups can also represent your dreams and aspirations. Maybe you have a vision for your love life that you're afraid to pursue. Maybe you're dreaming of a fairy tale romance, but you don't think it's possible. This card is telling you to believe in your dreams, to have faith in the power of love and to take steps towards creating the relationship you desire. This could mean visualizing your ideal partner, writing down your relationship goals, or even just putting yourself out there and meeting new people. It's about taking inspired action, about aligning your thoughts and feelings with your desires, and about trusting that the universe will conspire to help you achieve your dreams. So exciting. Okay, let's talk about the shadow side of the Knight of Cups. As I mentioned before, he can be impulsive and unrealistic. He can get caught up in fantasy and lose touch with reality. He can be prone to mood swings and emotional outbursts. He can be overly sensitive and easily hurt. So if you're seeing this card in a negative light, it might be a warning against getting swept away by your emotions. It might be telling you to be more grounded, more practical, and more discerning in your love life. Don't make rash decisions based on fleeting feelings. Don't ignore red flags just because you're infatuated with someone. Protect yourself and remember to breathe. It's important to maintain a sense of balance and perspective. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. Don't let your fantasies distort your reality. Be honest with yourself about what you truly want and need, and don't settle for anything less. It's a delicate dance, especially mixed with that Hierophant energy. Tricky. And sometimes the Knight of Cups can even represent escapism. Maybe you're using romance as a way to avoid dealing with other issues in your life. Maybe you're getting caught up in dating apps or online fantasies as a way to distract yourself from your problems. This card is urging you to face your issues head-on, rather than running away from them. It's important to address the root causes of your unhappiness, to heal those old wounds, and to create a life that is truly fulfilling. Don't use romance as a band-aid for your deeper issues. It's not fair to yourself, and it's not fair to your partner. Be honest with yourself about what you need, and take steps towards creating a more authentic and meaningful life. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you're in a long-term relationship and you're starting to feel bored or complacent. The Knight of Cups might be telling you to inject some romance back into your relationship. Plan a surprise date, write a love note, or simply spend some quality time together without any distractions. It's important to keep the spark alive, to keep the passion burning, and to keep the connection strong. Don't let your relationship become stale or predictable. Be creative, be playful, and be adventurous. Try new things together, explore new interests, and keep the romance alive. It's an ongoing process, but it's so worth it. And sometimes the Knight of Cups can even represent a creative project. Maybe you're working on a painting, a song, a poem, or some other artistic endeavor. This card is telling you to pour your heart and soul into your work, to express your emotions through your art, and to share your creations with the world. Art can be a powerful way to connect with others, to inspire change, and to heal the world. Don't be afraid to share your gifts with the world. Don't be afraid to be vulnerable, to be authentic, and to be yourself. Your art is a reflection of your soul, and it has the power to touch the hearts of others. So beautiful. Okay, so I think I've covered a lot of ground with the Knight of Cups. To sum it up, this card is about romance, charm, and following your heart. But it's also about being mindful of your emotions, staying grounded in reality, and not getting caught up in fantasy. It's about embracing your creativity, expressing your emotions, and pursuing your dreams. But it's also about being honest with yourself, facing your issues head on, and creating a life that is truly fulfilling. So, where does the Ace of Pentacles take us? I'm so ready to see. And finally, we have the Ace of Pentacles. Yes, this is like the grounded earth energy we needed. It's a new opportunity, a solid foundation, a tangible beginning. This card is all about manifesting your desires into the real world. It's about taking those dreams and turning them into reality. So, how does this all tie together, though, really? So, in the context of love, the Ace of Pentacles could represent a new relationship becoming serious. Maybe you've been dating someone for a while, and you're ready to take the next step. This could mean moving in together, getting engaged, or even getting married. It's about building a solid foundation for your future together. It's about creating a home, a family, a life that is both stable and fulfilling. It's about investing in your relationship, both financially and emotionally. It's about committing to each other for the long haul. This is some serious stuff, but it's also incredibly exciting, especially considering the Knight of Cups influence, like bringing that passionate energy into something real. Wow. But also, the Ace of Pentacles could represent a new opportunity to build a secure future in love. Maybe you're single and ready to attract a partner who is stable, reliable, and financially responsible. This card is telling you to focus on creating a life that is grounded and prosperous, and to trust that the right person will come along when the time is right. This could mean focusing on your career, investing in your education, or simply creating a budget and sticking to it. It's about taking practical steps towards creating a life that is sustainable and secure, and about attracting a partner who shares your values and goals. So practical, but so important. And you know, the Ace of Pentacles can also represent a new level of commitment in an existing relationship. Maybe you've been together for a long time, but you've never really fully committed to each other. This card is telling you to take the leap, to put your heart and soul into your relationship, and to create a bond that is unbreakable. This could mean going to couples counseling, renewing your vows, or simply making a conscious effort to be more present and engaged in your relationship. It's about recommitting to each other, about reigniting the spark, and about creating a love that is both passionate and enduring. This is that Hierophant energy coming back in, but with a renewed sense of purpose, maybe. Okay, let's Let's say you're thinking about starting a business with your partner. The Ace of Pentacles is a great sign. This card is telling you that you have the potential to create something amazing together, something that is both profitable and fulfilling. Just be sure to communicate effectively, to set clear boundaries, and to respect each other's strengths and weaknesses. It's important to have a shared vision for your business, to be on the same page about your goals and values, and to be willing to work hard to achieve your dreams. Building a business together can be challenging, but it can also be incredibly rewarding. It can strengthen your bond, create a shared sense of purpose, and provide you with financial security for years to come. So powerful. And you know, sometimes the Ace of Pentacles can even represent a new opportunity to invest in your home. Maybe you're thinking about buying a house together, renovating your current home, or simply creating a more comfortable and inviting space. This card is telling you that your home is your sanctuary, your foundation, and your place of rest and rejuvenation. It's important to create a space that is both beautiful and functional, a space that reflects your personalities and values, and a space that supports your well-being. Invest in your home, and it will invest in you. Make it a place where you can relax, recharge, and connect with each other on a deeper level. Okay. Let's talk about the shadow side of the Ace of Pentacles. Sometimes, this card can represent a fear of scarcity or a focus on materialism. Maybe you're so focused on making money that you're neglecting your relationships, your health, or your own happiness. This card is urging you to reevaluate your priorities and to remember what truly matters in life. It's important to have a healthy relationship with money, to use it as a tool to create a better life for yourself and others, but not to let it control you. Don't let your desire for material possessions overshadow your relationships, your values, or your own well-being. Remember that true happiness comes from within, not from without. So true and easy to forget. And you know, sometimes the Ace of Pentacles can even represent a lack of generosity. Maybe you're hoarding your resources, refusing to share your wealth with others. This card is urging you to be more generous, to give back to your community, and to support those in need. Giving back can be incredibly rewarding. It can make you feel good about yourself. It can strengthen your connection to others, and it can create a ripple effect of positivity in the world. Don't be afraid to share your abundance with others. The more you give, the more you will receive. So important, always. Okay, so I think I've covered a lot of ground with the Ace of Pentacles. To sum it up, this card is about new opportunities, solid foundations, and tangible beginnings. But it's also about being mindful of your priorities, using your resources wisely, and giving back to your community. It's about building a secure future in love, but it's also about remembering what truly matters in life. So, what is the ultimate takeaway? So overall, this reading is telling you that you're entering a time of awakening and new beginnings in love, with a blend of tradition, romance, and grounded practicality. You're being called to question your beliefs, to embrace your emotions, and to create a life that is both authentic and fulfilling. It's an exciting time, but it's also a time for mindfulness and intention. So exciting. I can't wait to see what happens next. Okay, so, after all that building up, we have the Five of Cups. I know, not the cheeriest card, right? But it's so important, and honestly, it adds, a whole new layer to everything we've already seen. So, the Five of Cups, let's dive in. This card is usually about loss, regret, disappointment, feeling like you're focusing on what's gone wrong instead of what's still there. You see that figure, all cloaked in black, staring down at those spilled cups. It's that feeling of oh my God, everything is ruined. But, and this is key, there are still two cups standing upright behind him. There's still hope. There's still something to salvage. But he's so caught up in the loss that he can't see it. So, immediately, I'm okay, where is this sense of loss coming from? Because, with the agate point being all about awakening, this isn't just about feeling sad. It's about recognizing why you're feeling sad and what you can learn from it. It's what is this loss trying to teach you? So, in general, the Five of Cups can point to a few different things. Maybe you've experienced a breakup recently, or maybe a relationship hasn't lived up to your expectations. Maybe you put so much energy into something, and it just didn't work out the way you hoped. And now you're feeling totally crushed and disillusioned. It's that feeling of I invested so much, and I got nothing in return. Or, and this is also super common, maybe you're mourning the loss of a past version of yourself, or a past version of a relationship. Sometimes we hold onto these idealized versions of things, and when they don't match reality, it can be really painful. It's like grieving the loss of potential, the loss of what could have been. So, you might be thinking about the past and feeling if only I had done things differently, or if only they had been different, things would be perfect. But the truth is, you can't change the past. You can only learn from it. So this card is asking you to acknowledge your pain, to feel your feelings, but also to start shifting your focus towards what you still have, towards what's still possible. Because those two cups are still standing, remember. And you know what else? Sometimes the Five of Cups can represent a loss of faith in something. Maybe you used to believe in love, or in marriage, or in some other ideal, and now you're feeling cynical and jaded. Maybe you've seen too many relationships fail, or maybe you've been hurt too many times yourself. It's you've lost that innocent belief that everything will work out perfectly. And that's okay, by the way. It's okay to be skeptical. It's okay to question things. But it's also important to not let that cynicism consume you. Don't let it prevent you from opening your heart to love again. Because even though there's pain and disappointment in the world, there's also beauty and joy and connection. and you deserve to experience that too. So this card is asking you to find a new way to believe, a new way to have faith, a way that is both realistic and hopeful. It's about finding that balance between skepticism and optimism, between protecting your heart and opening it to love. Such a tough balance, though, especially after you've been hurt. Okay, so now, let's connect this Five of Cups energy back to the Hierophant. Because, this is where it gets really interesting, right? So, the Hierophant, as we talked about, is all about tradition, expectations, and societal norms. So, what happens when those traditions and expectations lead to disappointment or loss? What happens when you try to follow the rules, but it still doesn't work out? Well, that's where the Five of Cups comes in. Maybe you got married because it's what you thought you were supposed to do, but now you're feeling trapped and unfulfilled. Maybe you followed all the traditional gender roles, but you're feeling resentful and unseen. Maybe you sacrificed your own happiness for the sake of your family, but now you're feeling empty and lost. This is the Five of Cups screaming. What was it all for? It's that feeling of I did everything I was supposed to do, and I'm still miserable. And that can be a really hard pill to swallow, you know. It can be really hard to admit that the path you thought was right for you turned out to be wrong. But that's okay. It's okay to change your mind. It's okay to break free from those expectations. It's okay to choose a different path. The Hierophant isn't necessarily about blindly following tradition. It's about understanding it and making conscious choices. So, if those traditions are no longer serving you, it's time to let them go. It's time to create your own rules, your own expectations, your own definition of happiness. And you know what else? Maybe the Five of Cups is showing you that you've lost faith in the institutions themselves. Maybe you used to believe in the church, or in the government, or in the education system, but now you're feeling disillusioned and cynical. Maybe you've seen too much corruption, too much hypocrisy, too much injustice. It's like you've lost that naive belief that these institutions are always looking out for your best interests. And again, that's okay. It's okay to question authority. It's okay to challenge the status quo. But it's also important to not let that cynicism turn into apathy. Don't let it prevent you from engaging in the world, from fighting for what you believe in, from creating positive change. This card is asking you to find a new way to engage with these institutions, a way that is both critical and constructive. It's about finding that balance between skepticism and hope, between challenging the system and working within it to create a better world. Because, even though there's corruption and injustice in the world, there's also good people doing good work. And you can be one of them. You can use your voice, your skills, your energy to make a difference. So, don't give up hope. Don't lose faith in the power of people to create change. Because even the smallest act of kindness can have a ripple effect, you know. Okay, let me give you a more specific example. Let's say you grew up in a very religious family and you always believed that marriage was the ultimate goal in life. You got married young, you had kids, you did everything you were supposed to do. But now you're realizing that you're not happy. You're feeling trapped, unfulfilled, and resentful. The Five of Cups is showing you the loss of that idealized version of marriage, the loss of that belief that everything would be perfect if you just followed the rules. And that can be a really painful realization. But it's also an opportunity to create something new. Maybe you need to redefine your marriage, to renegotiate the terms, to create a relationship that is more authentic and fulfilling for both of you. Maybe you need to separate, to divorce, to create a new life for yourself. Whatever you choose, it's important to honor your own needs and desires. Don't stay in a relationship just because it's what you think you're supposed to do. Don't sacrifice your own happiness for the sake of tradition or expectations. You deserve to be happy, you deserve to be fulfilled, and you deserve to create a life that is truly your own. And you know, sometimes the Five of Cups can even represent the loss of a mentor or a guide, someone who embodied those traditional values that you looked up to and admired. Maybe they passed away, or maybe they disappointed you in some way. It's like you've lost that role model, that source of wisdom and guidance. And that can be really disorienting. But it's also an opportunity to become your own mentor, your own guide. You have the wisdom and the strength within you to navigate your own path. You don't need someone else to tell you what to do. You can learn from their example, but you ultimately need to trust your own intuition and make your own choices. You are your own authority, your own guru. You have the power to define your own worth, to create your own happiness, to choose your own path. You don't need anyone else's validation or approval. You are enough. You have always been enough. Okay, so that's the Five of Cups and the Hierophant. Now, let's throw the Knight of Cups into the mix. Oh boy, this could get interesting, right? Because the Knight of Cups is all about romance, charm, and following your heart. But what happens when your heart gets broken? What happens when that romantic ideal turns out to be a fantasy? Well, that's where the Five of Cups comes crashing in. Maybe you fell head over heels for someone. You thought they were your soulmate. You believed in that fairy tale romance. But then they hurt you, they betrayed you, they disappeared. And now you're feeling like totally devastated and disillusioned. It's like you've lost that innocent belief in love, that naive hope that everything would work out perfectly. And that can be a really, really painful experience. It can make you want to shut down, to protect your heart, to never love again. But the Five of Cups is asking you to not let that pain define you. Don't let it turn you into a bitter, cynical person. Allow yourself to grieve, to feel your feelings, but also to remember that love is still possible. There are still good people out there, people who are capable of loving you deeply and authentically. You just need to be patient, to be discerning, and to not give up hope. And you know what else? Maybe the Five of Cups is showing you that you've lost touch with your own romantic side. Maybe you've been so focused on being practical and responsible that you've forgotten how to dream, how to be playful, how to be passionate. It's like you've lost that spark, that sense of wonder and excitement. And that can be really damaging to a relationship. It can make you feel bored, complacent, and disconnected. So this card is urging you to reconnect with your inner romantic, to rediscover your passions, to reignite that spark. Plan a surprise date, write a love letter, or simply spend some quality time together without any distractions. It's important to keep the romance alive, to keep the passion burning, and to keep the connection strong. Don't let your relationship become stale or predictable. Be creative, be playful, and be adventurous. Try new things together, explore new interests, and keep the romance alive. It's an ongoing process, but it's so worth it. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you've been pursuing a creative project, something that you're really passionate about. You've poured your heart and soul into it. You've invested your time, your energy, your money. But then it fails. It doesn't get the recognition you hoped for. It doesn't make the money you needed. It doesn't achieve the impact you desired. The Five of Cups is showing you the loss of that dream, the loss of that potential. And that can be really crushing. But it's also an opportunity to learn from your mistakes, to refine your craft, to come back stronger than ever. Don't give up on your dreams just because you've experienced a setback. Use that experience to fuel your passion, to motivate you to work harder, to inspire you to create something even better. Because even failures can be valuable learning experiences. They can teach you what works and what doesn't. They can help you to identify your weaknesses, and they can motivate you to improve your skills. So, don't be afraid of failure. Embrace it, learn from it, and use it to propel you forward. Because the greatest successes often come after the biggest failures. And you know, sometimes the Five of Cups can even represent the loss of a muse, someone who inspired you creatively, someone who fueled your passion. Maybe they moved away, or maybe they stopped believing in you. It's like you've lost that source of inspiration, that creative spark. And that can be really devastating. But it's also an opportunity to find new sources of inspiration, to connect with new people, to discover new passions. Don't rely on one person to be your sole source of inspiration. Expand your horizons, explore new interests, and connect with a variety of people. Because inspiration can come from anywhere, from anyone. You just need to be open to it, to be receptive to it, and to be willing to seek it out. The world is full of beauty and wonder and inspiration. You just need to open your eyes and see it. Okay, so that's the Five of Cups and the Knight of Cups. Finally, let's bring in the Ace of Pentacles. This is where it gets, really interesting. Because the Ace of Pentacles is all about new opportunities, solid foundations, and tangible beginnings. happens when you've experienced a loss, but you're also presented with a new opportunity. How do you reconcile those two things? How do you move forward with hope and optimism when you're still feeling the pain of the past? Well, that's the challenge that the Five of Cups and the Ace of Pentacles present. Maybe you've lost a job, but you're offered a new one. Maybe you've ended a relationship, but you meet someone new. Maybe you've experienced a financial setback, but you're presented with a new investment opportunity. How do you embrace those new opportunities without forgetting the lessons of the past? How do you build a solid foundation for the future without being weighed down by the pain of the past? That's the question. The Five of Cups is reminding you of the importance of acknowledging your pain, of feeling your feelings, and of learning from your mistakes. Don't try to suppress your emotions. Don't try to ignore your past. And don't try to pretend that everything is okay when it's not. Allow yourself to grieve, to heal, and to grow. And then, when you're ready, the Ace of Pentacles is inviting you to step forward into a new beginning, to embrace new opportunities, to build a solid foundation, and to create a better future for yourself. But it's important to not repeat the mistakes of the past. Use the lessons you've learned to guide your decisions, to inform your choices, and to create a more fulfilling life. Don't let your past define you, but don't ignore it either. Use it as a tool to create a better future. And you know what else? Maybe the Five of Cups is showing you that you've lost something tangible, something material, like money, a home, or a possession. And the Ace of Pentacles is offering you a new opportunity to rebuild, to create something new, to replace what you've lost. But it's important to not let your desire for material possessions overshadow your relationships, your values, or your own well-being. Remember that true happiness comes from within, not from without. Don't get so focused on accumulating wealth that you neglect the things that truly matter in life, like love, connection, and purpose. Use your resources wisely, be generous with others, and remember that the most valuable things in life are often not things at all. Okay, let me give you a final example. Let's say you've been working towards a specific goal for a long time, like buying a house, starting a business, or achieving a certain level of success. But then something happens that sets you back. You lose your job, you get sick, or you experience a financial setback. The Five of Cups is showing you the loss of that progress, the loss of that momentum. And that can be really discouraging. But the Ace of Pentacles is offering you a new opportunity to get back on track, to rebuild your momentum, and to achieve your goals. But it's important to be patient, to be persistent, and to not give up on yourself. Success doesn't happen overnight. It takes time, it takes effort, and it takes resilience. Don't let setbacks discourage you. Use them as opportunities to learn, to grow, and to come back stronger than ever. Believe in yourself, believe in your dreams, and never give up on your goals. You have the power to create the life you want. Okay, so overall, with this Five of Cups, It's like there's definitely a sense of loss here, but it's not the end of the story. It's an opportunity to learn, to grow, and to create a better future. The key is to acknowledge your pain, to feel your feelings, but also to not let that pain define you. Embrace the new opportunities that are coming your way. Build a solid foundation for the future, and remember what truly matters in life. This agate point awakening is pushing you towards a deeper understanding of yourself and what you truly need. It's all about finding that balance between tradition, romance, and practicality, and about creating a life that is both authentic and fulfilling. I'm really curious to see what the next cards bring, because this is like a turning point. Are we going to see more healing, more growth, or more challenges? I can't even guess. Okay, so after all that, after the possible heartbreak, we've got the World card, which honestly is kind of amazing. It's one of the best cards in the deck, right? It's the final card of the major arcana, and it represents completion, wholeness, and total fulfillment. Like you've reached the end of a major cycle, and you've learned all the lessons you were supposed to learn, and now you're ready to move on to something even bigger and better. It's like graduation day for your soul, you know. So in general, the World card is all about feeling a sense of accomplishment, of having achieved something significant, of being in harmony with yourself and the universe. It's that feeling of, I did it. I finally did it. And it's not just about achieving a specific goal. It's about reaching a state of being, a state of wholeness and integration. Like all the different parts of you are finally working together in harmony, and you feel completely aligned with your purpose. It's like you finally understand your place in the world, and you're ready to embrace your destiny. It's huge. And you know what else? The World card can also represent travel, especially long-distance travel or travel to foreign countries. It's like you're expanding your horizons, both literally and figuratively. You're opening yourself up to new experiences, new cultures, and new ways of thinking. Maybe you're planning a big trip with your partner, or maybe you're considering moving to a new city or even a new country. Whatever it is, the World card is telling you to embrace adventure, to step outside your comfort zone, and to explore the world around you. Because the world is full of beauty and wonder, and it's waiting to be discovered. But even if you're not planning any actual travel, the World card can still represent a journey of self-discovery. It's like you're traveling inward, exploring the depths of your own soul, and discovering new aspects of yourself. You're breaking down old barriers, overcoming old fears, and expanding your consciousness. And that's a journey that can be just as exciting and transformative as any physical trip, maybe even more so. So exciting, right? Okay, so now, let's connect this amazing World card energy back to the Hierophant. Because, this is where it gets really interesting. Remember, the Hierophant is all about tradition, expectations, and societal norms. So, what happens when you've gone through all that, questioned everything, and now you're at this point of completion? Well, the World card is saying that you found your own way to integrate those traditions and expectations into your life. You haven't necessarily rejected them completely, but you found a way to make them your own, to adapt them to your own unique needs and desires. It's like you've taken the best parts of tradition and combined them with your own individuality to create something truly authentic. Maybe you've redefined your relationship with religion, finding a spiritual path that resonates with you without blindly following dogma. Maybe you've created your own version of marriage, one that is based on equality, respect, and mutual support, rather than traditional gender roles. Or maybe you found a way to balance your career aspirations with your family life, creating a life that is both fulfilling and meaningful. Whatever it is, the World card is showing that you found a way to harmonize tradition with your own personal truth. You've created a life that is both grounded and authentic, and you're feeling a sense of peace and contentment. But also, the Hierophant can be about seeking guidance, right? So, maybe the World card is showing that you finally found the answers you were looking for. You've consulted with mentors, therapists, or spiritual advisors, and you've gained the wisdom and insight you needed to navigate your path. You've learned from their experiences, but you've ultimately made your own choices based on your own intuition and your own values. And now you're feeling confident in your decisions, knowing that you're on the right track. It's like you finally found your own inner guru, your own source of wisdom and guidance. And that's a really powerful feeling. It means you don't need to rely on anyone else to tell you what to do. You can trust yourself, you can trust your intuition, and you can create your own destiny. It's all coming together. Okay, let me give you a more specific example. Let's say you grew up in a very conservative family, and you always felt pressured to conform to their expectations. You got married young, you had kids, you did everything you were supposed to do. But then you realized that you weren't happy. You were feeling trapped, unfulfilled, and resentful. The Five of Cups showed you the loss of that idealized version of marriage, the loss of that belief that everything would be perfect if you just followed the rules. But now, with the World card, you found a way to integrate those experiences into your life. Maybe you decided to get divorced and create a new life for yourself, one that is more authentic and fulfilling. Maybe you stayed in your marriage, but redefined the terms, creating a relationship that is based on equality, respect, and mutual support. Whatever you chose, you found a way to honor your own needs and desires while still maintaining a connection to your family and your past. You've created a life that is both grounded and authentic, and you're feeling a sense of peace and contentment. See, it all connects. And you know what else? Sometimes the World card can even represent becoming a mentor or a guide yourself. You've learned so much from your own experiences. You've gained so much wisdom and insight that you're now ready to share it with others. Maybe you're starting a blog, writing a book, or offering coaching services. Or maybe you're simply being a supportive friend or family member, offering guidance and encouragement to those who are struggling. Whatever it is, the World card is showing that you're ready to step into your power as a leader and a teacher. You're ready to use your experiences to help others navigate their own paths, to inspire them to create their own authentic lives, and to make a positive impact on the world. So amazing. Okay, so that's the World card and the Hierophant. Now, let's throw the Knight of Cups into the mix. Ooh, this is gonna be good. Because the Knight of Cups is all about romance, charm, and following your heart. So, what happens when you've found that sense of completion and wholeness, and you're ready to share it with someone else? Well, the World card is saying that you're ready to attract a partner who is equally whole, equally complete, and equally aligned with their purpose. You're not looking for someone to complete you, because you're already complete within yourself. You're looking for someone to share your journey with, someone to inspire you, someone to challenge you, and someone to love you unconditionally. It's like you're ready for a soulmate connection, a relationship that is based on mutual respect, admiration, and a shared vision for the future. Maybe you've spent a lot of time working on yourself, healing old wounds, and cultivating self-love. And now you're finally ready to open your heart to someone else, knowing that you're worthy of a great love. You're not afraid to be vulnerable. You're not afraid to express your feelings. And you're not afraid to commit to a deep and meaningful relationship. You're ready to give and receive love freely, without any conditions or expectations. This is like the ultimate love story. And you know what else? The World card can also represent a creative partnership, a collaboration with someone who shares your artistic vision. Maybe you're working on a film, a play, a musical, or some other creative project together. You're inspiring each other, challenging each other, and pushing each other to create something truly extraordinary. It's like you're combining your talents and your passions to create something that is bigger and better than either of you could have done alone. And that's a really powerful feeling. It means you're not just creating art, you're creating a legacy. You're creating something that will inspire others, that will touch their hearts, and that will make a positive impact on the world. So cool. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you've been dreaming of traveling the world, exploring new cultures, and experiencing new adventures. And now, with the World card, you're finally making it happen. You're planning a big trip with your partner, a journey that will take you to all the places you've always wanted to see. You're immersing yourselves in new cultures, trying new foods, and meeting new people. You're expanding your horizons, both literally and figuratively, and you're creating memories that will last a lifetime. This is like the ultimate romantic adventure. It's a chance to connect with each other on a deeper level, to share your passions, and to create a shared vision for the future. And it's a chance to see the world through each other's eyes, to appreciate the beauty and wonder of our planet, and to create a positive impact on the communities you visit. It's all about love and adventure. And you know, sometimes the world card can even represent a marriage proposal. Like you found that soulmate connection. You've created a shared vision for the future, and you're ready to commit to each other for life. You're planning a beautiful wedding, surrounded by your friends and family, and you're celebrating your love with the world. This is like the ultimate fairy tale ending. It's a chance to declare your love to each other, to make a promise to support each other through thick and thin, and to create a lasting bond that will withstand the test of time. And it's a chance to start a new chapter in your lives, to build a home together, to raise a family, and to create a legacy of love. Seriously amazing. Okay, so that's the World card and the Knight of Cups. Now let's bring in the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, remember the Ace of Pentacles is all about new opportunities, solid foundations, and tangible beginnings. So, what happens when you found that sense of completion and wholeness? You're ready to share it with someone else, and you're also presented with a new opportunity to build a secure future. Well, the World card is saying that you're ready to create a life that is both fulfilling and prosperous. A life that is based on love, abundance, and a shared vision for the future. You're ready to build a home together, to start a business together, or to invest in your community together. You're creating a legacy of love and abundance, a legacy that will benefit you, your family, and the world around you. Maybe you're starting a business with your partner, combining your talents and your passions to create something that is both profitable and meaningful. You're creating jobs, providing valuable products or services, and making a positive impact on your community. Or maybe you're investing in real estate, buying a home together, or renovating your current home to create a more comfortable and inviting space. You're creating a sanctuary, a place where you can relax, recharge, and connect with each other on a deeper level. Whatever it is, the World card is showing that you're ready to create a life that is both stable and fulfilling. A life that is based on solid foundations and tangible results. It's like you're building a kingdom together, a kingdom that is based on love, abundance, and a shared vision for the future. Building a kingdom of love. I love that. And you know, the Ace of Pentacles can represent feeling secure enough to fully enjoy the world, to travel and experience new things without financial worry, to fully immerse yourself in creative projects knowing the rent is paid, to invest in your home, your family, and yourselves. It's a feeling of stability that allows for true freedom. Okay, let me give you yet another example. Let's say you've been working towards a specific goal for a long time, like writing a book, starting a nonprofit, or achieving a certain level of success in your career. And now, with the World card, you're finally achieving that goal. You're publishing your book, launching your nonprofit, or reaching the pinnacle of your career. You're celebrating your success with your partner, your friends, and your family. You're feeling a sense of accomplishment, of pride, and of gratitude. But it's important to remember that success is not just about achieving a goal. It's about the journey you took to get there, the lessons you learned along the way, and the people who supported you. The World card is showing that you're not just celebrating your own success. You're celebrating the success of everyone who helped you along the way. You're sharing your abundance with others, giving back to your community, and making a positive impact on the world. You know, the Ace of Pentacles adds a layer of, responsibility to the world's joy. You're not just celebrating, you're building something lasting. Okay, so that's the World card, the Knight of Cups, and the Ace of Pentacles. Now, we have to factor in that Five of Cups energy. I know, but it's so important. Okay, so remember the Five of Cups is all about loss, regret, and disappointment. So, what happens when you've achieved that sense of completion? You're ready to share it with someone else. You're building a secure future, and you're still carrying some pain from the past. Well, the World card is saying that you've learned to integrate those past experiences into your present life. You haven't forgotten the pain, but you've learned to heal from it, to grow from it, and to use it as a source of strength and wisdom. You're not letting the past define you, but you're also not ignoring it. You're acknowledging it, accepting it, and using it to create a better future. Maybe you've experienced a breakup, a divorce, or some other kind of loss in the past, and those experiences have left you with scars. But you've learned to heal those scars, to forgive yourself and others, and to move forward with hope and optimism. You're not afraid to love again, but you're also not naive. You're more discerning, more aware of your own needs and desires, and more committed to creating healthy and fulfilling relationships. It's like you've turned your pain into power, your wounds into wisdom, and your losses into lessons. And that's a really powerful transformation. It means you're not just surviving, you're thriving. You're not just living, you're loving. You're not just existing, you're creating. You're the phoenix rising from the ashes. And you know what else? The World card can also represent completing a karmic cycle, finally breaking free from old patterns and habits that have been holding you back. Maybe you've been repeating the same mistakes over and over again in your relationships, attracting the same type of person, or falling into the same destructive patterns. But now, with the World card, you're finally breaking free from those cycles. You're understanding the lessons you were meant to learn, healing the wounds that were holding you back, and creating a new path for yourself. It's like you're graduating from the school of hard knocks. You've learned your lessons, you've paid your dues, and you're now ready to move on to something bigger and better. You're not just repeating the past, you're creating a new future. The agate point is really shining here, huh? Awakening to these patterns and finally breaking free. Okay, let me give you one last example. Let's say you've been struggling with self-doubt, self-criticism, and a lack of self-worth for a long time. And those feelings have been holding you back from achieving your goals, pursuing your dreams, and creating the life you want. But now, with the World card, you're finally overcoming those feelings. You're learning to love yourself, to accept yourself, and to believe in yourself. You're recognizing your own worth, your own value, and your own potential. And you're using that self-love to fuel your passions, to pursue your dreams, and to create a life that is both fulfilling and meaningful. It's like you're finally becoming your own best friend. You're treating yourself with kindness, compassion, and respect. You're celebrating your successes, learning from your mistakes, and supporting yourself through thick and thin. And that's a really transformative experience. It means you're not just surviving, you're thriving. You're not just living, you're loving. You're not just existing, you're creating. So overall, the World card is like this amazing culmination of everything that's come before. It's about completion, wholeness, integration, and feeling like you've really made it through a major cycle. You've learned a lot, you've grown a lot, and now you're ready for whatever comes next. It's really beautiful. With the Hierophant, it's about finding your own way to integrate tradition and expectations into your life, creating a life that is both grounded and authentic. With the Knight of Cups, it's about sharing your wholeness with someone else, attracting a soulmate connection, and creating a shared vision for the future. With the Ace of Pentacles, it's about building a secure future, creating a life that is both fulfilling and prosperous, and building a legacy of love and abundance. And with the Five of Cups, it's about integrating your past experiences, healing your wounds, and using your pain as a source of strength and wisdom. It's all about turning your losses into lessons and creating a better future for yourself. It's like the Midnight Whispers have guided you to this point of understanding, this sense of completion. But what does it all mean? What is this new cycle going to look like? Are you going to share this feeling of wholeness with someone? Or are you going to embark on a solo journey of self-discovery? I can't wait to see what the next card reveals. I have a feeling it's going to be juicy. Okay, oh my gosh, are you ready for this? Because, after that amazing World card we get, the Three of Swords. I know, it's not the happiest looking card, is it? But don't freak out. It's not necessarily a bad thing. It's just like a dose of reality. It shows like three swords piercing a heart. It's about heartbreak, sadness, and painful truths, But it's also about clarity. Okay, so the Three of Swords, on its own, yeah, it's kind of a bummer. But in this context, after the World card, it's what does it even mean? Okay, so after reaching that point of completion with the world, this Three of Swords, it's almost like a reality check. It's yeah, you've come so far, you've learned so much, but you're not immune to pain, It's like the universe is saying, okay, you've reached this amazing milestone, but don't get complacent. Don't think you're done with the hard stuff, because Like, life is always gonna throw curveballs at you. So, it's not necessarily a sign that something bad is about to happen, but it's more like a reminder to stay grounded and to not get too carried away with the idea that everything is perfect now. Does that make sense? It's like you've climbed the mountain, but there are still more mountains to climb, you know. And like the agate point, with its whole awakening vibe, it's like this Three of Swords is a part of that awakening process. It's like sometimes the truth hurts, you know. Sometimes you have to face some uncomfortable realities in order to grow and evolve. So it's not about avoiding the pain. It's about embracing it, learning from it, and using it to become a stronger and more resilient person. Oh my gosh, that's so important. So, maybe this Three of Swords is pointing to some unresolved issues that you thought you had dealt with, but that are still lingering beneath the surface. Maybe there's some lingering pain from a past relationship, or some old wounds that haven't fully healed. Or maybe there's some truth about yourself or your current situation that you've been avoiding, but that you can no longer ignore. It's like the universe is shining a light on these things so that you can finally address them and move forward. You know, it's definitely related to the Five of Cups. It's as if, like, all that pain that you thought you dealt with is, like, coming back. Okay, so, like, connecting this to the Five of Cups, because that card was all about loss and regret, right? So, with the World card coming after that, it seemed like you had processed all those feelings and reached a place of acceptance. But this Three of Swords, like, it suggests that maybe there's still some lingering pain there, some unresolved issues that are still affecting you. Like, maybe you thought you were over your ex, but then you see them with someone new, and all those old feelings come rushing back. Or maybe you thought you had forgiven someone who hurt you, but then they do something that triggers you, and you realize that you're still holding onto some resentment. It's like the Five of Cups is knocking on your door again, reminding you that healing is not a linear process, you know. It's not like you just deal with something once and then you're done with it forever. It's more like a spiral, where you keep revisiting the same issues at different levels, each time gaining a deeper understanding and a greater capacity for healing. Oh my gosh, that is so true. So, this Three of Swords is asking you to be honest with yourself about where you're really at. Are you truly over that past relationship, or are you still holding on to some hope? Have you really forgiven that person who hurt you, or are you still carrying some anger? It's okay to not be perfect. It's okay to still have some healing to do. The important thing is to acknowledge those feelings and to be willing to work through them. You know, and like, sometimes this Three of Swords can represent a painful truth that you've been avoiding. Maybe you've been in denial about something, or maybe you've been lying to yourself about your own feelings. It's like, you know deep down that something isn't right, but you've been too afraid to face it. But the universe is pushing you to confront that truth, to see things as they really are, even if it hurts. This is also a very agate point thing, right? It's like a raw moment of awakening, that sudden realization when you see things clearly. But it's also painful. Like maybe you've been telling yourself that you're happy in your relationship, but deep down you know that you're not. Or maybe you've been pretending that you're okay with your job, but deep down you know that you're unfulfilled. It's like the Three of Swords is cutting through the illusions and revealing the truth, even if it's a truth that you don't want to see. But the thing is, you can't move forward until you face that truth. You can't build a solid foundation on a lie. So, this card is urging you to be brave, to be honest with yourself, and to confront whatever painful truths are holding you back. And you know what else? Sometimes this card can represent a betrayal. Like someone you trusted has hurt you, or someone you cared about has let you down. This could be a romantic partner, a friend, a family member, or even a colleague. It's like someone has stabbed you in the back, and you're feeling shocked, hurt, and betrayed. And that can be a really difficult thing to deal with, especially if you're someone who tends to trust people easily. It can make you want to shut down, to protect your heart, and to never trust anyone again. But the Three of Swords is asking you to not let that experience define you. Don't let it turn you into a bitter, cynical person. Allow yourself to grieve, to feel your feelings, but also to remember that not everyone is like that. There are still good people out there, people who are worthy of your trust and your love. You just need to be more discerning, more aware of the red flags, and more willing to protect yourself. And you know, sometimes the betrayal isn't intentional. Sometimes people hurt us without meaning to, simply because they're dealing with their own issues, or because they have different values or perspectives. It's not always about them trying to hurt you. Sometimes it's just about a lack of understanding or communication. So, before you jump to conclusions, try to have an open and honest conversation with the person who hurt you. Try to understand their perspective and try to communicate your own feelings in a clear and respectful way. You might be surprised at what you discover. Okay, so how does this Three of Swords relate to relationships then? Because, this is a love reading, right? So, maybe this card is suggesting that you're about to experience some heartbreak in your love life. Maybe your current relationship is about to end. Or maybe you're about to get rejected by someone you're interested in. And that's definitely not what you wanted to hear, especially after that amazing world card. But it's important to be prepared for the possibility. It's like the universe is warning you that things might not go as planned, and that you need to be ready to deal with the pain and disappointment that might come your way. But don't freak out. It's not necessarily a sign that your love life is doomed. It's more like a reminder to be realistic and to not get too caught up in fantasies. Remember that Knight of Cups. This is sort of the opposite. Relationships are not always easy, and they're not always perfect. There will be challenges, there will be disagreements, and there will be moments of heartbreak. But that doesn't mean that love is not worth pursuing. It just means that you need to be prepared to deal with the ups and downs, and to not give up on love just because you've experienced some pain. It's like the Three of Swords is testing your resilience, seeing if you're truly ready for a committed relationship. Are you willing to stick around even when things get tough? Are you willing to work through the challenges and to forgive each other's mistakes? Are you willing to love each other unconditionally, even when you're feeling hurt and disappointed? Those are the questions that this card is asking you. But also, this card could be pointing to problems in your current relationship. Maybe there's some conflict that you've been avoiding, or some unresolved issues that are creating tension between you and your partner. It's like the Three of Swords is shining a light on those problems so that you can finally address them and work through them. This could mean having a difficult conversation, setting some boundaries, or even seeking professional help. It's not always easy to confront these issues, but it's essential if you want to create a healthy and sustainable relationship. Because if you just keep sweeping things under the rug, they're eventually going to explode. So be brave, be honest, and be willing to work through the challenges together. Or maybe this card is a sign that it's time to end a relationship. Like, maybe you've been trying to make things work, but it's just not happening. Maybe you're no longer compatible, or maybe you're just not happy together. And it's okay to admit that, you know. It's okay to walk away from a relationship that is no longer serving you. It doesn't mean that you're a failure. It just means that you're choosing to prioritize your own happiness and well-being. This can definitely relate to the Hierophant, too, like questioning those traditional bonds and realizing that sometimes breaking free is the right choice. Ending a relationship is never easy, but sometimes it's the best thing you can do for yourself and for your partner. It's like the Three of Swords is cutting the cord, freeing you from a situation that is no longer healthy or fulfilling. And that can be a painful process, but it can also be incredibly liberating. It's like you're closing one door so that you can open another door to something better. Oh my gosh, I love that. Okay, so how does the Three of Swords connect to the Hierophant? Because remember, that card is all about tradition, expectations, and societal norms. So, maybe this card is highlighting the pain that can come from conforming to those expectations. Maybe you're in a relationship that looks good on paper, but that doesn't actually make you happy. Maybe you're staying in a marriage because you feel like you have to, even though you're not in love anymore. It's like you're sacrificing your own happiness for the sake of tradition or societal approval. And the Three of Swords is showing you the pain that that can cause. It's like you're piercing your own heart by denying your own needs and desires. So, this card is urging you to question those expectations and to be true to yourself, even if it means going against the grain. It's okay to break free from tradition. It's okay to choose your own path, and it's okay to prioritize your own happiness. The Hierophant isn't about blindly following the rules. It's about understanding them and making conscious choices that align with your own truth. So, if those traditions are no longer serving you, it's time to let them go. It's time to create your own rules, your own expectations, your own definition of happiness. And you know, this could even be about family expectations, like maybe your family has certain ideas about who you should be with or how you should live your life, and you're feeling pressured to conform to those expectations. But the Three of Swords is reminding you that you have to live your own life, not your family's life. You have to make your own choices based on your own values and your own desires. It's okay to disappoint your family. It's okay to go against their wishes if it means staying true to yourself. And you know what else? Maybe this card is showing you the pain that can come from outdated beliefs about love and relationships. Maybe you were taught that you have to find a partner in order to be happy, or that you have to sacrifice your own needs for the sake of your relationship. But those beliefs can be really damaging, especially if they don't align with your own values. The Three of Swords is urging you to challenge those beliefs and to create your own definition of love. What does love mean to you? What do you want in a relationship? What are your non-negotiables? These are the questions you need to be asking yourself. It's like that agate point again, awakening you to what you need in a relationship and what you truly believe about love. And the answers might surprise you. Okay, so let's think about the Knight of Cups now. Because that card is all about romance, charm, and following your heart. But what happens when your heart gets broken? What happens when that romantic ideal turns out to be a fantasy? Like we were talking before about that fairy tale romance and all that stuff. But then the Three of Swords is like, bam, reality check. Maybe you fell head over heels for someone. You thought they were your soulmate. You believed in that fairy tale romance. But then they hurt you. They betrayed you. They disappeared. And now you're feeling like totally devastated and disillusioned. It's like you've lost that innocent belief in love, that naive hope that everything would work out perfectly. And that can be a really, really painful experience. It can make you want to shut down, to protect your heart, to never love again. But the Three of Swords is asking you to not let that pain define you. Don't let it turn you into a bitter, cynical person. Allow yourself to grieve, to feel your feelings, but also to remember that love is still possible. There are still good people out there, people who are capable of loving you deeply and authentically. You just need to be patient, to be discerning, and to not give up hope. And you know what else? Maybe the Three of Swords is showing you that you've been chasing after a fantasy, a romantic ideal that is not actually attainable. Maybe you've been looking for someone who is perfect, who will meet all of your needs, and who will never hurt you. But that person doesn't exist. Everyone has flaws. Everyone makes mistakes. and everyone is capable of causing pain. So, this card is urging you to be more realistic in your expectations and to accept that relationships are not always easy or perfect. It's okay to have high standards, but it's also important to be willing to compromise and to forgive each other's imperfections. So, what does this mean for moving forward? Because, this is a pretty heavy card. So what can you actually do with this information? Okay, so the most important thing is to allow yourself to feel your feelings. Don't try to suppress the pain. Don't try to pretend that everything is okay. And don't try to distract yourself with other things. Allow yourself to grieve, to cry, to be angry, to be sad. It's okay to not be okay. It's important to process those emotions in a healthy way so that they don't get bottled up inside and cause even more problems down the road. This could mean talking to a therapist, journaling, exercising, or spending time in nature. Find healthy ways to express your emotions and to release the tension that you're feeling. And be patient with yourself. Healing takes time, and there will be ups and downs along the way. Don't get discouraged if you have a bad day or if you feel like you're backsliding. Just keep going, keep working on yourself, and keep trusting that you will eventually get through this. And you know what else? It's important to practice self-care during this time. Be kind to yourself, treat yourself with compassion, and do things that make you feel good. This could mean taking a relaxing bath, reading a good book, listening to music, or spending time with loved ones. It's important to prioritize your own well-being and to take care of your physical, emotional, and spiritual needs. You can't pour from an empty cup, so make sure you're filling yourself up with love and nourishment. And it's also important to set boundaries. Protect yourself from people who are draining your energy or who are not treating you with respect. Say no to things that you don't want to do, and don't be afraid to distance yourself from toxic relationships. You deserve to be surrounded by people who love and support you, and who make you feel good about yourself. So, choose your relationships wisely, and don't be afraid to let go of the ones that are no longer serving you. Okay, so overall, this Three of Swords, it's definitely a tough card, but it's also a really important one. It's a reminder that life is not always easy, and that we all experience pain and heartbreak at some point. But it's also a reminder that we are resilient, that we are capable of healing, and that we can come out stronger on the other side. It's like this agate point awakening is pushing you to face your deepest fears, to heal your oldest wounds, and to create a life that is truly authentic and fulfilling. So, embrace the pain, learn from the lessons, and keep moving forward. You got this. Oh my gosh, this reading has taken so many twists and turns. I'm on the edge of my seat. After all that completion, and then this heartbreak, what is even next? Is there going to be some kind of resolution? Is this journey ever going to end? It's time for the final card. Are you ready for this? Okay, oh my gosh, are you ready for this? After that Three of Swords gut punch, we pull strength. Okay, like that's interesting, right? Immediately, I'm like, okay, it's not all doom and gloom. There's definitely some inner power coming through here. Because, like strength, it's all about inner power, courage, compassion, and resilience. It's about taming your inner beast, not through force, but through love and understanding. You see that woman gently caressing the lion. It's not about overpowering it. It's about connecting with it on a deeper level. This card, says to me that the agate point is really working hard to bring you that awakening, to bring all of you to the surface so that you can face whatever is coming your way with strength and grace and honesty. So, how does this card even connect to the rest of this spread, though, really? We just had that Three of Swords heartbreak. So is strength, the antidote to that? Is it about finding the inner strength to heal from that pain? Or is it about something more? And what about that Hierophant energy? Is strength gonna challenge those traditional values? Or is it gonna help you find the strength to uphold them? Oh, I'm so excited to dig into this. Okay, so first, let's think about the Hierophant. Because, that card is all about tradition, expectations, and societal norms, right? So, how does strength play into that? Is it about finding the inner strength to break free from those expectations? Or is it about finding the strength to uphold your commitments, even when things get tough? Maybe you're in a relationship that aligns with all those traditional values. It looks great on paper, but you're not actually happy. The Hierophant might be telling you to stick it out, to honor your commitments, to fulfill your obligations. But the Strength card is asking you to look deeper. Is it truly strength that's keeping you in this relationship? Or is it fear? Are you staying because you genuinely want to? Or because you're afraid of what other people will think if you leave? It's strength is challenging the Hierophant, asking you to question those traditional values and to make sure that they truly align with your own inner truth. It's not about blindly following the rules. It's about making conscious choices that are in alignment with your own heart and soul. But on the other hand, maybe you're in a relationship that does align with your values, but you're going through a tough time. Maybe you're facing some challenges, some disagreements, some conflicts. The Hierophant might be telling you to give up, to walk away, to find someone who is easier to be with. But the Strength card is urging you to persevere, to find the inner strength to work through those challenges, to communicate effectively, and to forgive each other's mistakes. It's strength is supporting the Hierophant, reminding you that true commitment requires effort, patience, and a willingness to work through the tough times together. It's not about giving up at the first sign of trouble. It's about digging in, finding your inner reserves of strength, and fighting for what you believe in. This card is asking you to look deeper, to find the compassion and understanding that will allow you to connect with your partner on a deeper level, even when you're feeling frustrated or angry. And sometimes, This strength card and Hierophant combo might mean finding the strength to redefine those traditions, right? To create your own version of a relationship, one that honors your values, but also allows for individuality and growth. Like, maybe you're in a traditional marriage, but you're also exploring non-monogamy. Or maybe you're raising your children in a way that honors your family's traditions, but also allows them to express their own unique identities. It's about finding that balance between tradition and individuality, about honoring your past while also creating a future that is authentic and fulfilling. It's not about rejecting tradition altogether. It's about adapting it to your own needs and desires, about finding the strength to create a life that is both grounded and innovative. And you know, sometimes the Hierophant can be about seeking advice from others, right? Like going to a therapist, a counselor, or a religious leader for guidance. But the Strength card is reminding you that you also have to trust your own inner wisdom. It's okay to seek guidance from others, but ultimately, you have to make your own decisions based on your own intuition and your own values. It's like strength is empowering you to be your own authority, to trust your own inner compass, and to make choices that are in alignment with your own heart and soul. You don't need someone else to tell you what to do. You have the strength and the wisdom within you to navigate your own path. And it could also point to you being that source of strength for others, being the person that others seek out for that advice or guidance. You've gained the strength to carry the weight of your burdens, but can also carry the weight for others. Okay, let me give you a more specific example. Let's say you're in a long-term relationship and you're starting to feel like you're just going through the motions. You're not as passionate as you used to be, and you're not as connected as you once were. The Hierophant might be telling you to stay in the relationship, to honor your commitment, to not give up on something that you've invested so much time and energy in. But the Strength card is asking you to look deeper. Are you truly happy? Are you truly fulfilled? Are you truly growing together? And if the answer is no, then it might be time to find the strength to make a change. This could mean having an honest conversation with your partner about your needs and desires, or it could mean ending the relationship altogether. It's not about giving up easily. It's about honoring your own truth and making choices that are in alignment with your own well-being. It's also about facing that hard truth, because that's the strength. And you know, sometimes this can even be about your relationship with yourself, right? Like maybe you're holding yourself to these really high standards based on societal expectations, and you're constantly criticizing yourself for not being good enough. The Hierophant is like, you should be this, you should be that. But the Strength card is saying, hold on a second. Be kind to yourself. You're doing the best you can. It's about finding the inner strength to be compassionate towards yourself, to accept your flaws and imperfections, and to celebrate your strengths and accomplishments. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of love and acceptance, just as you are, and that you don't need to conform to anyone else's expectations in order to be happy. It's a really important connection, like to realize that you can be strong without being perfect. And it is the way that those traditions work. Okay, so, that's the Hierophant and strength. Now, let's bring in the Knight of Cups. Oh, this is gonna be good because, the Knight of Cups is all about romance, charm, and following your heart. But what happens when your heart gets broken? What happens when that romantic ideal turns out to be a fantasy? Well, the Strength card is here to help you pick up the pieces. It's about finding the inner strength to heal from that disappointment, to forgive yourself and others, and to move forward with hope and resilience. It's not about denying the pain. It's about processing it, learning from it, and using it to become a stronger and more compassionate person. The Knight of Cups might be telling you to just jump into another relationship, to find someone new to fill the void, to chase after that next romantic fantasy. But the Strength card is urging you to slow down, to take some time for yourself, and to focus on healing your own heart. It's about recognizing that you can't truly love someone else until you truly love yourself, and that you can't build a healthy relationship on a foundation of pain and unresolved issues. So, before you go chasing after that next romantic adventure, take some time to nurture your own soul, to reconnect with your passions, and to rediscover your own inner strength. And you know what else? Maybe the Strength card is helping you to temper the Knight of Cups' impulsiveness. The Knight of Cups can be a bit of a dreamer, a bit of a Hedentheclaut's type, always chasing after the next shiny object, always falling in love too quickly and too easily. But the Strength card is grounding that energy, reminding you to be more discerning, to be more realistic, and to not get carried away by your emotions. It's about finding the balance between following your heart and using your head, about being open to love, but also protecting yourself from getting hurt. It's not about shutting down your emotions. It's about learning to manage them, to channel them in a healthy way, and to make choices that are in alignment with your own long-term well-being. It's like this combo is helping you become a more mature and responsible lover, someone who is capable of both passion and commitment. And maybe it's that you need the strength to show your emotions. Maybe you are someone who has a hard time letting your walls down and fully embracing that Knight of Cups energy. This card is urging you to embrace and nurture that vulnerability. This journey will take self-compassion and gentleness with yourself, allowing yourself to be fully seen and heard. But this could also mean having the strength to walk away from a situation that doesn't serve you right. The Knight of Cups can sometimes get caught up in toxic situations, always trying to fix things, always trying to save the day, even when it's clear that the other person is not willing to change. But the Strength card is reminding you that you can't force someone to love you, and that you can't fix someone who doesn't want to be fixed. Sometimes, the most loving thing you can do is to walk away, to protect your own heart, and to allow the other person to learn their own lessons. It's not about giving up on love. It's about recognizing your own worth and making choices that are in alignment with your own well-being. Okay, so let me give you another example. Let's say you've been dating someone for a while, and you're really starting to fall for them. They're charming, they're romantic, and they make you feel amazing. But you also notice some red flags. They're not always reliable, they're not always honest, and they're not always respectful. The Knight of Cups is telling you to ignore those red flags, to just follow your heart, and to believe in the power of love. But the Strength card is asking you to be more discerning. Are these red flags just minor imperfections, or are they signs of a deeper problem? Are you willing to overlook these flaws, or are they deal breakers? It's about finding the strength to be honest with yourself about what you truly want and need in a relationship, and to not settle for less than you deserve. It's about recognizing that love is not enough, that you also need respect, trust, and mutual support. And you know, sometimes this Strength card can even be about finding the courage to express your own needs and desires in a relationship, too. Like, maybe you're someone who tends to go along with whatever your partner wants, always putting their needs before your own. The Knight of Cups might be encouraging you to be more assertive, to speak up for yourself, and to ask for what you want. But the Strength card is reminding you to do it with compassion and understanding, to communicate your needs in a way that is both clear and respectful. It's about finding the balance between being assertive and being accommodating, about honoring your own needs while also being mindful of your partner's feelings. It's like you're learning to be a more empowered and authentic partner, someone who is capable of both giving and receiving love in a healthy and balanced way. Now let's think about the Ace of Pentacles. This card is all about new opportunities, solid foundations, and tangible beginnings. So, how does strength play into that? Is it about finding the inner strength to overcome financial obstacles? Or is it about finding the strength to create a stable and secure foundation for love? Maybe you're starting a new relationship and you're really excited about the potential. The Ace of Pentacles is telling you that this relationship has the potential to be something solid and lasting, something that can bring you security and stability. But the Strength card is reminding you that building a solid foundation takes work, effort, and commitment. It's not enough to just have good intentions. You also have to be willing to put in the time and energy to create a relationship that is both fulfilling and sustainable. This could mean having open and honest conversations about your finances, your values, and your long-term goals. It could mean setting clear boundaries and expectations and learning to communicate effectively with each other. It's not always easy, but it's essential if you want to create a relationship that that can withstand the test of time. And you know what else? The Strength card can also help you to overcome financial obstacles that might be standing in the way of your love life. Like, maybe you're struggling with debt, or maybe you're worried about your job security. The Ace of Pentacles is telling you that you have the potential to create financial abundance. But the Strength card is reminding you that you need to be disciplined, persistent, and resourceful. It's about finding the inner strength to stick to a budget, to save money, and to make wise investments. It's also about finding creative solutions to your financial problems, and to not give up hope even when things get tough. It's like you're learning to be a more responsible and empowered financial partner, someone who is capable of both creating wealth and managing it wisely. And maybe this is about having the strength to be independent. Maybe you are not in a relationship and you desire to be, but there is some underlying fear about bringing someone into your life because you are not financially stable. This card could be urging you to take control of your finances and create that life you want and not settle until you get there. That requires patience, self-compassion, and commitment. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you're thinking about starting a business with your partner. The Ace of Pentacles is a great sign. It means that you have the potential to create something amazing together, something that is both profitable and fulfilling. But the Strength card is reminding you that starting a business is not easy. It takes hard work, dedication, and a willingness to take risks. It's also important to be able to communicate effectively, to set clear boundaries, and to respect each other's strengths and weaknesses. You need to have a shared vision for your business, to be on the same page about your goals and values, and to be willing to work hard to achieve your dreams. And you know what? I think that maybe strength is about finding the balance between your ambition and your relationships. The Ace of Pentacles is all about achieving success and building a solid foundation. But sometimes that can come at the expense of your personal relationships. You might get so caught up in your work that you neglect your loved ones, or you might prioritize your career over your relationship. But the Strength card is reminding you that true success is not just about financial wealth. It's also about having strong and fulfilling relationships. It's about finding the balance between your ambition and your heart, and about creating a life that is both prosperous and meaningful. It's easy to get caught up in that Ace of Pentacles energy, that desire to build something solid and lasting. But Strength reminds you that the most important foundation is the one you build within yourself and with the people you love. Okay, so now we're back to the Five of Cups. How does Strength work with the Five of Cups? That card is all about loss, regret, and disappointment. So, how can Strength help you to overcome those feelings and move forward? I think this is so important. I think this might be the core message. So, the Strength card is all about finding the inner power to heal from grief. Remember, the Five of Cups is showing you those spilled cups, that sense of loss and regret. But the Strength card is reminding you that you still have those two cups standing upright. You still have hope, you still have potential, and you still have the ability to create a better future for yourself. It's about shifting your focus from what you've lost to what you still have, and about finding the inner strength to move forward with hope and optimism. The Five of Cups might be tempting you to just wallow in your sorrow, to give up on love, and to believe that you're destined to be alone forever. But the Strength card is urging you to resist that temptation, to challenge those negative thoughts, and to remember that you are worthy of love and happiness. It's about finding the inner strength to believe in yourself, to trust in the universe, and to open your heart to new possibilities. And you know what else? The Strength card can also help you to forgive yourself for any mistakes you might have made in the past. The Five of Cups is often associated with regret, with dwelling on the things you could have done differently. But the Strength card is reminding you that everyone makes mistakes and that it's okay to not be perfect. It's about learning from your mistakes, forgiving yourself for your imperfections, and moving forward with a renewed sense of self-compassion. It's not about dwelling on the past. It's about embracing the present and creating a better future. It's as if it's about transforming that anger into true power and forgiveness. That self-compassion will help you forgive yourself and others, and that it takes true strength to come out on the other side. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you've just gone through a breakup and you're feeling totally devastated. The Five of Cups is showing you the loss of that relationship, the loss of that connection, and the loss of that future that you had imagined together. But the Strength card is reminding you that you are still whole, that you are still worthy of love, and that you still have the power to create a fulfilling life for yourself. It's about taking some time to grieve the loss, to process your emotions, and to heal your heart. But it's also about recognizing that this is an opportunity for growth, a chance to learn more about yourself, and a chance to create a life that is even better than the one you had before. It's not about giving up on love. It's about finding the inner strength to love yourself, to trust in the universe, and to open your heart to new possibilities. This card is urging you to remember who you are and what you want. That Five of Cups energy is hard, but not if you have strength. Okay, so now, how does strength connect with that amazing world card? What happens when we combine inner power with that feeling of completion and wholeness? So, the world card, as we discussed before, is all about reaching a state of completion and fulfillment. You've learned your lessons, you've grown as a person, and you're ready to move on to the next chapter of your life. But the Strength card is reminding you that this journey is not over. There will always be new challenges, new obstacles, and new opportunities for growth. It's It's about maintaining that sense of inner strength and resilience, even when things get tough. The World card might be tempting you to just rest on your laurels, to coast through life, and to believe that you've already achieved everything you need to achieve. But the Strength card is urging you to keep pushing yourself, to keep learning, and to keep growing. It's about using your experiences to help others, to inspire change, and to make a positive impact on the world. It's like you're not just completing a cycle, you're becoming a catalyst for change, a source of strength and inspiration for others. And you know what else? The Strength card can also help you to integrate all the different parts of yourself, to bring together your light and your shadow, your strengths and your weaknesses. The World card is all about wholeness, about embracing all aspects of yourself, both good and bad. But the Strength card is reminding you that this is not always easy. It takes courage, compassion, and a willingness to confront your own inner demons. It's about finding the inner strength to accept yourself for who you are, flaws and all, and to use your weaknesses as opportunities for growth. It's like you're becoming a more authentic and integrated person, someone who is comfortable in their own skin, and someone who is capable of both giving and receiving love in a healthy and balanced way. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you've just achieved a major goal, like graduating from college, starting a business, or publishing a book. The World card is showing you that sense of accomplishment, that feeling of having reached the finish line. But the Strength card is reminding you that this is just the beginning. There will always be new goals to pursue, new challenges to overcome, and new opportunities to learn. It's about using your success as a springboard for even greater achievements, and about inspiring others to pursue their own dreams. It's not about resting on your laurels. It's about using your success to make a positive impact on the world, so you can continue, but also help others. Okay, and finally, let's connect with the Three of Swords, because this is where it all started. After feeling that high of finishing that stage in your life, you were knocked down, and you need strength to rise again. So, with the Three of Swords, how does that work? Strength is what you need to get through it. Strength is what is going to make you see it is not the end, and that you will survive. It's all about using the experience to come out a better person. It's about facing your feelings and not suppressing them. It's knowing it is okay to feel hurt, but not letting the hurt define you. So overall, this Strength card, it's such a powerful message in this reading. It's about finding that inner reserve of power, compassion, and courage to face whatever comes your way. It's about taming your inner beast, not through force, but through love and understanding. I think it's a really important card, and with that agate point crystal, it's a very clear sign that you're developing that strength right now, and that you're awakening to this inner source of power. Okay, I'm seriously on the edge of my seat here. After all this, after the heartbreak, after the strength, What is the ultimate takeaway? Is there going to be some kind of resolution? Is this journey ever going to end? I cannot wait to see what the next card reveals. It is time for the final card. Are you ready for this? Okay, oh my gosh. So here we are, the final card. After all of that, after the questioning, the romance, the potential loss, the heartbreak, and the strength, we get the Magician. Oh my gosh, that's amazing, right? Like, the Magician is all about manifestation, power, resourcefulness, and taking action. It's like you have all the tools you need to create the life you want. You just need to believe in yourself and take the leap. You know, so like the Magician, he's standing there with all these symbols laid out in front of him, right? The wand, the cup, the sword, the pentacle, all these symbols of the major arcana, and he's, like, ready to create something, you know. All these resources ready and waiting. It's that sense of infinite possibilities, almost. Immediately, I'm thinking about how this energy is the culmination of everything we've seen so far. Like, all those other cards were preparing you for this moment, giving you the lessons you needed to learn, and the strength you needed to grow so that you can now step into your power as a creator. It is like you are your destiny's magician. It's so exciting. So how does this card even connect to the rest of this spread, though? How is that magician energy going to manifest within this story that we've weaved? I can't wait. Okay, so let's start with the Hierophant. Okay, remember that card. All about tradition and societal expectations. How does the Magician play into that? Well, maybe the Magician is empowering you to redefine those traditions, to create your own set of rules, to manifest a life that is truly authentic, regardless of what anyone else thinks. Because, like, the Hierophant can be about following the status quo, but the Magician is about challenging it, about breaking free from those limitations, and creating something new and innovative. You know. So maybe you're realizing that the traditional path isn't for you, and you're ready to forge your own way, to create a life that is more aligned with your own values and desires. This could mean choosing to not get married, choosing to have children, choosing to pursue a non-traditional career, or choosing to live a life that is simply outside of the box, outside of societal expectations. And maybe you are choosing to get married, but using the Magician energy to manifest the perfect marriage for you by being intentional about your desires, about your partner, and about how you want your life to unfold. Or it could mean taking those traditional values and infusing them with your own unique twist. Maybe you're finding a way to honor your family's traditions while still expressing your individuality. Or maybe you're creating a new tradition that blends the best of both worlds. It's like you're not just blindly following the rules, you're actively shaping them, molding them to fit your own life and your own values. It is like you are a magician, and that traditional structure, you can bend it to your will. You can make it your own. It's about manifesting your own values, your own beliefs. It's about manifesting those societal expectations to work for you, to mold for you, to empower you. Okay, so then we have the Knight of Cups and all that romance. How does that magician energy impact your love life? Is it about manifesting your dream partner? Or is it about manifesting a more fulfilling relationship with your current partner? Okay, so I think it's about both, actually. Maybe you're single and you're ready to attract the love of your life. The magician is telling you that you have the power to manifest that relationship, to call in the partner who is perfectly aligned with your own values, desires, and goals. This could mean visualizing your ideal partner, creating a vision board, writing down your intentions, or simply putting yourself out there and meeting new people. It's about believing that you deserve love, that you are worthy of a great relationship, and that the universe will conspire to bring you what you desire. And then manifesting it, because you deserve it. Or maybe you're already in a relationship and you're looking to take things to the next level. The magician is telling you that you have the power to manifest a more fulfilling and passionate connection with your partner. This could mean communicating more openly, exploring new experiences together, reigniting the spark, or simply appreciating each other more. It's about focusing on the positive aspects of your relationship, about creating a shared vision for the future, and about actively working to create a more loving and harmonious connection. It's like manifesting that dream partnership, taking that existing love and turning it into the love you really desire. And you know what else? The magician can also be about manifesting self-love, right? It's not always about finding someone else to love you. Sometimes it's about learning to love yourself more deeply. Maybe you've been struggling with self-doubt, self-criticism, or a lack of self-worth. The magician is telling you that you have the power to transform those negative beliefs, to cultivate self-compassion, and to manifest a greater sense of self-love. This could mean practicing positive affirmations, focusing on your strengths, celebrating your accomplishments, or simply treating yourself with more kindness and respect. It's about recognizing that you are worthy of love, just as you are, and that you don't need anyone else's approval to feel good about yourself. Manifesting love for yourself, because you are the best and the most important love you could ever have. Okay, so what about that Ace of Pentacles and building that secure future? How does the magician help you with that? Does it give you the power to manifest financial stability? Or does it help you to create a more secure foundation for your relationships? I think it's definitely about manifesting financial stability. But also, I think it's about manifesting a more secure foundation for all areas of your life, including your relationships. Maybe you're struggling with financial insecurity, and that's affecting your ability to attract or maintain healthy relationships. The magician is telling you that you have the power to manifest financial abundance, to create a more stable financial foundation, and to attract partners who are aligned with your values and goals. This could mean starting a business, investing wisely, or simply becoming more conscious of your spending habits. It's about taking control of your finances, about creating a plan for your future, and about believing that you deserve to live a life of abundance. Or maybe you're already financially stable, but you're looking to create a more secure foundation for your relationships. The Magician is telling you that you have the power to manifest stronger, more committed connections, to build relationships that are based on trust, respect, and mutual support. This could mean setting clear boundaries, communicating more openly, or simply spending more quality time with your loved ones. It's about investing in your relationships, about nurturing those connections, and about creating a shared vision for the future. Like building a strong foundation, manifesting a strong foundation, manifesting those long-lasting relationships. Like you have the resources available. You are the Magician. What are you going to build? And you know what else. The Magician can also be about manifesting your dream career, right? Like, maybe you're feeling unfulfilled in your current job, and you're longing to do something that is more aligned with your passions and talents. The Magician is telling you that you have the power to manifest your dream career, to create a life that is both financially rewarding and personally fulfilling. This could mean pursuing a new career path, starting your own business, or simply finding ways to incorporate your passions into your current job. It's about believing in your abilities, about taking risks, and about creating a career that is truly aligned with your soul's purpose. Because, like, when you're doing what you love, you're not just making a living, you're making a difference in the world. You know, you're bringing a special kind of love to the world. Okay, but what about that 5 of Cups? All that loss and regret. How can the Magician help you overcome those feelings and move forward? Oh my gosh, I think this is so important. Because, like, the Magician is all about transforming your pain into power. The 5 of Cups might be tempting you to just give up, to dwell on your past mistakes, and to believe that you're not worthy of love or happiness. But the Magician is telling you that you have the power to rewrite your story, to learn from your mistakes, and to create a new future for yourself. This could mean forgiving yourself for past transgressions, letting go of old resentments, or simply changing your perspective on the events that have shaped your life. It's about recognizing that you are not defined by your past, that you have the power to create your own reality, and that you are worthy of love and happiness, regardless of what has happened in the past. It's like the magic of transforming all that pain and transforming that loss into something new. It's manifesting a new you. Or the flip side, maybe it isn't about you personally, but maybe you are the Magician who helps other people transform their grief. Maybe you are a healer, a therapist, or a psychic. Maybe you have the power to help people find their light again, to transform their pain. And you know what else? the magician can also help you to manifest forgiveness. Maybe you've been hurt by someone in the past, and you're struggling to let go of that anger and resentment. The magician is telling you that you have the power to forgive that person, to release yourself from the burden of those negative emotions, and to move forward with a greater sense of peace and compassion. This doesn't mean that you have to condone their actions, but it does mean that you have to choose to let go of the pain and the resentment. It's about recognizing that holding onto those negative emotions is only hurting you, and that forgiveness is the key to unlocking your own happiness and freedom. It's like freeing yourself from all that stuff that's holding you back so you can finally grow. It's all a part of that awakening process, that agate point energy. Okay, let me give you another example. Let's say you've just gone through a breakup and you're feeling totally lost and alone. The Five of Cups is showing you the loss of that relationship, the loss of that connection, and the loss of that future that you had imagined together. But the magician is telling you that you have the power to create a new future for yourself, a future that is even brighter and more fulfilling than the one you had before. This could mean pursuing new interests, connecting with new people, or simply rediscovering your own passions and talents. It's about recognizing that you are still whole, that you are still worthy of love, and that you have the power to create a life that is truly amazing, with or without a partner. You are whole. You can manifest whatever love life you want. You are the magician. Okay, so, what about the World card and that sense of completion? How does the magician build on that? Does it help you to manifest your dreams? Or does it empower you to share your gifts with the world? I think it's all about taking that sense of completion and using it as a springboard for even greater things. You have reached that point where you feel like you've learned a lot, you've grown a lot, and you're ready to move on to the next chapter. And the magician is like, okay, now what are you going to create? It's about taking all that knowledge and experience and using it to manifest your dreams, to create a life that is even more fulfilling and meaningful than you ever thought possible. And it's also about sharing your gifts with the world, right? The World card is all about feeling connected to something bigger than yourself. And the magician is empowering you to use your talents and abilities to make a positive impact on the world. This could mean starting a business, creating art, teaching others, or simply being a force for good in your community. It's about recognizing that you have something unique to offer the world, and that you have a responsibility to share your gifts with others. The whole world is open to you. Now is the time to take action. This agate point is really supporting that call to action, that need to get out there and create. And you know what else? The magician can also help you to manifest your spiritual path, right? Maybe you've been feeling disconnected from your spirituality, or maybe you're searching for a deeper sense of purpose in your life. The magician is telling you that you have the power to manifest a more meaningful connection with your spirituality, to create a life that is aligned with your highest values and beliefs. This could mean practicing meditation, spending time in nature, connecting with a spiritual community, or simply cultivating a greater sense of gratitude and awareness in your daily life. It's about recognizing that you are a spiritual being, that you are connected to something bigger than yourself, and that you have the power to create a life that is filled with purpose, meaning, and joy. You can manifest that spiritual journey. Okay, so let's talk about that Three of Swords and that heartbreak. How does the magician transform that pain? What does the magician do with that experience? Well, the magician knows that even heartbreak can be used to create something beautiful. You can manifest yourself into a beautiful and stronger person after heartbreak if you choose to. It is all about using that pain, feeling the pain, but then transforming it into a masterpiece. It's like the magician is saying, okay, you've been hurt, you've been betrayed, you've been disappointed. But that doesn't mean you have to give up on love or give up on yourself. It just means you have to get creative. You have to find new ways to love, new ways to connect, and new ways to protect yourself from getting hurt again. It's about taking all those tools and turning them into something new. Maybe it's about learning to set better boundaries. You can manifest it. Maybe it's about learning to communicate more effectively. You can manifest it. Or maybe it's about recognizing your own worth and manifesting relationships with people who fully love you and value you for who you are. It's about manifesting yourself a new reality. And you know what? Maybe it isn't even about having a romantic relationship at all. Maybe that Three of Swords made you realize that you are whole alone. And what does that mean to you? That magician energy can make you a leader. Someone who inspires other people. Someone who shares their gifts to the world. If that is who you truly are, now is the time to manifest it. To reach into that magician energy and pull out everything you need to get to the right path for you. But then we got strength. And it's not enough to just be heartbroken and then pick yourself up because you feel like you should. You can use the pain and use the emotions to change the world, to create the world you truly desire to have. So with strength, with that magician card that is about using your inner resources and power, you can bring so much more to other people's lives. They could use that help that you're getting from Gia. So overall, the magician is an amazing card to end on. It's telling you that you have the power to create the life you want, the power to manifest. You have the resources, you have the skills, and you have the support of the universe. You just need to believe in yourself and take action. With the Hierophant, it's about manifesting your own traditions, creating a life that is aligned with your own values, regardless of what anyone else thinks. It's about taking ownership of your life and manifesting what you want. With the Knight of Cups, it's about manifesting love, whether it's attracting your dream partner, creating a more fulfilling relationship with your current partner, or simply cultivating more self-love. It's taking action and making it happen. With the Ace of Pentacles, it's about manifesting stability, creating a solid foundation for all areas of your life, and building a future that is both financially secure and deeply fulfilling. With the Five of Cups, it's about transforming your pain into power, using your past experiences to create a brighter future, and manifesting forgiveness for yourself and others. Because that is the ultimate way that we can come to love people. With the World, it's about sharing your gifts with the world, using your talents and abilities to make a positive impact, and manifesting a life that is aligned with your soul's purpose. So, here we are at the end of this crazy journey. I know it's been a roller coaster, but I hope you're feeling inspired and empowered to take control of your life and create the love life of your dreams. Remember that agate point at the beginning. It's all about awakening. All this time searching, and these cards, you're finding all these pieces of the puzzle. And this final card is saying you have everything you need. It's saying all that searching and all that time, and the strength you've been building, it's time to transform and awaken. And I want you to know that you are worthy of love. You are capable of creating lasting relationships, and you have the power to manifest anything you set your mind to. Trust your intuition, embrace change, and never give up on your dreams. You got this. Okay, pile crystal agate point. That is where I am going to leave this reading. Thank you guys so much for watching. Thank you for being yourself, and thank you for letting me read for you. I hope you all have a wonderful day or night, whenever it is that you are watching this video. All right, my friend, you picked the smoky quartz heart. This crystal is all about grounding you, like bringing you back down to earth, especially when you're dealing with some intense emotions. And the theme we're looking at is shadowed desires, exploring those hidden feelings and really trying to create security in your intimate relationships. So with that grounding energy and the focus on hidden stuff, let's see what the cards have to say. Okay, bam. We've got the Knight of Swords, the Chariot, and the Ace of Swords. Oh, this is interesting. This is like all swords energy, and then the Chariot thrown in for good measure. Okay. I'm already getting a vibe here. Let's dive right in, starting with that Knight of Swords. The Knight of Swords, oh man, this card is like energy. This knight, they're not messing around, okay? They see something they want, and they go for it, full speed ahead. No hesitation, no second guessing, just pure, unadulterated action. Think of like that friend who always jumps headfirst into things without really thinking about the consequences. You know, the one who's always got some crazy story to tell because they just went for it. Consequences be damned. That's the Knight of Swords in a nutshell. And that's them at their best. They're decisive. They're quick. They're not afraid to take risks. And there's always a but, right? But they can also be a little, shall we say, reckless, impulsive, maybe even a little bit intense. Like imagine this knight in a dating scenario. They They see someone they're attracted to, and bam, they're already planning the wedding in their head. They're sending flowers, they're writing love poems, they're basically like love bombing this person before they even know what hit them. It's exciting, sure, but it can also be a little overwhelming, right? Like, whoa, slow down there, buddy. I just met you yesterday. So, yeah, that's the Knight of Swords. They're all about the chase, all about the conquest, but maybe not so much about the long term, you know, building a solid foundation kind of thing. Now, when we're talking about shadowed desires and creating security in intimacy, this knight can represent a few different things. Maybe you are this knight, charging headfirst into relationships without really considering your own needs or the needs of your partner. Maybe you're so focused on the thrill of the chase that you're not really connecting on a deeper level. Or maybe, and this is a big maybe, you're using this like whirlwind of activity to avoid something. Like maybe you're afraid of getting close to someone, afraid of being vulnerable. So you keep things moving, keep things exciting, so you don't have to actually, you know, deal with your feelings. Ooh, that's a thought, huh? Or, on the flip side, maybe you're dealing with someone who's acting like this knight. Someone who's coming on super strong, making all these grand gestures, but you're just not sure if it's genuine. Like, are they really interested in you? Or are they just caught up in the idea of you? Are they trying to fill some kind of void in their own life with your attention? That's something to think about too, right? So the key with the Knight of Swords is to really look at the motivation behind the action. What's driving this need for speed? What are they trying to achieve? And what are they trying to avoid? Because underneath all that bravado, there might be some hidden insecurities, some shadowed desires that need to be addressed. And that smoky quartz, that grounding energy, is so important here. Because the Knight of Swords can get so caught up in their own head, so disconnected from their feelings, that they forget to check in with themselves, you know. They forget to breathe, to slow down, to just be present in the moment. So, that smoky quartz is like a little reminder to come back to your body, to feel your feelings, to connect with your intuition. It's saying, hey, it's okay to slow down. It's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to not have all the answers. And honestly, that's a lesson we could all use sometimes, right? Especially when it comes to love and relationships. It's so easy to get caught up in the drama, in the excitement, in the chase, that we forget what's really important. Connection, intimacy, and genuine love. So yeah, the Knight of Swords. A lot of energy, a lot of potential, but also a lot of things to consider. Are you being true to yourself? Are you being honest with your partner? Are you running away from something? These are all questions to ask yourself when this card shows up, especially in a reading about shadowed desires. This card is all about the mind, about intellect, about cutting through the BS, right? But it can also indicate someone who is a bit of a know-it-all, someone who always has to be right, someone who can be a bit argumentative, which, let's be honest, isn't exactly a recipe for a harmonious relationship, is it? Nobody wants to be with someone who's constantly trying to prove them wrong, or who's always got to have the last word. So, if you're seeing this knight in yourself, it might be time to take a step back and ask yourself, am I being too critical? Am I being too judgmental? Am I listening to understand? Or am I just listening to respond? Because sometimes the best way to win an argument is to not have one at all. Sometimes the best way to connect with someone is to just listen, to just be present, to just offer a safe space for them to share their thoughts and feelings without judgment. And that's where that smoky quartz comes in again. It's reminding you to be grounded, to be compassionate, to be understanding. It's saying, hey, everyone's fighting their own battles. Everyone's got their own insecurities. So be kind, be patient, be loving. And honestly, that's the best advice you can get when it comes to relationships. Because at the end of the day, love is all about acceptance, right? It's about accepting your partner for who they are, flaws and all. It's about accepting yourself for who you are, flaws and all. And it's about creating a safe space where you can both be vulnerable, where you can both be honest, where you can both be yourselves without fear of judgment. Okay, I think I've squeezed just about every drop of meaning out of that Knight of Swords, at least for now. So, let's move on to the next card, which is the Chariot. Ooh, this is a good one. The Chariot, okay. This card is all about willpower, determination, and control. It's about taking charge of your life and moving forward with confidence and purpose. Think of it like you're the driver of your own destiny. You're holding the reins, and you're steering yourself towards your goals. But here's the thing. The Chariot isn't just about brute force. It's not just about pushing through obstacles and overcoming challenges. It's also about balance, about harmony, about integrating the different parts of yourself into a cohesive whole. See, in most depictions of the Chariot, you've got two creatures pulling the chariot, right? Usually horses or sphinxes, and they're often different colors, representing different aspects of your personality, different drives, different desires. And the key to successfully driving the chariot is to get those two creatures to work together, to pull in the same direction. If they're fighting each other, if they're pulling in opposite directions, you're going to end up going nowhere, or worse, crashing and burning. So, the Chariot is all about mastering your inner conflicts, about finding a way to reconcile your opposing desires, and about harnessing your inner strength to achieve your goals. Now, in the context of love and relationships, the Chariot can represent a few different things. Maybe you're in a relationship where you're feeling like you need to be in control, like you need to be the one calling the shots. Maybe you're afraid of losing control, afraid of being vulnerable, so you try to micromanage everything. Or maybe you're in a relationship where you're feeling like you're being controlled, like you're not allowed to be yourself, like you're constantly having to defer to your partner's wishes. Neither of those scenarios is ideal, right? Because a healthy relationship is all about equality, about mutual respect, about give and take. It's not about one person dominating the other. It's about working together as a team, about supporting each other's goals and dreams, and about finding a way to navigate life's challenges together. So, when the Chariot shows up in a reading about shadowed desires, it's asking you to look at where you're trying to control things in your life and why. What are you afraid of losing? What are you trying to protect? And how is that need for control affecting your relationships? Because sometimes, the more we try to control things, the more they slip out of our grasp. Sometimes, the more we try to hold on tight, the more we push people away. So, the Chariot is inviting you to loosen your grip, to trust the process, and to allow things to unfold naturally. It's saying, hey, you don't have to do it all yourself. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the answers. Just relax, breathe, and trust that everything is going to be okay. And that smoky quartz, that grounding energy, is so helpful here. Because the Chariot can get so caught up in the pursuit of its goals, so focused on achieving its ambitions, that it forgets to enjoy the journey. It forgets to appreciate the little things, the simple pleasures, the moments of connection. So, that smoky quartz is like a little reminder to slow down, to savor the moment, and to be grateful for what you have. It's saying, hey, life isn't just about reaching the destination. It's also about enjoying the ride. The Chariot is a card of victory, right? But what does victory even mean to you? Is it about achieving some external goal, like getting a promotion or buying a house? Or is it about achieving some internal goal, like finding inner peace or cultivating self-love? Because sometimes we can get so caught up in the pursuit of external validation that we forget what truly matters: our own happiness, our own well-being, and our own connection to something larger than ourselves. So, the Chariot is inviting you to redefine your definition of victory. What does it really mean to win in life? What does it really mean to be successful? And how can you align your actions with your values so that you're not just achieving goals, but also living a life that is meaningful, fulfilling, and authentic? Ooh, that's a big question, huh? And it's not always easy to answer, but it's a question that's worth exploring, especially when you're dealing with shadowed desires. Because sometimes our desires can lead us astray, can take us down paths that are not aligned with our highest good. So, it's important to check in with ourselves, to ask ourselves, is this really what I want? Is this really what's going to make me happy? Or am I just chasing after some fleeting illusion? The Chariot can also represent travel, right? Like literally getting in a car and going somewhere. Or it can represent a metaphorical journey, a journey of self-discovery, a journey of transformation. So, if you're seeing this card, it might be a sign that you're about to embark on some kind of adventure. Maybe you're going to move to a new city. Maybe you're going to start a new job. Maybe you're going to enter into a new relationship. Whatever it is, it's going to be an exciting time, a time of growth, a time of change. But it's also going to be a time of challenges, because every journey has its ups and downs, its twists and turns, its unexpected detours. So, the Chariot is reminding you to be prepared for anything, to be flexible, to be adaptable, and to be resilient. It's saying, hey, you're not always going to know what's around the corner. You're not always going to have a clear map. But you've got the inner strength, the inner resources, and the inner guidance to navigate whatever comes your way. And that smoky quartz is there to support you every step of the way. It's grounding you, it's protecting you, and it's helping you to stay connected to your intuition. So, trust yourself, trust the process, and trust that everything is happening for a reason. Even if you don't understand it right now, you will eventually. Okay, I think I've exhausted just about every possible interpretation of the Chariot. So, let's move on to the final card, the Ace of Swords. This is where things get really interesting. The Ace of Swords. This card is like a breath of fresh air. It's like a sudden burst of clarity, a moment of insight, a new idea that just pops into your head out of nowhere. It represents new beginnings, new opportunities, and new ways of thinking. It's about cutting through the confusion, seeing things clearly, and making a decisive choice. Think of it like you've been wandering around in the dark for a long time, and suddenly, someone turns on the lights. You can finally see where you're going. You can finally make a plan, and you can finally take action. That's the power of the Ace of Swords. Now, swords are all about the mind, about intellect, about communication. So the Ace of Swords often represents a new way of thinking about something, a new perspective, a new understanding. Maybe you've been struggling with a problem for a long time, and suddenly you have an epiphany. You see the solution, you know what to do, and you feel empowered to take action. Or maybe you've been holding on to some old beliefs that are no longer serving you, and the Ace of Swords helps you to break free from those beliefs and embrace a new way of thinking. In the context of love and relationships, the Ace of Swords can represent a few different things. Maybe you're about to have a breakthrough in your relationship, a moment of clarity where you finally understand what's been going wrong and how to fix it. Maybe you're about to have a difficult conversation with your partner, but the Ace of Swords gives you the courage and the clarity to speak your truth. Or maybe you're about to make a decision about your relationship, a decision that will change the course of your life. Whatever it is, the Ace of Swords is telling you to be honest with yourself, to be clear about what you want, and to take action based on your truth. But here's the thing, the Ace of Swords isn't always easy. It can be a painful card because it often requires us to confront uncomfortable truths, to let go of things that are no longer serving us, and to make difficult choices. It's not always fun to admit that we've been wrong, or that we've been holding on to false beliefs. It's not always easy to have those tough conversations with our partners. And it's definitely not easy to make a decision that will change the course of our lives. But the Ace of Swords is telling you that it's worth it. It's telling you that the pain is temporary, but the clarity and the freedom are forever. And that smoky quartz, that grounding energy, is so important here. Because the Ace of Swords can be a very heady card, a very intellectual card. It can get you so caught up in your thoughts that you forget to connect with your feelings. So, that smoky quartz is like a little reminder to come back to your body, to feel your emotions, and to trust your intuition. It's saying, hey, it's okay to think things through, but don't get lost in your head. Remember to connect with your heart and to listen to your inner guidance. The Ace of Swords is a double-edged sword, right? It can cut through illusions, but it can also cut you. It can bring clarity, but it can also bring pain. So, it's important to wield this sword with wisdom, with compassion, and with discernment. Don't use it to attack others. Don't use it to defend yourself. And don't use it to cut yourself off from your feelings. Use it to cut through the BS, to see the truth, and to make choices that are aligned with your highest good. The Ace of Swords is often depicted with a crown, right? Symbolizing victory, success, and achievement. But what does it really mean to be victorious? What does it really mean to be successful? Is it about achieving some external goal, like getting married or having kids? Or is it about achieving some internal goal, like finding inner peace or cultivating self-love? Because sometimes we can get so caught up in the pursuit of external validation that we forget what truly matters: our own happiness, our own well-being, and our own connection to something larger than ourselves. The Ace of Swords is inviting you to redefine your definition of success. What does it really mean to win in life? What does it really mean to be happy? And how can you align your actions with your values so that you're not just achieving goals, but also living a life that is meaningful, fulfilling, and authentic? And that smoky quartz is there to help you every step of the way. It's grounding you, it's protecting you, and it's helping you to stay connected to your truth. So trust yourself, trust the process, and trust that everything is happening for a reason. So, yeah, the Ace of Swords. A powerful card, a challenging card, but ultimately a card of hope, a card of new beginnings, and a card of transformation. It's telling you that you have the power to create the life you want, the love you want, and the happiness you want. You just need to be willing to be honest with yourself, to be clear about what you want, and to take action based on your truth. Okay, I think I've squeezed just about every last drop of meaning out of that Ace of Swords. So let's put it all together now. Let's synthesize these 3 cards and see what kind of story they're telling us. Okay, so we've got the Knight of Swords, charging in head first, all energy and action, but maybe a little bit reckless. Then we've got the Chariot, trying to maintain control, trying to steer things in the right direction, but maybe a little bit too rigid. And then we've got the Ace of Swords, bringing clarity, bringing insight, but also requiring us to make some tough choices. So, what's the story here? Well, it seems like you're in a situation where you're feeling a strong urge to take action, to move forward, to make something happen. You've got a clear vision of what you want, and you're determined to achieve it. But there's also a part of you that's afraid of losing control, afraid of being vulnerable, and afraid of making the wrong decision. So, you're trying to control everything. You're trying to micromanage everything, and you're pushing yourself too hard. And the Ace of Swords is coming in to say, hey, it's okay to slow down. It's okay to let go of control. It's okay to be vulnerable. You don't have to do it all yourself. You don't have to be perfect. You just need to be honest with yourself, to be clear about what you want, and to take action based on your truth. It's about finding a balance between action and surrender, between control and trust, and between your head and your heart. It's about integrating all the different parts of yourself into a cohesive whole so that you can move forward with confidence, with clarity, and with love. And that smoky quartz is there to support you every step of the way, grounding you, protecting you, and helping you to stay connected to your inner wisdom. It's like you need to act, but act mindfully. Wow, what a powerful combination of cards. I feel like this is just the beginning of the story, though. I'm so excited to see what the rest of the reading reveals. I wonder what card will come up next. Okay, so after all of that intensity, we have, oh wow, we have the Six of Cups. Okay, this is really interesting. The Six of Cups, that's such a gentle card, you know. After all that sword's energy and the chariot's drive, this feels like a real shift. Okay, so the Six of Cups, generally, it's all about nostalgia, about childhood memories, about innocence, and about giving and receiving. You often see it depicted as kids playing, or someone offering a cup to someone else, you know. It's got this real feeling of simple pleasures and uncomplicated joy. So in the context of what we've already got going on, with those shadowed desires, and trying to create security in intimacy, it's what's the Six of Cups doing here? Well, I think it could be pointing to the roots of some of those desires, you know. Maybe some of the things you're longing for in a relationship are actually tied to experiences you had as a child. Or maybe it's about recreating a sense of safety and security that you felt when you were younger, you know, before life got so complicated. It can also point to a need to reconnect with your inner child, to embrace that sense of playfulness and innocence that we often lose as we get older. I mean, think about it. When you're a kid, love is so simple, right? It's just about wanting to be near someone, wanting to share your toys, wanting to make them laugh. There's no hidden agendas or complicated expectations. It's just pure, unadulterated affection. And maybe that's what you're really craving, you know. A relationship that feels that effortless and that genuine. And there's always a but, right? The Six of Cups can also have a shadow side. It can represent clinging to the past, being stuck in old patterns, or even idealizing childhood to the point where you're disappointed with the present. Maybe you're comparing your current relationship to some fantasy version of what love should be, based on childhood memories or fairy tales. And that's not really fair, right? Because real life is never going to live up to those perfect ideals. It could also mean you are always dating the same type of person, again and again. What you're used to, what's familiar, feels safe and comfortable. But maybe that type of person isn't actually good for you, or capable of giving you what you really need and desire. Maybe you need to break free from that cycle and try something new, even if it feels a little scary. Or it could be that you're stuck in a relationship that feels comfortable and familiar, but doesn't really fulfill you. You and your partner have been together for so long that you've just fallen into a routine, and you're not really connecting on a deeper level anymore. And the Six of Cups is hey, remember when things were exciting? Remember when you used to make an effort to surprise each other and show each other how much you cared? Maybe it's time to bring some of that spark back into the relationship. Think about how this connects to that Knight of Swords energy we saw earlier. The Knight is all about charging forward, right? But maybe the Six of Cups is saying, hey, slow down a little bit. Before you go rushing into anything new, take some time to reflect on the past. What have you learned from your past relationships? What patterns are you repeating? And what do you really want to create in the future? It's the Knight needs to be a little bit more mindful, a little bit more aware of the emotional baggage they're carrying around. And that smoky quartz can really help with that, It can help to ground those emotions, to process them in a healthy way, and to release anything that's no longer serving you. And then there's the Chariot. The Chariot is all about control, about willpower, about driving towards your goals. But maybe the Six of Cups is saying, hey, you don't always have to be in control. Sometimes it's okay to let go a little bit, to surrender to the flow of life, and to trust that things will work out the way they're supposed to. Maybe you're trying so hard to control your relationship, to make it fit some ideal image, that you're actually stifling it, You're not allowing it to grow and evolve naturally. And the Six of Cups is hey, relax. Let things unfold. Trust that the love is there, even if it doesn't look exactly the way you expect it to. It's such a good reminder to take things back to simplicity. The Chariot is all about, external achievements, right? But the Six of Cups is hey, what about internal happiness? What about the simple joys of life? What about connecting with the people you love? Maybe you're so focused on, achieving some external goal in your relationship that you're forgetting to appreciate the little things, the everyday moments of connection that really make a relationship special. And that smoky quartz is hey, remember to be grateful for what you have. Remember to savor the moment. Remember to connect with your senses. and appreciate the beauty that's all around you. And then, of course, we have the Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity and truth. But sometimes the truth can be painful, right? Sometimes it can be hard to face the reality of a situation, especially when it involves our relationships. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, be gentle with yourself. Be compassionate. It's okay to feel sad or disappointed. It's okay to grieve the loss of something that you thought was going to be. Like, maybe you've been holding on to some false beliefs about your relationship, and the Ace of Swords is cutting through those illusions. But the Six of Cups is reminding you to be kind to yourself as you process those feelings. It's like the Ace of Swords can be a little bit harsh, you know. It's all about, like, cutting through the BS and seeing things as they really are. But the Six of Cups is like, hey, don't forget to be empathetic. Don't forget that everyone's doing the best they can. And don't forget that even when things are difficult, there's still beauty and joy to be found in the world. And that smoky quartz is like, hey, remember to be grounded. Remember to connect with your values. Remember to act with integrity, even when it's hard. So, it really softens the blow, you know. So, putting it all together, it's like you're being called to take action, to be clear about what you want, and to move forward with confidence, but also to be mindful of the past, to be gentle with yourself and others, and to embrace the simple joys of life. It's about finding a balance between your head and your heart, between your ambition and your compassion, and between your need for control and your willingness to surrender. It's like you need to be strong, but you also need to be vulnerable. You need to be assertive, but you also need to be empathetic. And you need to be clear about your boundaries, but you also need to be open to connection and intimacy. Wow, that's a lot to juggle, right? But I think you can do it, especially with that smoky quartz by your side, grounding you, protecting you, and helping you to stay connected to your inner wisdom. It's like that crystal is your anchor, your reminder that even when things get crazy, you can always come back to yourself. You can always find your center, and you can always trust that everything is going to be okay. Now, specifically about shadowed desires, this card makes me wonder if some of those desires are tied to wanting to recapture something lost from childhood. Maybe it is unconditional love. Maybe it is the feeling of safety. Or maybe it is the excitement you felt at the beginning of your life, when everything felt new and exciting. And there's absolutely nothing wrong with those desires. But as we've discussed, it's really important to be aware of whether you're idealizing the past to an unhealthy degree, or if you're ignoring the negative aspects of your childhood in your desire to recreate certain feelings. It makes me think about family dynamics too. Were you the caregiver in your family as a child? Did you have to take on responsibilities that weren't really age appropriate for you? Because if that's the case, then maybe you're still carrying that caregiver role into your adult relationships. and that's affecting your ability to create true intimacy. Like maybe you're so used to taking care of everyone else that you don't even know how to ask for what you need, or you feel guilty when you do. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, it's okay to receive. It's okay to let someone else take care of you for a change. You deserve to be loved and supported just as much as anyone else. Or maybe you were the one who was always taken care of. Did you have a really overprotective parent? Or were you sheltered from the realities of the world? Because if that's the case, then maybe you're still expecting your partner to take care of you in the same way. And that's creating an imbalance in the relationship. Like, maybe you're not taking responsibility for your own needs, or you're not contributing equally to the partnership. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, it's time to grow up. It's time to take ownership of your life and to become a fully functioning adult. You're capable of so much more than you think. On a brighter note, the Six of Cups can also indicate that someone from your past may re-enter your life. This could be a childhood friend, a former lover, or even a family member you haven't seen in a while. If this happens, it's important to approach the situation with an open mind and a discerning heart. Don't automatically assume that this person is going to be the answer to all your problems, or that you can simply pick up where you left off. Things have changed, both for you and for them, so it's important to get to know each other again and to see if there's still a genuine connection. Maybe it is a past lover. If so, this could signal that you're about to repeat some of the same mistakes if you aren't really paying attention. But you are, so you probably won't. Or it could mean that you're finally in a place to find closure. If you two are able to connect, you could finally discuss and understand what went wrong. And you can both find peace knowing that you can put it behind you once and for all. Or maybe you're still carrying around some unresolved issues from that relationship, and the universe is giving you another chance to heal. Like maybe you never really got to say goodbye, or you never really understood why things ended the way they did. And this is your opportunity to have that conversation, to get those answers, and to finally move on with your life. Just be prepared for whatever comes up, and remember to stay grounded and centered throughout the process. Because it's not always easy to revisit the past, but it can be incredibly healing if you approach it with the right mindset. See how this is all tying together. It's kind of wild how these cards are talking to each other. But remember, we're still dealing with shadowed desires here. So, let's dig a little deeper into the darker side of the Six of Cups, shall we? Because it's not all sunshine and rainbows, you know. Sometimes, the Six of Cups can represent a longing for something that was never really there, a fantasy of the past that's preventing you from fully embracing the present. Like, maybe you had a really difficult childhood, and you're constantly trying to recreate a sense of safety and security that you never actually experienced. And that's understandable, but it's also important to recognize that you can't change the past. You can't go back and rewrite your history. All you can do is learn from your experiences and create a better future for yourself. Or maybe you're holding on to some idealized memories of a past relationship, and you're comparing every new partner to that impossible standard. And that's not fair to anyone, including yourself, because everyone is unique and every relationship is different. You can't expect someone to be exactly like your ex, or to recreate the exact same dynamic that you had with them. You need to be open to new possibilities and to allow your relationships to evolve in their own way. It's like the Six of Cups can be a little bit deceptive, you know. It can trick you into thinking that the past was better than it actually was, or that the future can somehow replicate the past. And that's just not true. The past is the past, and the future is unwritten. All you have is the present moment, and it's up to you to make the most of it. It's so important to acknowledge reality. And that's where that smoky quartz comes in again. It's reminding you to stay grounded in the present, to connect with your senses, and to appreciate the beauty that's all around you. It's helping you to see the past for what it was, without idealizing it or demonizing it. And it's empowering you to create a future that's even better than anything you could have imagined. It's all about perspective. The Six of Cups also makes me think about, like, karmic connections, you know. Like, maybe you're drawn to certain people or certain situations because you have some unfinished business from a past life. Or maybe you're repeating patterns from your family history and you're not even aware of it. Like, maybe you always end up dating people who are emotionally unavailable because that's what you learned to expect from your parents. Or maybe you're always sabotaging your own relationships because you're afraid of getting hurt. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, it's time to break free from those patterns. It's time to heal those old wounds. It's time to create a new destiny for yourself. It's not always easy to identify these karmic connections, but they often manifest as, like, strong feelings of déjà vu or intense emotional reactions to certain people or situations. And if you're experiencing those kinds of feelings, it's important to pay attention to them because they might be trying to tell you something. You could even be repeating the same dynamic that your parents had. Or you could be overcorrecting, trying to do everything differently, but still being defined by their example. It's like you're still dancing to the same music, even if you're trying to change the steps. And the Six of Cups is inviting you to change the music, to create your own unique rhythm, and to dance to the beat of your own heart. That is so incredibly crucial. So, how does all of this relate back to those Swords cards? Well, I think the Six of Cups is softening the intensity of the Swords energy, you know. It's reminding you that it's not all about logic and reason. It's also about emotions and feelings. It's about connecting with your heart and trusting your intuition. Like the Knight of Swords can be a little bit too headstrong, a little bit too focused on achieving its goals without really considering the emotional consequences. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, slow down. take a breath, connect with your feelings, and remember that the most important thing is to be kind and compassionate, both to yourself and to others. Or maybe you're using logic and reason to avoid dealing with your emotions. Like, maybe you're overthinking everything, trying to analyze your feelings instead of actually feeling them. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, it's okay to be vulnerable. It's okay to cry. It's okay to ask for help. You don't have to be strong all the time. And the Chariot, with its focus on control, can sometimes be a little bit too rigid, a little bit too inflexible. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, loosen up. Let go of control. Trust the process. And remember that the best things in life often happen when you least expect them. It's like you can't force love to happen. You can't control your partner's feelings. And you can't always get what you want. Sometimes you just have to surrender to the flow of life and trust that everything is going to work out the way it's supposed to. And trust yourself. And the Ace of Swords, with its clarity and truth, can sometimes be a little bit too harsh, a little bit too judgmental. And the Six of Cups is like, hey, be compassionate, be understanding. Everyone is doing the best they can. And remember that even when things are difficult, there's still beauty and joy to be found in the world. It's like you can't always see the truth, but you can always feel it. You can't always control the outcome, but you can always control your reaction. And you can't always change the past, but you can always create a better future. That's what it's all about. So, with all of this in mind, what's the next step? What's the next card going to reveal? Is it going to confirm the need for forgiveness? Is it going to offer practical advice on how to heal past wounds? Or is it going to introduce new challenges and obstacles? Oh, I'm so excited to find out. I have no clue what to expect, but I know it's going to be interesting. I can't wait to see what the universe has in store for you. I feel like it's setting you up for something really, really amazing, you know. Something that's going to change your life in a profound way. But it's not going to be easy. You're going to have to work for it. You're going to have to be brave. And you're going to have to trust yourself. And you have to trust that smoky quartz. But I know you can do it. Because you're strong, you're resilient, and you're connected to something larger than yourself. And that's all you need to succeed. So, let's pull the next card and see what happens. Are you ready? I know I am. This is so exciting. Okay. So where do we go from here? Okay, let's pull a card. Let's see. Oh, okay, wow, this is interesting. This is, death. We pulled the death card. Oh my gosh, that's kind of intense, isn't it? Okay, but don't freak out. Death in tarot, it's not usually about, physical death, you know. It's more about, endings and transformations. And letting go of the old to make way for the new, right? It's about, shedding what no longer serves you so you can, step into your power. Step into your authentic self. I mean, I know it sounds scary, but it's actually a really powerful card, especially when we're talking about shadowed desires and creating security in intimacy. So, like in general, death is about closure, right? It's about something coming to an end, whether it's a relationship, a job, a belief system, whatever. It's time to say goodbye to something. And it can be a painful process, right? I mean, nobody likes endings, especially when they involve things that are important to us. But death is also about liberation, about freeing yourself from what's holding you back, from what's keeping you stuck, and opening yourself up to new possibilities. It's like, in order to grow, in order to evolve, we have to let go of the old. We have to make space for the new. And that's what death is all about. It's about clearing the way for something better to come into your life. Think of it like you're cleaning out your closet, right? You've got all these clothes that you haven't worn in years. They don't fit you anymore. They don't make you feel good. But you're holding on to them because, like, oh, maybe I'll wear this someday. Or, oh, this has sentimental value. But the truth is, they're just taking up space. They're cluttering your closet. And they're preventing you from seeing the clothes that you actually love and that actually fit you. So, you have to let them go. You have to donate them or sell them or whatever, and make room for new clothes that are more your style, that fit you better, and that make you feel amazing. That's what death is like. It's about clearing out the clutter in your life so you can make room for what truly matters. And that can be really hard, right? I mean, it takes courage to let go of the familiar, to step outside your comfort zone, and to embrace the unknown. But it's also incredibly empowering. It's like once you realize that you have the power to create your own reality, that you don't have to be defined by your past, that you can choose to let go of what's holding you back, then anything is possible. But what is it that needs to die? That's the question, isn't it? And, okay, so how does this connect with the Six of Cups, right? Because that's what we were just talking about. All that nostalgia and those past connections and those childhood memories. Well, I think death is coming in to say that some of those things need to die. Some of those old patterns, some of those idealized memories, some of those karmic connections, they need to be released so you can move forward. Because you can't build a new foundation on top of a crumbling structure, you know. You have to tear down the old building before you can start building a new one. And that can be scary, right? I mean, it's comfortable to cling to the past. It's familiar. It's safe. But it's also limiting. It's preventing you from fully embracing the present and creating the future you want. So death is asking you to be honest with yourself. What are you holding on to that's no longer serving you? What beliefs? What relationships? What habits are keeping you stuck? And how can you let them go so you can create space for something better? It's like maybe you're holding on to an idealized image of your childhood, and that's preventing you from fully appreciating the present. Maybe you're comparing every new partner to some impossible standard based on a past relationship. Or maybe you're repeating patterns from your family history without even realizing it. And death is like, hey, it's time to wake up. It's time to see things as they really are. And it's time to let go of what's holding you back. It could be you're not allowing a relationship to transform because you can't release what you thought it was. You know, that image you created in your head. Maybe you need to stop seeing a person as your partner and start seeing them as a friend. Or maybe they should just be an acquaintance. Or maybe you should release them entirely. See how all of this could work together. But it's all about what needs to go, what needs to die. And of course, that doesn't mean it's going to be easy, right? I mean, letting go is never easy. It's painful, it's scary, it's uncomfortable. But it's also necessary. It's like you have to prune the dead branches off a tree so it can grow stronger and healthier. You have to weed the garden so the flowers can bloom. And you have to let go of the past so you can create a better future. And that's what death is all about. It's about trusting the process, about believing that even though things might be difficult right now, they're ultimately leading you to something better. It's kind of like, you know, when you get a really bad haircut. Like you go in expecting to come out looking amazing, but instead you end up with this, like, lopsided mess that makes you want to hide under a hat for the next 3 months. And it's tempting to just try to fix it, to try to make it look better. But sometimes the best thing you can do is just shave it all off and start over. It's scary, it's drastic. It's definitely not what you wanted, but it's also liberating. It's like once you embrace the baldness, once you own it, you realize that it's not the end of the world, that your hair will grow back, and that maybe, just maybe, you'll even discover a new style that you love even more than your old one. That's what death is like. It's about embracing the drastic changes in your life, trusting that even though they might be painful right now, they're ultimately leading you to something better, something more authentic, something more aligned with your true self. It's a whole new you. Now, okay, so how does this death card play with the other cards we've already pulled? Well, let's start with the Knight of Swords, right? That knight is all about rushing in, about taking action, about charging forward without thinking. But death is like, hey, slow down. Before you go rushing into anything new, take some time to reflect on what needs to end. What old patterns, what old beliefs, what old relationships are you carrying with you that are preventing you from fully embracing the present? It's like maybe the knight is rushing into relationships to avoid dealing with some unresolved issues from the past. Maybe they're using the excitement of the chase to distract themselves from their own pain. Or maybe they're just repeating the same mistakes over and over again because they haven't learned from their past experiences. And death is like, hey, it's time to break that cycle. It's time to face your demons. And it's time to let go of what's holding you back. It means you need to acknowledge the past to truly move forward and to not, repeat it. And it's also about discernment, right? About being clear about what you want and what you don't want, and about being willing to walk away from anything that's not aligned with your values. It's like maybe the knight is so afraid of being alone that they're willing to settle for less than they deserve. Or maybe they're so focused on finding a partner that they're ignoring their own needs and desires. And death is like, hey, it's okay to be alone. It's okay to prioritize your own happiness. And it's okay to say no to anything that doesn't feel right. Because sometimes the best thing you can do for yourself is to walk away from a situation that's not serving you, even if it's scary, even if it's painful, and even if it means being alone for a while. It's about trusting that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way, and that you deserve to be with someone who truly appreciates you for who you are. Never settle. What about the Chariot then? Because the Chariot is all about control, right? About willpower, about driving towards your goals. But death is like, hey, sometimes you have to let go of control. Sometimes you have to surrender to the flow of life. And sometimes you have to accept that things aren't going to go according to your plan. It means you're in the driver's seat, but you don't need to micromanage the directions. It's like maybe the Chariot is trying to force a relationship to work, even though it's clear that it's not meant to be. Maybe they're trying to control their partner, to mold them into the perfect image of what they think they should be. Or maybe they're just so focused on achieving their goals that they're neglecting their own emotional needs. And death is like, hey, relax. Let go. Trust that everything is happening for a reason. And focus on what truly matters. It's about finding a balance between your need for control and your willingness to surrender, and about accepting that you can't always get what you want. Sometimes, the best thing you can do is to let go of your expectations, to trust that the universe has a plan for you, and to focus on being present in the moment. It's kind of like, you know, when you're trying to parallel park and you're just like completely stressing out, trying to get it perfect, and you end up making it worse and worse. And then you finally just take a deep breath, relax, and let it happen. And suddenly you nail it. That's what death is like. It's about letting go of your need for control, trusting that you know what you're doing even if it's not always perfect, and allowing the universe to guide you where you need to go. It's all about acceptance. And okay, what about the Ace of Swords? That's all about clarity and truth, right? About cutting through the illusions and seeing things as they really are. But death is like, hey, sometimes the truth is painful. Sometimes it requires us to let go of things that we thought were important. And sometimes it means facing our own shadows. I think it might hurt to see that your partner isn't who you thought they were. It's like maybe the Ace of Swords is revealing some uncomfortable truths about a relationship. And death is asking you to accept those truths and to let go of any illusions you might have been holding on to. Maybe you're realizing that your partner isn't who you thought they were, or that the relationship isn't what you thought it was. Or maybe you're just facing some hard truths about yourself and your own patterns in relationships. And death is like, hey, it's okay to feel sad. It's okay to grieve. It's okay to be angry. But don't let those feelings define you. Use them as fuel to create something better. It's about being willing to face your own shadows, to acknowledge your own flaws, and to let go of any self-deceptions that might be holding you back. It's like, you know when you're watching a movie and you think you know exactly what's going to happen. But then there's this huge plot twist that completely changes everything. That's what death is like. It's about having your illusions shattered, realizing that things aren't always what they seem, and being willing to embrace the new reality, even if it's painful. It means you can accept that, but that doesn't mean you have to accept a bad situation. Wow, that's a lot, right? Death is like a really intense card. Okay, so what does all of this mean in terms of shadowed desires and creating security in intimacy? Well, I think it means that you need to be willing to let go of some of those shadowed desires, to release those old patterns, and to embrace a new way of relating to yourself and to others, and also face your own shadows. It also might mean facing other people's shadows, too. It's like maybe you have a desire to be with someone who's emotionally unavailable because that's what you're used to. Or maybe you have a desire to control your partner because you're afraid of being vulnerable. Or maybe you have a desire to repeat the same mistakes over and over again because that's what feels familiar. And death is like, hey, it's time to break free from those patterns. It's time to create a new reality for yourself. And it's time to embrace a new way of loving. It's about being willing to let go of those desires, to acknowledge that they're not serving you, and to choose something different. I mean, this would require you to step away from your comfort zone. It's like maybe you need to be willing to be alone for a while so you can focus on your own healing. Or maybe you need to be willing to be vulnerable with your partner so you can create a deeper connection. Or maybe you need to be willing to walk away from a relationship that's not working so you can make space for something better to come into your life. And that's where the smoky quartz comes in, right? Because that crystal is all about grounding you, about helping you to stay connected to your body and to your emotions, even when things are difficult. It's about reminding you that you're strong enough to handle whatever comes your way, and that you deserve to be with someone who truly appreciates you for who you are. So when you're feeling overwhelmed by the death card, when you're feeling scared or uncertain about the future, just hold that smoky quartz in your hand. Take a deep breath and remind yourself that everything is happening for a reason and that you're exactly where you need to be. And honestly, that's all we can really do, right? Is to trust the process, to let go of what's not serving us, and to embrace the unknown with courage and with faith. Maybe you need to release a pattern of always dating the same type of person, right? Always going for the bad boy or the damsel in distress or whatever. Death can be telling you that that pattern needs to die. It's time to break free from that cycle and try something new, even if it feels scary. It means you can also release that feeling of familiarity for growth. Or maybe you need to let go of the idea that you can fix people. Maybe you're drawn to people who are broken or damaged because you think you can heal them. But death can be saying that that's not your job. It's not your responsibility to fix other people. It's your responsibility to take care of yourself and to create a healthy and fulfilling life for yourself. Or maybe you need to let go of the belief that you're not worthy of love. Maybe you've been told that you're not good enough or that you're not lovable, and you've internalized that message. But death can be saying that that's a lie. You are worthy of love. You are deserving of happiness. And you are capable of creating a life that's filled with joy and with connection. So, you need to be willing to let go of those limiting beliefs and to embrace your own worth. It's a journey of self-love and self-acceptance. It means all this stuff can be hard. And the death card is definitely not a card that you want to see when you're feeling vulnerable or insecure. But it's also a card that can bring you tremendous growth and transformation. It's about trusting that even though things might be difficult right now, they're ultimately leading you to something better. And it's about believing in yourself and your ability to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and connection. And the smoky quartz is there to support you every step of the way, reminding you that you're strong, you're resilient, and you're connected to something larger than yourself. So embrace the death card, embrace the change, and embrace the new possibilities that are waiting for you on the other side. What needs to die? It's a big question. See, this is intense because, it's almost saying to release what the Six of Cups is saying, Release that nostalgia if it's holding you back. Release those childhood ideals if they're not realistic. Release those karmic connections if they're toxic. It's like death is coming in to be like, okay, Six of Cups, that's nice, but we need to move on now. The timing is just wild. Wow. Okay. And the shadowed desires part. This is huge because it's like, are your shadowed desires things that need to die? Are they rooted in something that is unhealthy or unsustainable? Are you secretly wanting something that you know is bad for you, or that will ultimately lead to pain and suffering? Because if that's the case, then death is saying that you need to let that desire go. You need to kill it. You need to bury it deep down and never look back. It can be a hard process, especially if that desire is tied to something that you've wanted for a long time. But it's also necessary because you can't build a happy and fulfilling life on top of a foundation of unhealthy desires. You need to be willing to let go of what's not serving you, even if it's something that you think you really want. And that's where the self-love comes in, right? Because it's about recognizing that you deserve to be happy, that you deserve to be healthy, and that you deserve to be with someone who truly loves and appreciates you for who you are. I really hope you do some journaling about these shadowed desires, because there could be some real gold in there if you're willing to do the work. I feel like this card is such an important piece of the puzzle, especially in the context of this reading. We've been talking about shadowed desires, about hidden feelings, and about creating security in intimacy. And death is like, hey, it's time to bring those things to the surface. It's time to acknowledge them, to confront them, and to let go of what's not serving you. It's like we can't create security in intimacy if we're holding on to old patterns, if we're clinging to unhealthy desires, or if we're afraid to face our own shadows. We need to be willing to let go of all of that stuff so we can create space for something new, something better, and something more aligned with our true selves. Does this mean a relationship is ending? Not necessarily. It could just mean that a certain phase of the relationship is ending, and that you're both being called to transform and evolve. Maybe you're being asked to let go of certain expectations, to release certain patterns, or to embrace a new way of relating to each other. Or maybe it does mean that the relationship needs to end. Maybe you've grown apart. Maybe you're no longer compatible. Or maybe the relationship is just too toxic to continue. And if that's the case, then death is saying that it's okay to let go. It's okay to walk away. It's okay to grieve the loss. But it's also important to remember that endings can be beautiful. They can be opportunities for growth, for transformation, and for new beginnings. And so, with all of that in mind, what's the next step? What's the final card going to reveal? Is it going to offer guidance on how to navigate this transformation? Is it going to provide clarity on what needs to end? Or is it going to introduce a new challenge that we need to overcome? I have absolutely no idea, but I am so excited to find out. It feels like we're on the verge of something really big here. Something that's going to change everything. I have no idea what to expect next, you know. It could be anything. But whatever it is, I know it's going to be exactly what you need to hear. What's the final message? What's the final piece of the puzzle? Oh, I can't wait. Okay, so, let's see, what's next? Deep breath, oh my gosh, we have the devil. Wow. Okay, like again, don't freak out. I know it's like a scary card, the devil. But, like, it's not always about, like, evil or, like, bad things, you know. It's more about, like, being trapped, like, being stuck in, like, unhealthy patterns, addictions, limitations. Like, things that are holding you back from, like, your true potential, you know. It's about recognizing those things and, like, breaking free from them, you know. So, like, in general, the devil is about, like, feeling restricted, like, feeling chained to something. Whether it's, like, a bad habit, a toxic relationship, a negative thought pattern, whatever, you know. It's about, like, feeling powerless, like you don't have a choice, like you're stuck in this situation and you can't get out, you know. But, like, the thing is, you do have a choice. You always have a choice. Even when it doesn't feel like it, you always have the power to change your situation, to break free from those chains, to reclaim your freedom, you know. And that's what the devil is really about. It's about recognizing those limitations, and choosing to overcome them. It is not about blame. It is not about shame. It's an honest look in the mirror. So, think about it have you ever been in a situation where you knew something was bad for you, but you just couldn't stop doing it? Maybe you were in a relationship that was making you miserable, but you were afraid to leave. Or maybe you had a habit of, procrastinating on important tasks, even though you knew it was only going to make things worse in the long run. Or maybe you had a negative voice in your head that was constantly telling you that you weren't good enough, and you just couldn't seem to shut it off. That's the devil at work. It's that feeling of being trapped, of being controlled by something outside of yourself, of being unable to break free from those unhealthy patterns. But the good news is, you can break free. You can overcome those limitations. You can reclaim your power. You just have to be willing to recognize what's holding you back and choose to do something about it. So, how do you do that? Well, the first step is awareness, right? You have to be able to see what those chains are, what those limitations are, what those unhealthy patterns are. You have to be able to identify the things that are holding you back from your true potential. And that can be hard, right? It's not always easy to admit that we have flaws, that we have weaknesses, that we're not perfect, But it's necessary. Because you can't fix something if you don't know what's broken, So take some time to really reflect on your life, on your relationships, on your habits, on your thoughts, and see if you can identify any areas where you're feeling trapped, where you're feeling restricted, where you're feeling controlled by something outside of yourself, And be honest with yourself. Don't try to sugarcoat things. Don't try to make excuses. Just be real about what's going on, And then, once you've identified those limitations, the next step is to choose to overcome them, To make a conscious decision to break free from those chains, to reclaim your power, to create a better life for yourself, And that can be scary, right? It's always easier to stay in your comfort zone, to stick with what's familiar, to avoid taking risks, But it's also limiting. It's preventing you from growing, from evolving, from reaching your full potential, So be brave, be courageous, step outside your comfort zone, take a chance on yourself, and trust that you have the strength, the wisdom, and the resources to overcome whatever challenges come your way, It's when you're trying to learn a new skill, like playing the guitar, right? And at first, it's really hard. Your fingers hurt, you can't seem to get the chords right, and you just want to give up, But if you keep practicing, if you keep pushing yourself, if you keep believing in yourself, eventually you'll get it. You'll start to see progress. You'll start to feel more confident. And you'll start to enjoy playing the guitar, That's what overcoming the devil is like. It's about pushing through the discomfort, the fear, the self-doubt, and trusting that you have the ability to create the life you want, It's all about practice. So, what are some specific things you can do to overcome the devil? Well, it depends on what those limitations are, right? But here are a few general tips that can help, you know. First, set boundaries, right? Learn to say no to things that don't serve you, to people who drain your energy, to situations that make you feel uncomfortable, you know. Protect your time, your energy, and your well-being. And don't let anyone take advantage of you, you know. It's like, you know, when you're on an airplane and they tell you to put on your own oxygen mask before helping others. That's what setting boundaries is like. You have to take care of yourself first before you can take care of anyone else, you know. Also, practice self-care, right? Make time for activities that nourish your body, your mind, and your spirit, you know. Eat healthy foods, get enough sleep, exercise regularly, meditate, spend time in nature, connect with loved ones, do things that make you happy, you know, and prioritize those things. Don't let them fall by the wayside when you get busy or stressed. Make them a regular part of your routine, you know. And challenge your negative thoughts, right? Pay attention to the voice in your head that's constantly telling you that you're not good enough, that you can't do it, that you're going to fail, and start questioning those thoughts, you know. Are they really true? Are they based on evidence? Or are they just old beliefs that you've been carrying around for years, you know? And if they're not true, then let them go. Replace them with positive, empowering thoughts that support your growth and your well-being, you know. It's like, you know, when you're trying to learn a new language and you keep making mistakes and you start to feel discouraged. You have to remind yourself that it's okay to make mistakes, that everyone makes mistakes, and that the only way to learn is to keep practicing and to keep challenging yourself, you know. It's like those negative thoughts, that's like the language in your head. You have to relearn it. Okay, so like, how does the devil connect with all the other cards we've already pulled? Let's see. Okay, so like, with the Knight of Swords, that card is all about like rushing in, about taking action, about being impulsive, right? But the devil can be like, hey, are you sure you're not just running away from something? Are you sure you're not just trying to distract yourself from your own pain? It's like maybe the knight is using their energy and their drive to avoid dealing with some deeper issues, some hidden fears, some unresolved traumas, you know. And the devil is inviting them to slow down, to take a breath, to connect with their emotions, and to address those underlying issues before they go charging off in the wrong direction, you know. It is definitely about being mindful before you make that leap. The devil is asking you to be honest with yourself. With the Chariot, which is all about control and willpower, the devil is like, hey, are you trying to control everything because you're afraid of something? Are you trying to force things to happen because you don't trust the universe? It's like maybe the Chariot is clinging to control because they're afraid of being vulnerable, of being hurt, of losing something they value, you know. And the devil is inviting them to let go of that need for control, to surrender to the flow of life, and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Even if they don't understand it right now, you know. Just release the reins a little bit. You don't have to drop them. And with the Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity and truth, the devil is like, hey, are you sure you're seeing things clearly? Are you sure you're not being blinded by your own fears and desires? It's like maybe the Ace of Swords is being used to justify some unhealthy behavior, to rationalize some destructive choices, to avoid facing some uncomfortable truths, you know. And the devil is inviting them to take a closer look, to examine their motives, to challenge their assumptions, and to make sure they're not just fooling themselves, you know. Always ask why. And with the Six of Cups, which is all about nostalgia and childhood memories, the devil is like, hey, are you idealizing the past? Are you clinging to old patterns that are no longer serving you? It's like maybe the Six of Cups is being used to escape the present, to avoid dealing with current challenges, to recreate a fantasy version of the past that never really existed, you know. And the devil is inviting them to let go of those illusions, to embrace the present moment, to create a better future, and to recognize that the past is gone and it's not coming back. So the only thing you can do is learn from it and move on, you know. Don't get stuck. And of course, with death, the devil is like, hey, are you resisting the change that's trying to happen? Are you clinging to something that needs to die? It's like maybe death is trying to clear the way for something new, but the devil is holding on to the old, preventing the transformation from taking place, you know. And the devil is inviting them to surrender to the process, to let go of what's no longer serving them, to trust that the ending is also a beginning, and to embrace the new possibilities that are waiting for them on the other side, you know. See how all of these cards can almost fight each other. Okay, so like, what does the devil mean in terms of shadowed desires and creating security in intimacy? Well, I think it means that some of those shadowed desires might be rooted in fear, in insecurity, in a lack of self-worth, you know. It means maybe you're desiring things that are bad for you. It's like maybe you have a desire to be with someone who's emotionally unavailable because you're afraid of getting hurt. Or maybe you have a desire to control your partner because you're afraid of being vulnerable. Or maybe you have a desire to sabotage your relationships because you don't believe you deserve to be happy, you know. And the devil is inviting you to challenge those beliefs, to recognize that they're not true, and to choose something different, you know. To choose love over fear, to choose vulnerability over control, to choose self-worth over self-sabotage, you know. And it also means that creating security in intimacy might require you to confront some of your own demons, to face your own shadows, to heal your own wounds, you know. It's like you can't build a healthy, loving relationship if you're carrying around a lot of baggage from the past, if you're holding on to unresolved traumas, if you're struggling with low self-esteem, you know. You have to be willing to do the work, to heal those wounds, to release that baggage, and to create a solid foundation of self-love and self-worth before you can truly connect with someone else on a deep, intimate level, you know. And that's not always easy, right? It can be painful. It can be scary. It can be uncomfortable. But it's also necessary. Because you deserve to be happy. You deserve to be loved. And you deserve to have a fulfilling, meaningful relationship, you know. It's about believing in yourself. So, what are some specific shadowed desires that the devil might be pointing to in this reading? Let's see. Okay. So maybe you have a shadowed desire to be rescued, right? To find someone who will come along and fix all your problems, who will take care of you, who will make everything okay, you know. And the devil is like, hey, you don't need to be rescued. You're strong enough to handle your own problems. You're capable of creating your own happiness. You don't need someone else to save you. It's like, you know, when you're watching a movie and the princess is waiting for the prince to come and rescue her. And you're like, come on, princess. You can save yourself. You don't need him. That's what the devil is like. It's about recognizing that you have the power to create your own destiny, and that you don't need anyone else to come along and make it happen for you, you know. Be the hero. Or maybe you have a shadowed desire to be perfect, right? To be flawless, to be admired, to be loved by everyone, you know. And the devil is like, hey, nobody's perfect. Everyone has flaws. It's okay to make mistakes. You don't have to be perfect to be loved. It's like, you know, when you're looking at Instagram and you see all these people who seem to have perfect lives, and you start to feel bad about yourself. You have to remind yourself that Instagram is just a highlight reel, that nobody's life is perfect, and that it's okay to be yourself, flaws and all, you know. The devil wants to remind you to embrace who you are. Or maybe you have a shadowed desire to be in control, right? To have all the answers, to know what's going to happen, to make sure everything goes according to your plan, you know. And the devil is like, hey, you can't control everything. Life is unpredictable. Things are going to happen that you don't expect. You have to learn to let go and trust the process. It's like, you know, when you're driving in a car and you're trying to get to a specific destination and you keep getting stuck in traffic and you start to feel frustrated. You have to remind yourself that you can't control the traffic, that you can't control the other drivers, and that the only thing you can control is your own reaction, you know. And maybe it's time to redefine what love means to you. So, what does all of this have to do with the smoky quartz? Well, I think that crystal is there to help you stay grounded, to stay connected to your body and to your emotions, and to stay true to yourself, even when you're facing difficult challenges, you know. It's about creating that inner security. It's like the devil can try to trick you, to manipulate you, to convince you that you're not good enough. But the smoky quartz is there to remind you that you are good enough, that you are strong enough, and that you are capable of overcoming whatever obstacles come your way, you know. So hold on to that crystal, connect with its energy, and let it guide you on your journey to freedom, to love, and to happiness, you know. The smoky quartz is ready to work for you. It's about letting go of the shame and the guilt and the blame and embracing your own power. And so, with all of that in mind, what's the next step? What's the final card going to reveal? Is it going to offer a solution to these challenges? Is it going to provide a glimpse of the freedom that awaits you on the other side? Or is it going to present a new obstacle that you need to overcome? Oh my gosh, I'm so excited to find out. I have no idea what to expect, but I know it's going to be amazing. I can feel it. What is it going to be? What is the final answer? I just can't wait, and I hope you can't either. It is such an amazing journey that you are on. Are you ready to pull the last card? It is going to be really, really amazing. All right, drum roll, please. Okay, for how to break free from all this devil energy, for how to, ensure you don't stay stuck in these patterns, for, what you need to focus on right now. We have, oh wow, we have the Four of Swords. The Four of Swords, okay. This is, a much calmer energy than the devil, right? It's not as intense, but it's still, a really important card, especially after all that we've been talking about. The Four of Swords is traditionally about rest, about recuperation, about needing to take time to heal and recover from a battle, or just from a period of intense activity. It's about finding peace and quiet, about stepping away from the chaos of the world and going inward, you know. It's after all that fighting, all that struggling, all that trying to break free, you just need to stop for a minute and breathe. So, in general, the Four of Swords is about needing a break, right? It's about feeling exhausted, overwhelmed, depleted, and needing to recharge your batteries, you know. It's about recognizing that you can't keep going at this pace, that you need to slow down, to rest, to recover before you burn out, you know. It's when you've been working really hard on a project and you finally finish it and you just collapse on the couch and don't move for the rest of the day. That's the Four of Swords. It's that feeling of needing to do absolutely nothing, to just let your body and your mind rest and recover, you know. But it's not just about physical rest. It's also about mental and emotional rest, right? It's about needing to step away from the drama, the stress, the negativity, and find some peace and quiet, you know. It's about turning off your phone, closing your laptop, and just spending some time alone with your thoughts, or maybe meditating, or reading a book, or just sitting in silence, you know. Whatever helps you to quiet your mind and reconnect with yourself. That's what the Four of Swords is all about, you know. It's kind of when you're driving a car and the engine starts to overheat and you have to pull over and let it cool down before you can keep going. That's what the Four of Swords is like. It's about recognizing when your engine is overheating, when you're feeling stressed and overwhelmed, and taking the time to cool down before you burn out, you know. It's a good reminder to check in with yourself. Okay, but how does this connect with the devil? Because that's what we were just talking about. All those limitations, those unhealthy patterns, those shadowed desires, right? Well, I think the Four of Swords is coming in to say that you can't break free from those things if you're constantly pushing yourself, if you're constantly fighting against them, if you're constantly trying to control everything. The Four of Swords is hey, you need to give yourself a break. You need to stop struggling for a minute and just rest. You need to allow yourself to heal and recover before you try to tackle those challenges again. It's when you're trying to lift something really heavy and you keep straining and straining, but you just can't seem to get it off the ground. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just put it down, take a deep breath, and try again later with a fresh perspective. It can signal burnout if you don't find balance. It's like you can't force yourself to be free from those patterns. It just doesn't work like that. So maybe you're trying so hard to break free from those unhealthy patterns, to overcome those shadowed desires, to create security in intimacy. But you're just exhausting yourself in the process. You're constantly analyzing your thoughts, scrutinizing your actions, criticizing yourself for not being perfect, and it's just wearing you down. And the Four of Swords is hey, give yourself a break. You're doing the best you can. It's okay to not be perfect. It's okay to make mistakes. Just rest for a little bit and come back to it later with a fresh perspective. And maybe you're so focused on fixing your relationship, on making it work, on creating that perfect connection, that you're neglecting your own needs. You're sacrificing your own happiness. You're pushing yourself to the point of exhaustion. And the Four of Swords is hey, you can't pour from an empty cup. You need to take care of yourself first. You need to prioritize your own well-being before you can take care of anyone else. You absolutely have to make sure you are okay. So, it's about setting boundaries, about saying no to things that drain your energy, about making time for activities that nourish your soul. It's about recognizing that you deserve to be happy, you deserve to be loved, and you deserve to have a fulfilling life, regardless of your relationship status. It's a reminder to love yourself and to stop putting your happiness on hold waiting for the perfect partner. The Four of Swords can also be about finding a sanctuary, right? A place where you feel safe, where you feel supported, where you feel loved. It can be a physical place, like your home or a park or a church. Or it can be a mental place, like your own mind or your own heart or your own spirit. Whatever helps you to feel grounded, to feel centered, to feel at peace, that's your sanctuary. It's when you're feeling stressed and overwhelmed and you just want to escape to your happy place, wherever that may be. That's the Four of Swords. It's about creating that space for yourself, about protecting it, about cherishing it, and about retreating to it whenever you need to recharge your batteries. protect your peace. Okay, so how does this Four of Swords play with all the other cards we've already pulled? Well, let's start with the Knight of Swords, right? That knight is all about rushing in, about taking action, about being impulsive. But the Four of Swords is hey, slow down. You don't always have to be on the go. Sometimes the best thing you can do is just stop and rest. It's maybe the knight is using their energy and their drive to avoid dealing with their emotions, to distract themselves from their own pain, to run away from their own problems, And the Four of Swords is inviting them to pause, to reflect, to connect with their feelings, and to address those underlying issues before they go charging off in the wrong direction. This is all about not burning the candle at both ends. And with the Chariot, which is all about control and willpower, the Four of Swords is hey, you can't control everything. Sometimes you have to let go and trust the process. Sometimes you have to surrender to the flow of life. It's maybe the Chariot is trying to force things to happen, to micromanage every detail, to control every outcome. And it's just exhausting them in the process, And the Four of Swords is inviting them to loosen their grip, to trust that everything is happening for a reason, and to allow things to unfold naturally without trying to force them, Release some of that pressure. And with the Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity and truth, the Four of Swords is hey, you don't always have to be thinking. Sometimes it's okay to just turn off your mind and relax. Sometimes the best insights come when you're not even trying. It's maybe the Ace of Swords is trying so hard to understand everything, to analyze everything, to figure everything out. And it's just overwhelming them in the process, And the Four of Swords is inviting them to quiet their mind, to listen to their intuition, and to trust that the answers will come when they're ready, without having to force them. Some things take time. And with the Six of Cups, which is all about nostalgia and childhood memories, the Four of Swords is hey, you can't live in the past. You need to focus on the present. You need to create a better future for yourself. It's maybe the Six of Cups is clinging to those old memories, idealizing the past and neglecting the present. And it's preventing them from moving forward, And the Four of Swords is inviting them to let go of the past, to embrace the present, and to create a future that's even better than anything they could have imagined, Focus forward. And of course, with Death, which is all about endings and transformations, the Four of Swords is hey, you can't rush the process. You need to allow yourself time to heal and recover. You need to be patient with yourself. It's maybe Death is trying to push them to let go of something, but they're resisting the change. They're clinging to the old, and they're not allowing themselves time to grieve and to heal, And the Four of Swords is inviting them to surrender to the process, to allow themselves time to heal, to to be gentle with themselves and to trust that everything is happening for a reason. Even if they don't understand it right now, you know, grief isn't linear. Also, specifically, think about the imagery of the Four of Swords, right? Usually, it's like a knight or some kind of warrior, right? And they are laying down, resting, and maybe there are swords hanging above them or around them. But they aren't holding the swords. They're putting the swords down. They're choosing to not engage in that battle at the moment. So, think about what your swords are. We've already established that swords are about the mind, about communication, about truth. So, what mental battles are you constantly fighting? What arguments or conflicts are you constantly replaying in your mind? What harsh truths are you struggling to accept? Maybe the Four of Swords is telling you to put those swords down, to stop fighting those battles, at least for a little while, to give your mind a rest, to allow yourself to find some peace and quiet. Because constantly engaging in those mental battles is exhausting. It's draining your energy, and it's preventing you from moving forward. Or maybe the swords represent other people's words or actions. Maybe you're constantly replaying conversations in your mind, analyzing every word, trying to figure out what the other person really meant. Or maybe you're dwelling on past hurts, re-experiencing the pain and anger over and over again. Maybe, in that case, the Four of Swords is urging you to put those swords down as well, to stop letting other people's words and actions control your thoughts and feelings, to forgive those who have hurt you, and to move on with your life. It's also really important to consider what you're doing while you're resting, right? Because the Four of Swords isn't just about being lazy or unproductive. It's about using your time wisely to recharge your batteries, to heal your wounds, and to prepare yourself for future challenges. So, are you spending your time resting in a way that's actually beneficial to you? Or are you just using it as an excuse to avoid dealing with your problems? Are you numbing yourself with distractions like social media, or excessive TV watching, or mindless scrolling? Or are you engaging in activities that actually nourish your body, mind, and spirit? Are you meditating? Are you spending time in nature? Are you connecting with loved ones? Are you pursuing your hobbies and interests? Are you reflecting on your experiences and learning from your mistakes? Are you setting goals and making plans for the future? These are all important questions to ask yourself when the Four of Swords shows up in a reading. Because rest and recuperation are essential, but they're not an end in themselves. They're a means to an end. The goal is to use that time to heal, to grow, and to become stronger, so that you can face whatever challenges come your way with courage and confidence. You want to ensure this downtime isn't just avoidance. Okay, so what does the Four of Swords mean in terms of shadowed desires and creating security in intimacy? Well, I think it means that you need to be gentle with yourself. You need to be patient with yourself. And you need to allow yourself time to heal and recover from whatever challenges you're facing in your relationships. You know, it's like maybe you're feeling pressured to find a partner, to create that perfect connection, to have that fairy tale romance, and it's just stressing you out, you know. And the Four of Swords is like, hey, relax. You don't have to rush things. You don't have to force things. Just focus on your own happiness, your own well-being, and trust that the right person will come along when the time is right. It's about releasing the pressure so you can feel good again. Or maybe you're struggling with some deep-seated insecurities, some negative beliefs about yourself, some unresolved traumas from the past, and it's affecting your ability to connect with others on a deep, intimate level, you know. And the Four of Swords is like, hey, you can't fix everything overnight. You need to be patient with yourself. You need to be kind to yourself. And you need to allow yourself time to heal those wounds before you can truly open yourself up to love. It's about self-compassion and self-acceptance, about recognizing that you're worthy of love just as you are, and about trusting that you have the strength and the resilience to overcome whatever challenges come your way, you know. This doesn't have to be an immediate fix, and maybe you have a tendency to sabotage your own relationships, to push people away, to create drama and conflict, because you're afraid of getting hurt. You're afraid of being vulnerable. You're afraid of being abandoned, you know. And the Four of Swords is like, hey, you can't control everything. You have to learn to trust people. You have to learn to be vulnerable. You have to learn to let go of your fears and open yourself up to love. It's about taking a risk, about stepping outside your comfort zone, about challenging those negative beliefs, and about trusting that you're strong enough to handle whatever happens, even if it's painful, you know. So, what are some specific things you can do to embrace the Four of Swords in your life? Let's see. Okay, so maybe you can start by creating a daily ritual of self-care, right? Something that you do every day to nourish your body, your mind, and your spirit, you know. It can be as simple as taking a long bath, reading a book, listening to music, meditating, or spending time in nature, you know. The key is to find something that you enjoy, that makes you feel good, and that helps you to relax and distress, you know. And prioritize that ritual. Make it a non-negotiable part of your day, just like brushing your teeth or eating breakfast, you know. And it's also a good idea to set boundaries, right? To learn to say no to things that drain your energy, to people who don't support you, to situations that make you feel uncomfortable, you know. Protect your time, your energy, and your well-being. And don't let anyone take advantage of you, you know. It's like, you know, when you're invited to a party and you really don't want to go, but you feel obligated to go because you don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. You have to remind yourself that it's okay to say no, that it's okay to prioritize your own needs, and that you don't have to do anything that makes you feel uncomfortable, you know. You can't please everyone. Remember to honor yourself too. And it can also be helpful to practice mindfulness, right? pay attention to the present moment, to notice your thoughts and feelings without judgment, and to appreciate the simple things in life. You know, it's like, when you're eating a delicious meal and you're so busy thinking about other things that you don't even taste the food. You have to remind yourself to slow down, to savor the flavors, to appreciate the texture, and to fully experience the moment. It's all about being present. It means the more you practice these things, the easier they will become. So, how does all of this relate back to that smoky quartz? Well, I think that crystal is there to help you stay grounded, to stay connected to your body and to your emotions, and to stay true to yourself, even when you're feeling stressed and overwhelmed. It's like the Four of Swords is inviting you to retreat to your sanctuary, to find that safe space where you can rest and recover. And the smoky quartz is there to help you create that space, to protect that space, and to cherish that space. It's about recognizing that you're strong, that you're resilient, and that you're capable of overcoming whatever challenges come your way, but also that you deserve to be gentle with yourself, to be patient with yourself, and to allow yourself time to heal and recover. So when you're feeling overwhelmed, stressed, or anxious, just hold that smoky quartz in your hand, take a deep breath, and remind yourself that everything is going to be okay, that you're exactly where you need to be, and that you have the strength and the wisdom to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and connection. And honestly, that's all we can really do, right? Is to trust the process, to be kind to ourselves, and to embrace the journey with courage and with faith. The smoky quartz is there as your constant reminder to, keep your feet on the ground, but to also keep your head in the clouds, to dream big, to believe in yourself, and to know that anything is possible if you just set your mind to it. That's the power of the smoky quartz. It's about bringing you back to yourself, reminding you of who you are, what you're capable of, and what you deserve. And that's what you need to always be reminding yourself, to believe in that strength. It also ties into the grounding of the smoky quartz. The Four of Swords is telling you to rest your mind. But what if your mind is racing all the time? It's hard to just turn off your thoughts, right? The smoky quartz is there to help ground you into your body, which can help quiet your mind. So, when you're feeling overwhelmed, try holding the smoky quartz and focusing on your breath. Feel your feet on the ground. Notice the sensations in your body. This can help you to get out of your head and into the present moment, which can make it easier to relax and find some peace. The Four of Swords can almost feel impossible to do, but it's not. You just have to use the tools you've been given and trust yourself. So, with all of that in mind, what's the next step? What's the final card going to reveal? Is it going to offer guidance on how to use this rest to our benefit? Is it going to confirm that we are on the right track? Or is it going to introduce a new element that we need to consider? Oh my gosh, I am so excited to find out. I have no idea what to expect, but I know it's going to be something amazing. I can feel it. What is the next step in this journey? What is the final piece of the puzzle? Let's find out. Are you ready to pull the last card? It's going to be really, really amazing. I just know it. I can't wait. And I'm so happy to be on this journey with you. Okay, so, after all of that, all of those intense cards, all of those deep dives into your shadowed desires, we finally arrive at the Ten of Wands. And honestly, this card feels like a culmination of everything we've been talking about. It's like all those burdens, all those responsibilities, all those expectations, they've all piled up. And now you're carrying this huge weight on your shoulders. So, in general, the Ten of Wands is about feeling overwhelmed, right? It's about taking on too much, about stretching yourself too thin, about feeling like you're carrying the weight of the world on your shoulders. It's about reaching a point where you just can't take it anymore, where you're feeling exhausted, depleted, and completely burned out. It's like, when you're carrying a bunch of heavy boxes and you keep piling more and more on top, and you're struggling to keep your balance, and you're afraid you're going to drop everything. That's the Ten of Wands. It's that feeling of being overloaded, of being unable to cope with the demands of your life. You might feel trapped. You might feel like there's no way out. But there is, I promise you. But it's not just about physical burdens. It's also about mental and emotional burdens, right? It's about carrying around a lot of stress, a lot of worry, a lot of responsibility, and feeling like you can't let go. It's about taking on other people's problems, about trying to fix everything for everyone, about feeling like you have to be strong all the time, and it's just exhausting you. It's like, when you're trying to be the rock for everyone in your life, and you're constantly listening to their problems, offering advice, providing support, and you never take any time for yourself. That's the Ten of Wands. It's that feeling of being drained, of being unable to recharge, of being completely burned out. It's like you're good at carrying things, so people just keep giving them to you. It's definitely something to be aware of, right? And honestly, after all the cards we've seen in this reading, it's not surprising that you're feeling this way. We've seen the Knight of Swords rushing in, taking on too much, the Chariot trying to control everything, the Ace of Swords bringing clarity, but also difficult choices, the Six of Cups stirring up memories of the past, Death calling for endings and transformations, the Devil highlighting limitations and unhealthy patterns, and the Four of Swords urging you to rest and recover. So it's no wonder you're feeling overwhelmed. You've been through a lot. You've been dealing with a lot. And now it's time to figure out how to release some of that weight. It all adds up to this moment. It's like you've been climbing this mountain and you're finally at the top, but you're exhausted, you're depleted, and you're not sure if you can take another step. And the Ten of Wands is like, hey, You've made it this far. You're almost there. But you need to lighten your load before you can keep going. So, how do you do that? Well, the first step is to recognize what you're carrying, right? To identify those burdens, those responsibilities, those expectations that are weighing you down, you know. It's about taking an honest look at your life and seeing what's truly essential and what's just extra baggage that you don't need to be carrying, you know. It's when you're packing for a trip and you keep adding more and more things to your suitcase and you end up with this huge, heavy bag that's impossible to carry. You have to take everything out and sort through it and see what you really need and what you can leave behind, you know. It's you can't pack your fears. It's about that honesty we talked about. It's also really crucial to be honest about whether you put some of those burdens there yourself. Was it you? You're the only one who knows. So, take an inventory of your life. What are you responsible for? What are you committed to? And what are you simply tolerating? Then ask yourself, what can I release? What can I delegate? What can I eliminate? Once you know, act. And the second step is to start letting go, right? To release those burdens, those responsibilities, those expectations that are no longer serving you, you know. It's about delegating tasks, about saying no to requests, about setting boundaries, about prioritizing your own needs, and about trusting that other people can handle things on their own, you know. It's when you're working on a team project and you're trying to do everything yourself because you don't trust anyone else to do it right. You have to learn to delegate tasks, to trust your teammates, and to let go of control, you know. This is that control that the chariot had to learn to release. It is all interconnected. And the third step is to ask for help, right? To reach out to your friends, your family, your colleagues, your therapist, your spiritual advisor, whoever you trust, and ask them for support, for guidance, for assistance, you know. It's about recognizing that you don't have to do everything alone, that it's okay to ask for help, and that there are people who care about you and who want to support you, you know. It's when you're moving to a new house and you're trying to carry all the boxes yourself and you're struggling to lift them and your friends offer to help. You have to let them. You have to accept their help. You have to recognize that you don't have to do it all alone, you know. I think that's honestly been a theme throughout your whole life, you know. And okay, so how does this Ten of Wands play with all the other cards we've already pulled? Well, let's go through them, you know. Let's start with the Knight of Swords, right? That knight is all about rushing in, about taking action, about being impulsive. But the Ten of Wands is hey, slow down. You can't do everything at once. You need to prioritize your tasks, delegate responsibilities, and ask for help when you need it. You can't let the night control you here. It's maybe the night is trying to take on too many projects, to solve too many problems, to fix too many things, and it's just overwhelming themselves in the process, you know. And the Ten of Wands is inviting them to take a step back, to assess the situation, to prioritize their tasks, to delegate responsibilities, and to ask for help when they need it, Focus on what really matters. And with the Chariot, which is all about control and willpower, the Ten of Wands is like, hey, you can't control everything. You have to let go of some things. You have to trust that other people can handle things on their own. It's like maybe the Chariot is trying to micromanage every detail, to control every outcome, to make sure everything is done perfectly. And it's just exhausting them in the process, And the Ten of Wands is inviting them to loosen their grip, to trust their team, to delegate responsibilities, and to allow other people to contribute their skills and talents, Let other people in. And with the Ace of Swords, which is all about clarity and truth, the Ten of Wands is like, hey, you need to be clear about your priorities. You need to focus on what's truly important and let go of everything else. It's like maybe the Ace of Swords is getting bogged down in the details, losing sight of the big picture, and trying to solve every problem at once. And it's just overwhelming them in the process, And the Ten of Wands is inviting them to step back, to clarify their priorities, to focus on what's truly important, and to let go of everything else, Always keep the big picture in mind. And with the Six of Cups, which is all about nostalgia and childhood memories, the Ten of Wands is like, hey, you can't live in the past. You need to focus on the present and create a better future for yourself. It's like maybe the Six of Cups is getting stuck in those old patterns, clinging to those old memories and neglecting the present. And it's preventing them from moving forward, And the Ten of Wands is inviting them to let go of the past, to embrace the present, to focus on creating a better future for themselves, and to recognize that they can't carry the weight of the past with them forever, Let the past inform you. And of course, with death, which is all about endings and transformations, the Ten of Wands is like, hey, you need to let go of what's no longer serving you. You need to embrace the change and create space for something new to come into your life. It's like maybe death is trying to push them to let go of something, but they're resisting the change. They're clinging to the old, and they're making it harder on themselves in the process, And the Ten of Wands is inviting them to surrender to the process, to embrace the change, to let go of what's no longer serving them, and to create space for something new to come into their life, If death says release, just release it. And with the Devil, the Ten of Wands is like, hey, you need to recognize your limitations. You need to break free from those unhealthy patterns. You need to reclaim your power. It's like maybe the Devil is tempting them to take on too much, to fall back into those old habits, to stay stuck in that cycle of exhaustion and overwhelm. And the Ten of Wands is urging them to resist that temptation, to recognize their limitations, to break free from those unhealthy patterns and to reclaim their power, you know. Don't listen to that temptation. And with the Four of Swords, which is all about rest and recuperation, the Ten of Wands is like, hey, you need to prioritize your own well-being. You need to take time to rest and recharge. You can't keep going at this pace. It's like maybe the Four of Swords is tempting them to just give up, to just collapse, to just stop trying. And the Ten of Wands is urging them to resist that temptation, to recognize that they need to take care of themselves, to prioritize their own well-being, to take time to rest and recharge, and to come back stronger and more resilient, you know. Balance and boundaries. So, what does this Ten of Wands mean in terms of shadowed desires and creating security in intimacy? Well, I think it means that you need to be honest with yourself about what you're truly capable of, what you're truly willing to do, and what you truly need in a relationship, you know. It's like maybe you have a shadowed desire to be the perfect partner, to meet all of your partner's needs, to never disappoint them, and it's just exhausting you in the process, you know. And the Ten of Wands is inviting you to let go of that unrealistic expectation, to recognize that you're not perfect, that you can't meet all of your partner's needs, and that it's okay to ask for help, you know. It's about releasing that burden. Or maybe you have a shadowed desire to control your partner, to make them into the person you want them to be, to prevent them from hurting you. And it's just creating tension and conflict in the relationship, you know. And the Ten of Wands is inviting you to let go of that need for control, to trust your partner, to respect their boundaries, and to allow them to be themselves, even if it's not exactly what you want, you know. It's about releasing that power struggle. Or maybe you have a shadowed desire to avoid conflict, to keep the peace at all costs, to never express your own needs or desires. And it's just making you feel resentful and unfulfilled, you know. And the Ten of Wands is inviting you to speak your truth, to express your needs, to set boundaries, and to recognize that it's okay to have conflict in a relationship, as long as it's done in a respectful and constructive way, you know. It's about releasing that fear of conflict, and it is about speaking up. So, like, what are some specific things you can do to release those burdens and create more security in intimacy? Let's see. Okay, so like, maybe you can start by identifying your non-negotiables in a relationship, right? The things that you absolutely need in order to feel happy, secure, and fulfilled, you know. And be honest with yourself. Don't settle for less than you deserve. And communicate those non-negotiables to your partner clearly and respectfully. And be willing to compromise on other things. But stand firm on your non-negotiables, you know. It's like, you know, when you're buying a house and you have a list of things that you absolutely must have, like a certain number of bedrooms, a certain location, a certain price range. Those are your non-negotiables. You're willing to compromise on other things, like the paint color, or the landscaping, but you're not willing to budge on your non-negotiables, you know. It can't be only about the other person, and it might really help you to create a list. And it also might really help you to start delegating responsibilities, right? To share the workload, to ask for help, to trust your partner to do their part, and to stop trying to do everything yourself, you know. And be specific. Don't just say, "Can you help out more?" Say, "Can you take care of the dishes every night?" Or, "Can you be in charge of planning our date nights?" The more specific you are, the easier it will be for your partner to help, and the less likely you are to end up feeling resentful, you know. Everyone has to contribute. And it's also very beneficial to start setting boundaries, right? To say no to things that drain your energy, to protect your time and your space, to honor your own needs and desires, and to stop trying to please everyone else, you know. And be firm. Don't apologize for setting boundaries. You have a right to protect your own well-being, and anyone who truly cares about you will respect that, you know. Your boundaries can shift, and that's okay. So, what does all of this have to do with the smoky quartz? Well, I think that crystal is there to help you stay grounded, to stay connected to your body and to your emotions, and to stay true to yourself, even when you're feeling overwhelmed and stressed, you know. It's like the Ten of Wands is showing you all the burdens you're carrying, all the responsibilities you're taking on, all the expectations you're trying to meet. And the smoky quartz is there to help you sort through it all, to identify what's truly important, to release what's no longer serving you, and to create a life that's more balanced, more fulfilling, and more authentic, you know. You might even want to carry the smoky quartz with you, so it can help you. It's like when you're feeling overwhelmed, stressed, or anxious, just hold that smoky quartz in your hand. Take a deep breath and remind yourself that you're strong, that you're resilient, and that you're capable of creating a life that's filled with love, joy, and connection, without having to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, you know. And it can provide protection against other people's energy, you know. When you're really tapped into that power, nobody can take advantage of you. It's all about helping you prioritize your own well-being, which is so essential. A lot of these tips might seem small, but they are really important for taking care of you. It means it can also show you who you truly are. The crystal will only amplify what is real. So, honestly, that is the biggest takeaway from this entire reading, you know, to start with yourself. So, with all of that in mind, there isn't a next step. This is it. This is the end of the reading. This is the final message. This is the last piece of the puzzle. And honestly, I think it's a really powerful and empowering message, you know. It's about recognizing your own strength, your own resilience, and your own ability to create a life that's filled with love, joy, and connection, without having to carry the weight of the world on your shoulders, you know. It's really, really wonderful, you know. And honestly, I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited to see what you do with this information, how you use it to create a better life for yourself, and how you share your gifts with the world. This has been an amazing journey. It can truly start with that smoky quartz. And honestly, I just want to thank you for letting me be a part of it, for trusting me to guide you, and for being open to receiving these messages from Spirit. You were so amazing. And I know it's not always easy to face our shadows, to confront our limitations, to release our burdens. But you did it. You showed up. You were brave. And you made it through. And that's something to be really proud of. I'm so very, very proud. I am. I just really, really am. And honestly, I just want to encourage you to keep going, to keep growing, to keep learning, and to keep loving yourself and others. You have so much to offer the world, so many gifts to share, so much love to give, and I can't wait to see what you do with it all. It's going to be so awesome. And always be kind. Remember to listen to your heart. And always, always trust yourself. And honestly, that's all I have to say. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed this reading. And I hope you have an amazing day. Okay, so you chose the Aquamarine Pyramid, which is all about empowering you, to really find your voice. And with the theme being Starlight Clarity, it's about gaining that confidence to communicate your true needs and desires. So, right away, I feel like this reading is going to be about you stepping into your power and speaking your truth, which is so exciting. And wow, the cards you pulled are they're perfect. The World, the Knight of Cups, and Temperance. Seriously, this is amazing. Okay, so let's dive right in, okay? The World. Oh my gosh. The World card is it's the culmination of everything. It's the end of a cycle, a sense of completion, of having learned all the lessons you needed to learn. It's you've reached the top of the mountain, and you're looking out at the view, and you're wow, I did it. So with the World card here, it really feels like you've gone through a significant period of growth and transformation. It's you've been on this journey, and you've faced challenges, and you've overcome obstacles, and now you're finally at a place where you feel whole and complete. You understand yourself better. You understand your needs and desires better, and you're ready to move forward with confidence and clarity. And it's not just about personal growth. It's also about understanding the bigger picture. The World card represents a sense of interconnectedness, of knowing that everything is connected, and that you're a part of something larger than yourself. So, it's you've gained a deeper understanding of your place in the world, and you're ready to embrace your role and your purpose. Think about it like this, okay? Imagine you've been working on a really big project, a huge, complicated project that's taken up all your time and energy for months, maybe even years. And finally, you're finished. You've put the last touches on it, and you're ready to present it to the world. That feeling of accomplishment, of satisfaction, of knowing that you've done something amazing. That's the energy of the World card. Or, you know, maybe it's like graduating from college or finishing a really intense training program, or even just reaching a major milestone in your personal life. It's that feeling of having completed something important, of having achieved a goal that you've been working towards for a long time. And now you're ready for the next chapter, you know. But here's the thing, the World card isn't just about the end of something. It's also about the beginning. It's about recognizing that you've completed one cycle, and now you're ready to start a new one. It's like you've closed one door, and now you're ready to open another. So, with this card showing up in your reading, it's a really strong indication that you're at a turning point in your life. You're ready to leave the past behind and embrace the future with open arms. You're ready to take all the lessons you've learned and use them to create a better, more fulfilling life for yourself, you know. And the cool thing is, the World card also represents potential. It's like you have all the tools you need to create the life you want. You have the knowledge, the experience, the skills, and the confidence to make your dreams a reality. So it's really about believing in yourself and taking that leap of faith, you know. Now, remember how we talked about the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme? Well, the World card really amplifies that energy. It's like the aquamarine is helping you to see things clearly, to understand your true needs and desires, and to communicate them effectively. And the World card is giving you the confidence to actually do it. It's like, okay, I know what I want, and I know how to get it. You know, so with this card, it's really important to take some time to reflect on your journey so far. Think about all the things you've accomplished, all the challenges you've overcome, and all the lessons you've learned. And then use that knowledge to create a vision for your future. What do you want your life to look like? What kind of experiences do you want to have? What kind of relationships do you want to build? Don't be afraid to dream big, okay? The World card is all about limitless possibilities. It's about knowing that you can achieve anything you set your mind to. So let your imagination run wild and create a vision that truly inspires you, you know. And then start taking steps towards making that vision a reality. It doesn't have to be anything huge or drastic. Just small, consistent steps that move you in the right direction. Maybe it's taking a class, or starting a new hobby, or reaching out to someone you admire, or simply setting aside some time each day to focus on your goals. The key is to stay focused and committed, and to believe in yourself every step of the way. The World card is a reminder that you have the power to create the life you want. So, embrace that power and start living your best life, you know. And honestly, with this card showing up with the Knight of Cups and Temperance, it feels like this completion is really tied to your emotional world. It's like you've finally understood something deep about your feelings, about love, about relationships. And that understanding is what's allowing you to move forward with such clarity and confidence? Okay, let's dig a little deeper into that, because I'm feeling like this is really important. The World card can also represent a sense of freedom. It's like you've broken free from limitations, from old patterns, from anything that's been holding you back. You're no longer bound by the past, and you're free to create a new future for yourself. So think about what kind of limitations you might have been dealing with in the past. Maybe it was a fear of failure, or a lack of confidence, or a belief that you weren't good enough. Or maybe it was a toxic relationship, or a dead-end job, or a limiting belief about what you're capable of. Whatever it was, the World card is telling you that you're ready to let it go. You're ready to break free from those limitations and embrace your full potential. You're ready to step into your power and create a life that truly reflects who you are, you know. And this is where the aquamarine really comes in handy, because it's all about speaking your truth, right? And sometimes breaking free from limitations means speaking up, setting boundaries, and saying no to things that no longer serve you. It means being honest with yourself and with others about what you need and what you want. And that can be scary, especially if you're used to people-pleasing or avoiding conflict. But the World card is giving you the courage to do it. It's reminding you that you're strong, capable, and worthy of having your needs met. So, don't be afraid to speak your mind, okay? Don't be afraid to stand up for yourself. Don't be afraid to say no to things that don't feel right. The World card is telling you that you have the power to create your own reality. So, use that power wisely and create a life that you truly love, you know. And you know what else I'm seeing here? The World card can also represent a sense of belonging. It's like you've finally found your place in the world, your tribe, your community. You're surrounded by people who love and support you, who understand you, and who appreciate you for who you are. And that can be such a powerful feeling, especially if you've ever felt like an outsider or like you didn't belong. The World card is reminding you that you're not alone. You're connected to something larger than yourself, and you're surrounded by people who care about you. So, reach out to your loved ones, okay? Spend time with people who make you feel good. Connect with your community. And if you're feeling lonely or isolated, don't be afraid to seek out new connections. There are people out there who are waiting to meet you, who will welcome you with open arms. And the aquamarine can help you with this too, because it's all about communication, right? So, use your voice to connect with others. Share your thoughts and feelings. Listen to their stories. And build meaningful relationships that will enrich your life, you know. Okay, so to recap, the World card is all about completion, understanding, freedom, and belonging. It's about reaching the end of a cycle and being ready to start a new one. It's about breaking free from limitations and embracing your full potential. And it's about finding your place in the world and connecting with others. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires. So, It's like you're finally ready to step into your power and create a life that you truly love, you know. Wow, okay, that was a lot. But I feel like we really needed to dig deep into the World card because it's such a powerful card and it really sets the stage for the rest of the reading. So, now that we've explored the World card, let's move on to the next card, the Knight of Cups. Oh my gosh, this is going to be good. Okay, so the Knight of Cups is all about emotions, romance, and following your heart. It's about being open to new experiences and expressing your feelings with passion and enthusiasm. So, with this card showing up after the World, it feels like you're ready to embark on a new emotional journey, you know. The Knight of Cups is like, he's a romantic hero. He's charming, sensitive, and artistic. He's always following his heart and seeking out new adventures. He's the kind of person who wears his heart on his sleeve and isn't afraid to express his feelings. So, with this card in your reading, it's a really strong indication that you're ready to embrace your emotions and to let your heart guide you. You're ready to fall in love, to experience passion, and to express your feelings openly and honestly, you know. And it's not just about romantic love. It's also about self-love and emotional fulfillment. The Knight of Cups is reminding you to be kind to yourself, to nurture your emotions, and to do things that make you happy. It's about prioritizing your emotional well-being and creating a life that's filled with joy and passion. Think about it like this, okay? Imagine you're at a party and you see someone across the room who catches your eye. They're attractive, intelligent, and they seem really interesting. The Knight of Cups is the part of you that says, go talk to them. It's the part of you that's willing to take a risk, to put yourself out there, and to see what happens. Or, you know, maybe it's like you've been wanting to pursue a creative project for a long time, but you've been afraid to start. The Knight of Cups is the part of you that says, just do it. It's the part of you that's willing to embrace your creativity and to express yourself through art, music, writing, or whatever it is that makes you feel alive. But here's the thing, the Knight of Cups isn't just about impulsiveness and following your heart without thinking. It's also about being aware of your emotions and managing them effectively. It's about being sensitive to the feelings of others and treating them with kindness and compassion. So, with this card showing up in your reading, it's important to be mindful of your emotions and to make sure you're not letting them control you. Don't let your emotions lead you into situations that are unhealthy or that could hurt you or others. Instead, use your emotions as a guide. Let them help you to make decisions that are aligned with your values, and that will lead you towards happiness and fulfillment. And be sure to express your feelings in a way that's respectful and considerate of others, you know. And remember the aquamarine and the starlight clarity theme. Well, the Knight of Cups really needs that clarity. It's like the aquamarine is helping you to understand your emotions and to communicate them effectively. It's helping you to express your feelings in a way that's authentic and genuine, but also kind and considerate. So, with this card, it's really important to be honest with yourself and with others about how you're feeling. Don't try to suppress your emotions or pretend that you're not feeling anything. Instead, acknowledge your emotions and allow yourself to feel them fully. And then, find healthy ways to express those emotions. Talk to a friend, write in a journal, create art, or do something else that helps you to process your feelings in a constructive way. And be sure to communicate your feelings to others in a way that's clear, respectful, and compassionate, you know. And you know what else I'm seeing here? The Knight of Cups can also represent a new relationship or a new opportunity for love. It's like you're about to meet someone who will sweep you off your feet and fill your life with passion and excitement. Or, you know, maybe it's like an existing relationship is about to deepen and become more meaningful. You're about to experience a new level of intimacy and connection with your partner. Whatever it is, the Knight of Cups is a really positive sign for love and relationships. It's a reminder that you're worthy of love and that you deserve to be happy. So be open to new possibilities and let your heart guide you, you know. But here's the thing, the Knight of Cups isn't just about finding love. It's also about being a loving person. It's about treating others with kindness, compassion, and respect. It's about being supportive and understanding. So if you're in a relationship, make sure you're treating your partner with the love and respect they deserve. And if you're not in a relationship, make sure you're being a loving and supportive friend to the people in your life. The Knight of Cups is reminding you that love is a two-way street. It's about giving and receiving, about supporting and being supported. So be generous with your love, and you'll attract love into your life, you know. Okay, so to recap, the Knight of Cups is all about emotions, romance, and following your heart. It's about being open to new experiences and expressing your feelings with passion and enthusiasm. It's about self-love and emotional fulfillment. And it's about new relationships and opportunities for love. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about understanding your emotions and communicating them effectively. So, it's like you're ready to embark on a new emotional journey with clarity, confidence, and compassion, you know. Wow, okay. I'm getting so excited about this reading. The World card and the Knight of Cups together are they're magical. It's like you're finally ready to step into your power and create a life that's filled with love, joy, and passion. But wait, there's one more card, Temperance. Oh my gosh, this is going to be the icing on the cake. Okay, so Temperance is all about balance, harmony, and moderation. It's about finding the middle ground and avoiding extremes. It's about patience, understanding, and cooperation. So, with this card showing up after the World and the Knight of Cups, it feels like you're being guided to bring balance and harmony into your emotional world, you know. Temperance is like, she's the alchemist. She's able to blend different elements together to create something new and beautiful. she's patient, wise, and understanding. She knows that everything has its place, and that balance is the key to happiness. So, with this card in your reading, it's a really strong indication that you need to find balance in your life. You need to avoid extremes and find the middle ground. You need to be patient, understanding, and cooperative. And it's not just about finding balance in your external life. It's also about finding balance within yourself. You need to harmonize your thoughts, feelings, and actions. You need to be true to yourself and live in accordance with your values. Think about it like this, okay? Imagine you're trying to bake a cake, but you're not following the recipe. You're adding too much sugar, or not enough flour, or you're baking it at the wrong temperature. The cake is going to be a disaster. Temperance is like the recipe. It's the guide that helps you to create a perfect cake. It's the reminder that you need to follow the instructions and balance the ingredients in order to achieve the desired result. Or, maybe it's like you're trying to navigate a difficult relationship. You're constantly arguing, or you're not communicating effectively, or you're not respecting each other's boundaries. The relationship is going to suffer. Temperance is like the mediator. It's the voice of reason that helps you to find common ground and resolve conflict. It's the reminder that you need to be patient, understanding, and cooperative in order to build a healthy and fulfilling relationship, But here's the thing, temperance isn't just about being passive and avoiding conflict. It's also about standing up for yourself and setting boundaries. It's about knowing when to compromise and when to hold your ground. So, with this card showing up in your reading, it's important to be assertive and to communicate your needs and desires clearly. Don't be afraid to say no to things that don't feel right. And don't be afraid to stand up for what you believe in. But also, be willing to compromise and to see things from the other person's perspective. Be patient and understanding. And be willing to work together to find solutions that are fair and equitable for everyone, And remember the aquamarine and the starlight clarity theme. Well, temperance really needs that clarity. It's like the aquamarine is helping you to see things clearly and to make wise decisions. It's helping you to communicate your needs and desires effectively and to find common ground with others. So, with this card, it's really important to trust your intuition and to listen to your inner voice. Don't let your emotions cloud your judgment. And don't let others pressure you into making decisions that don't feel right. Instead, take some time to reflect on the situation and to consider all the angles. And then, make a decision that's aligned with your values, and that will lead you towards balance and harmony, And what else I'm seeing here? Temperance can also represent healing and integration. It's like you're bringing together different parts of yourself to create a whole and integrated being. You're healing old wounds and releasing old patterns, and you're embracing your full potential. Or, maybe it's like you're healing a broken relationship. You're working through past hurts and misunderstandings, and you're building a stronger, more resilient connection with your partner. Whatever it is, temperance is a really positive sign for healing and integration. It's a reminder that you have the power to heal yourself and your relationships. So, be patient, understanding, and compassionate, and be willing to work through the challenges in order to create a more harmonious and fulfilling life. But here's the thing, temperance isn't just about healing the past. It's also about creating a better future. It's about learning from your mistakes and making positive changes in your life. It's about setting goals and working towards them with patience and perseverance. So, take some time to reflect on your past and to identify any patterns that are no longer serving you. And then make a conscious effort to change those patterns. Set realistic goals for yourself and work towards them one step at a time. And be patient with yourself and celebrate your progress along the way. Temperance is reminding you that you have the power to create a better future for yourself. So use that power wisely and create a life that's filled with balance, harmony, and fulfillment. Okay, so to recap, temperance is all about balance, harmony, and moderation. It's about finding the middle ground and avoiding extremes. It's about patience, understanding, and cooperation. It's about healing and integration. And it's about creating a better future. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about seeing things clearly and making wise decisions. So, it's like you're ready to bring balance and harmony into your emotional world with clarity, confidence, and compassion. Okay, wow, I'm seriously blown away by this reading. The world, the Knight of Cups, and temperance together they're a masterpiece. It's like you're being guided to complete a cycle, embrace your emotions, and bring balance and harmony into your life. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires. So, it's like you're finally ready to step into your power and create a life that you truly love. A life that's filled with completion, understanding, freedom, belonging, emotions, romance, following your heart, balance, harmony, and moderation. And you know what's really cool? These cards, they're not just about you. They're also about your relationship with others. It's like you're being guided to create more harmonious and fulfilling relationships with the people in your life, to communicate your needs and desires effectively, to be patient and understanding, and to work together to find solutions that are fair and equitable for everyone. So, if you're in a relationship, this reading is a reminder to treat your partner with the love and respect they deserve, to be supportive and understanding, to communicate your feelings openly and honestly, and to work through any challenges that may arise. And if you're not in a relationship, this reading is a reminder to be open to new possibilities and to let your heart guide you, to be confident and assertive, to communicate your needs and desires clearly, and to attract a partner who is aligned with your values. And no matter what what your relationship status is. This reading is a reminder to be a loving and supportive friend to the people in your life, to be there for them when they need you, to listen to their stories, and to offer your support and encouragement, you know. Okay, so I think that's a pretty good overview of the cards, but I feel like there's still so much more to explore. These cards are so rich and complex, and they can be interpreted in so many different ways. But for now, I think we've laid a solid foundation for the rest of the reading. We've explored the meaning of each card individually, and we've looked at how they relate to each other. And we've connected them to the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme. So, now we're ready to dive deeper and see what else these cards have to reveal. I'm so excited to continue this journey with you, and I'm so grateful that you chose me to be your guide, you know. Okay, so what do you think so far? Are you resonating with these cards? Are you seeing how they relate to your life? I'm really curious to hear your thoughts. And remember, this is just the beginning. We're going to continue to explore these cards in more detail, and we're going to see what other messages they have for you. So, stay tuned, because the best is yet to come, you know. Okay, so I think I'm going to stop here for now. I feel like I've given you a lot to think about, and I want to make sure I'm not overwhelming you with too much information. But before I go, I just want to remind you that you are amazing. You are strong, capable, and worthy of love and happiness. And you have the power to create the life you want. So, believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and follow your heart, you know. And don't forget to use the aquamarine pyramid to help you to connect with your inner wisdom and to communicate your true needs and desires. It's a powerful tool that can help you to achieve your goals and to create a more fulfilling life. Okay, so I'm sending you lots of love and positive energy, and I'm looking forward to continuing this journey with you soon. Bye for now, you know. And one more thing before I totally sign off. I just wanted to say that I'm really feeling a strong sense of, like, almost destiny with these cards for you. It's like this reading was meant to happen at this exact time to give you the exact guidance you need right now. The way these cards fell together, it's breathtaking, honestly. The world, representing this culmination and understanding, flowing right into the Knight of Cups, urging you to embrace your emotions and follow your heart, but then grounded by Temperance, reminding you to find balance and harmony in it all. It's like the universe is whispering to you, saying, "You've done the work, you've learned the lessons. Now it's time to live your truth, but do it with grace and intention." And that aquamarine pyramid you chose, it's not just a coincidence. It's a powerful amplifier of that starlight clarity, giving you the confidence to speak your needs and desires, to finally articulate what you've been holding inside. It's like the universe is saying, "We're here to support you. We're here to guide you. But you have to take the first step. You have to use your voice." Think about it, all the challenges you've faced, all the obstacles you've overcome, they've all led you to this moment. This moment of clarity, this moment of empowerment, this moment of possibility. It's like you've been preparing for this your whole life. And now you're ready. You're ready to embrace your full potential and create a life that truly reflects who you are. So take a deep breath, trust yourself, and step forward with courage and conviction. The universe is on your side, and I'm here to support you every step of the way, you know. Okay, now I'm really done. Sending you so much love. Talk to you soon. Okay, so now we have the star, which is just, wow, after all that, it's like a breath of fresh air, you know. So we've got the star, and what this card is really about is hope, inspiration, and like a renewed sense of faith. It's like, after all that intense stuff with the world, the Knight of Cups, and Temperance, it's like the universe is saying, okay, take a deep breath. Everything is going to be all right, you know. The Star card is all about healing, about finding your inner light, and about believing in a brighter future, even when things might seem dark or uncertain. I feel like this is a very powerful card for you right now. So, think of the star as a guiding light in the darkness, you know. It's that little spark of hope that keeps you going, even when you're feeling lost or discouraged. It's the belief that things will get better, that you're not alone, and that there's always a reason to keep moving forward. So when this card shows up, it's like the universe is sending you a big, warm hug and saying, don't give up, you've got this, you know. And it's especially powerful coming after the World card. The World is that sense of completion, right? But sometimes, after a big accomplishment or the end of a cycle, you can feel a little empty, maybe. Like, okay, what's next? The star is answering that question. It's saying, the future is bright. You have so much potential. Just keep believing, you know. Now, remember the Knight of Cups. All about emotions and following your heart. Well, the star is like the inspiration that fuels that emotional journey. It's the belief that you deserve love and happiness, that your dreams are valid, and that you have the power to create a fulfilling life for yourself. It's like the Knight of Cups is ready to go on that adventure, but the star is giving him the map and the compass, you know. And then we have Temperance, that beautiful card about balance and harmony. The star is adding another layer to that, suggesting that true balance comes from within. It's about finding peace and serenity in your own soul, regardless of what's happening around you. It's about trusting that the universe has your back and that everything is happening for a reason, even if you can't see it right now. So the star is like the secret ingredient that makes Temperance even more powerful, you know. And the aquamarine pyramid we talked about at the beginning. It's like it's amplifying the star's energy. The Starlight Clarity theme is all about gaining confidence to communicate your true needs and desires. And the star is giving you the courage to do just that. It's like the aquamarine is helping you to see your own inner light, and the star is reminding you to shine it brightly for the world to see, you know. So, let's dig a little deeper into this card, Okay, I'm really feeling like this is important for you to hear right now. The star is a card of hope, yes, but it's also a card of healing. It suggests that you're on a path of recovery, whether it's from a difficult relationship, a challenging experience, or just general emotional exhaustion. It's like you're finally starting to let go of the past and to embrace a brighter future. The star is like a soothing balm for your soul, helping you to heal old wounds and to find peace within yourself. You know, think about it like this. Imagine you've been through a really tough time, like a really, really tough time. You've been hurt, you've been disappointed, and you've lost faith in yourself and in the world around you. The star is like that moment when you finally start to see a glimmer of light at the end of the tunnel. It's the moment when you realize that you're not broken, that you're still beautiful, and that you still have so much to offer the world. Or, you know, maybe it's like you've been struggling with a chronic illness, either physical or emotional, and you're finally starting to feel better. The star is like that feeling of relief, of gratitude, and of renewed hope that you can live a full and happy life, despite your challenges, you know. But here's the thing. The star isn't just about passively waiting for things to get better. It's also about actively participating in your own healing. It's about taking care of yourself, both physically and emotionally. It's about setting healthy boundaries, practicing self-compassion, and surrounding yourself with people who love and support you. So, with this card showing up, it's important to prioritize your well-being and to make choices that nourish your soul. Do things that make you happy. Spend time with people who lift you up. And don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. The star is reminding you that you deserve to be happy and healthy, and that you have the power to create a life that's filled with joy and peace, you know. And remember that aquamarine pyramid. It's there to really help with that communication piece, and the starlight clarity to help you be empowered and speak your truth. Because sometimes healing involves expressing your feelings, setting boundaries, and standing up for yourself. So, use your voice and don't be afraid to say what's on your mind. And you know what else I'm seeing here? The star can also represent inspiration and creativity. It's like you're about to tap into a new source of inspiration, whether it's through art, music, writing, or some other form of creative expression. You're about to discover a new talent or to find a new way to express yourself. And this is going to bring you so much joy and fulfillment, you know. Or, you know, maybe it's like you're about to receive a brilliant idea or a flash of insight that's going to change your life in some way. You're about to have a breakthrough that's going to help you to solve a problem, to achieve a goal, or to simply see the world in a new and more meaningful way. Whatever it is, the star is a really positive sign for inspiration and creativity. It's a reminder that you have the power to create beauty and to make a difference in the world. So, embrace your creativity and let your imagination run wild, you know. But here's the thing. The star isn't just about having brilliant ideas. It's also about putting those ideas into action. It's about taking the necessary steps to bring your visions to life. It's about being persistent, disciplined, and committed to your goals. So, with this card showing up, it's important to set realistic goals for yourself and to create a plan for achieving them. Don't be afraid to start small, and don't get discouraged if you encounter obstacles along the way. Just keep moving forward, one step at a time, and trust that you'll eventually reach your destination. The star is reminding you that you have the power to make your dreams a reality. So, believe in yourself and never give up, Okay, so to recap, the star is all about hope, healing, inspiration, and creativity. It's about finding your inner light, believing in a brighter future, and expressing yourself authentically. It's about taking care of yourself, connecting with your intuition, and pursuing your dreams with passion and perseverance. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to shine your light brightly for the world to see. So it's like you're ready to step into your power and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, and fulfillment, And you know what else is really cool about the star? It's a card that reminds you that you're connected to something larger than yourself. It's like you're part of a vast and interconnected web of energy, and you're never truly alone. You're surrounded by guides, angels, and loved ones who are always there to support you and to help you on your journey, Think about it like this. Have you ever had a moment where you just felt like you were being guided or protected? Like you were in a dangerous situation and something just miraculously happened to save you? Or you were feeling lost and confused, and you suddenly received a message or a sign that pointed you in the right direction? Those are the moments when you're connecting with your spiritual support system. Those are the moments when you're realizing that you're not alone and that you're being loved and supported from beyond, The star is a card that encourages you to cultivate that connection with your spiritual guides and angels. It's about taking the time to meditate, to pray, or to simply connect with nature. It's about listening to your intuition and trusting the guidance that you receive. And it's about knowing that you're always being watched over and protected, even when you can't see it, But here's the thing. Connecting with your spiritual support system isn't just about receiving guidance. It's also about giving back. It's about using your gifts and talents to serve others and to make a positive difference in the world. It's about being a light for others and inspiring them to shine their own light, The star is a card that reminds you that you have a unique purpose in this life and that you're here to make a contribution. So, don't be afraid to step into your power and to use your voice to speak your truth. Don't be afraid to share your gifts with the world and to make a difference in the lives of others. The star is reminding you that you're a valuable and important part of the universe and that you have the power to create positive change, Okay, so to recap, the star is all about hope, healing, inspiration, creativity, and connection. It's about finding your inner light, believing in a brighter future, expressing yourself authentically, taking care of yourself, connecting with your intuition, pursuing your dreams with passion and perseverance, and serving others. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to shine your light brightly for the world to see. It's like you're ready to step into your power and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, fulfillment, and connection. You know, wow, this is so exciting. I'm so excited for you. The star, it's almost like the universe is giving you a standing ovation, you know? Like, you've been through so much, you've worked so hard, and now it's time to celebrate your strength, your resilience, and your unwavering spirit. And the cool thing is, the star isn't just about celebrating your past accomplishments. It's also about looking forward to the future with excitement and anticipation. It's about knowing that anything is possible and that you have the power to create a life that's even more amazing than you ever imagined. You know, think about it like this. Have you ever had a moment where you just felt like you were on top of the world? Like everything was going right, and you were surrounded by love, joy, and abundance. That's the energy of the star. That's the feeling of knowing that you're living your best life and that you're exactly where you're supposed to be, you know. The star is a card that encourages you to embrace that feeling and to hold on to it tightly. It's about savoring every moment, appreciating all the good things in your life, and radiating positivity to the world around you. And it's about knowing that you deserve all the good things that are coming your way, and that you have the power to attract even more abundance into your life, you know. But here's the thing, the star isn't just about feeling good. It's also about sharing that good feeling with others. It's about being a source of inspiration and hope for those who are struggling. It's about spreading love, joy, and positivity wherever you go. So with this card showing up, it's important to be mindful of your words and actions, and to make sure that you're always uplifting and supporting those around you. Offer a helping hand to someone in need. Send a kind message to a friend who's feeling down, or simply smile at a stranger on the street. You never know how much of a difference you can make in someone's life just by being a positive and compassionate presence, you know. Okay, so to recap, the star is all about hope, healing, inspiration, creativity, connection, and celebration. It's about finding your inner light, believing in a brighter future, expressing yourself authentically, taking care of yourself, connecting with your intuition, pursuing your dreams with passion and perseverance, serving others, and spreading love and positivity. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to shine your light brightly for the world to see. It's like you're ready to step into your power and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, fulfillment, connection, and celebration. You know, wow, I'm like getting chills. This is such a powerful reading. I feel like it's really resonating with you, and I'm so excited to see what the next cards have to reveal. But before we move on, I just want to take a moment to really soak in the energy of the star, to really feel that sense of hope, inspiration, and healing, and to really believe that you have the power to create the life you want, you know. Because sometimes it's easy to get caught up in the day-to-day grind and to forget about our dreams and our potential. It's easy to let fear and doubt creep in and to tell ourselves that we're not good enough or that we can't achieve our goals. But the star is here to remind us that those beliefs are just illusions, that we are all capable of amazing things, that we all have a unique purpose in this life, and that we all deserve to be happy and fulfilled, you know. So, take a deep breath, close your eyes, and really connect with that feeling of hope and inspiration. Let it fill your entire being, and let it guide you on your journey. And know that you're not alone. You have the support of the universe, your spiritual guides, and your loved ones. And you have the power within yourself to create the life you've always dreamed of, you know. Okay, I'm going to stop there for now. I feel like we've really explored the star in depth, and I want to give you some time to process everything that we've talked about. But before I go, I just want to remind you that you are amazing. You are strong, capable, and worthy of love and happiness. And you have the power to create the life you want. So, believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and follow your heart, you know. Okay, I'm sending you so much love and positive energy, and I can't wait to see what the next cards have in store for us. Talk to you soon, you know. I feel like you're almost at a precipice, you know. Like you're standing at the edge of something great. The star is shining so brightly for you, but it's also like a test in a way. Like, are you going to trust that light? Are you going to have faith even when things get tough? Because life isn't always easy, you know. There are going to be challenges, obstacles, and setbacks along the way. But the star is reminding you that you have the strength and resilience to overcome anything. And that even in the darkest of times, there's always a glimmer of hope, you know. So, be prepared for anything that comes your way. Stay grounded, stay centered, and stay connected to your inner light. And remember that you're not alone. You have the support of the universe, your spiritual guides, and your loved ones. And you have the power within yourself to create the life you've always dreamed of, you know. The next cards, I feel like they're going to show us what those challenges might be, or what steps you need to take to really solidify this hope and inspiration. It's like the star is the promise, but the next cards are going to show us how to keep that promise alive, you know. So, get ready, because things are about to get really interesting, you know. And remember that aquamarine pyramid. Keep it close. It's your tool for clarity, your guide for communication, and your reminder that you have the power to speak your truth. And that's going to be so important as you navigate whatever's coming next, you know. Okay, I'm really done now. Sending you all my love. Okay, so now we have the Eight of Cups. The Eight of Cups. Okay, so after all that amazing energy, the Eight of Cups can feel a little melancholy, maybe. It's not necessarily a bad card, but it definitely brings a different vibe to the table, you know. So, the Eight of Cups is often about walking away from something, leaving something behind, searching for something more fulfilling. It's like you've invested time and energy into something, but it's no longer serving you. So you're turning your back on it and seeking something new, something that resonates more with your soul. And it's almost like the opposite of the star in a way, because the star is shining, and it's all like hope, hope, hope. But the Eight of Cups is saying, okay, but what if what you thought was your hope isn't? You know, it's like a course correction, maybe. So, let's think about how this fits in with everything else we've got going on, okay? We had the World card, right? That sense of completion, of finishing a cycle. Well, the Eight of Cups could be showing you that the completion wasn't quite as complete as you thought it was. Maybe there's still something lingering, something you need to let go of before you can truly move forward. It could be like you thought you'd finished the project, but now you realize there's a whole other wing of the building that you didn't even start yet. Or maybe it's not about something being incomplete, but about recognizing that something has run its course. You know, like you finished college, you got your degree, but now you realize that that field isn't really what you want to do anymore. So, you're walking away from that path and searching for a new one. It could be something like that, you know. It could be that drastic. And then we have the Knight of Cups, all about emotions and following your heart. This is where it gets interesting, because the Eight of Cups could be telling you that your heart is leading you away from something, not towards it. Maybe you've been holding onto a relationship or a dream that's just not working, and your heart is telling you it's time to let go, even though it's painful. It could be that you are following your heart, but your heart knows something your head doesn't. It's like the Knight of Cups wants to charge ahead into love and romance, but the Eight of Cups is like, hold on a second. Are you sure that's the right direction? Are you sure you're not just chasing after something that looks good on the surface, but isn't actually good for you? You know, this could apply to a relationship. It could apply to a job. It could even apply to where you live, honestly. And then, of course, we have Temperance, that card of balance and harmony. So, the Eight of Cups is really asking you to find balance by letting go. Sometimes, to achieve true harmony, you have to release things that are disrupting that balance, even if it's hard. It's about recognizing that holding onto something that's no longer serving you is actually creating more disharmony in the long run. So, how can you apply that to your situation? It's like Temperance is all about mixing and matching to create the perfect blend. But the Eight of Cups is saying, sometimes you have to throw out the spoiled ingredient before you can make something delicious. Maybe you're trying to force something to work that just isn't meant to be, and you need to let it go in order to create space for something better to come into your life, you know. And letting go of the bad ingredient gives all the good ingredients a chance to shine, too. And then the star is up there shining, and that's the final thing to consider, because the star offers such guidance and such hope. And maybe the star is what is making you consider walking away. Maybe the star is showing you that there is something better out there, something that is more aligned with your soul's purpose. And that's why you're feeling this urge to leave something behind. And even though it might be scary or sad, it's ultimately a step towards a brighter future. It's like the aquamarine crystal you chose is showing you the way to go. It's like, imagine you've been using a telescope to look at the stars, but the lens is smudged. You can see the stars, but they're blurry. The Eight of Cups is about cleaning that lens, about removing the things that are obscuring your vision so you can see the stars clearly. It's not that the stars aren't there. It's just that you need to clear away the obstacles to see them properly. That starlight clarity that you wanted. You gotta do the work to get to it. Or think of it like this. You've been sailing a boat towards a certain destination, guided by the star. But you've hit some rough waters, and the boat is taking on water. The Eight of Cups is about recognizing that you need to abandon ship, even though it's scary, in order to survive and find a new way to reach your destination. It's not that the destination is no longer valid. It's just that you need a new vessel to get there, you know. So maybe that's something for you to chew on. So, with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, the Eight of Cups is really urging you to be honest with yourself about what's working and what's not. It's about having the courage to communicate your true needs and desires, even if it means making difficult choices. It's about trusting that the universe has your back, and that by walking away from something that's no longer serving you, you're actually opening yourself up to something even better, something more aligned with your soul's purpose. You're going to have to trust the clarity that the aquamarine offers you. It's like you're looking at a map, right? And you think you know the way. But the aquamarine is showing you that there's a detour, a different path you need to take. The Eight of Cups is about having the courage to take that detour, even if it's unfamiliar, because you know that it's the right way to go. You can feel it in your soul. Okay, so let's get down to specifics, because this is where it gets really interesting, right? What could this Eight of Cups actually mean in your life right now? I'm getting so excited. Well, first and foremost, it could be about a relationship. And I know that's probably what you're most interested in hearing about, right? It could be that you're realizing that a relationship, maybe even this relationship that we're focusing on, isn't what you thought it was. Maybe the initial spark has faded, or maybe you've discovered some fundamental incompatibilities. Maybe your needs just aren't being met, and you're starting to feel like you're settling. The Eight of Cups is asking you to be honest with yourself about whether this relationship is truly fulfilling you, or whether you're just staying in it out of habit or fear of being alone. Are you happy? Are you really happy? Or are you just comfortable? Because there's a big difference, you know. That's the clarity that the aquamarine is meant to give you. And it's not just about romantic relationships either. It could be about a friendship that's run its course, or a family dynamic that's no longer healthy. It could be about recognizing that you need to distance yourself from certain people in your life in order to protect your own energy and well-being. It could be something that simple. I feel like maybe there's someone in your life who is a bit of an energy vampire, you know. Someone who constantly drains your energy and leaves you feeling depleted. The Eight of Cups could be telling you that it's time to set some boundaries with that person, or even to cut ties completely in order to protect your own sanity and well-being, because that's important too. It's also possible that this walking away isn't permanent, you know. Maybe you just need a break. Maybe you need some time to yourself to figure out what you really want. Maybe you need to create some space in the relationship in order to allow it to grow and evolve. It's all on the table. It's like, imagine you have a plant that's not thriving. It's not dead, but it's not exactly flourishing either. The Eight of Cups could be about taking that plant out of its current pot, shaking off the old soil, and repotting it in a new container with fresh soil. It's not about throwing the plant away. It's about giving it a chance to thrive in a new environment, you know. It's not about killing the plant. It's about knowing how to take care of the plant. Or maybe the Eight of Cups is pointing to your job. Maybe you're feeling unfulfilled in your career, or maybe you're just burned out. Maybe you've been working towards a certain goal, but you're starting to realize that it's not really what you want. Maybe you dread going into work every day, and you're starting to feel like you're wasting your life. The Eight of Cups is asking you to consider whether it's time to walk away from your current job and pursue something that's more aligned with your passions and values. It's about having the courage to take a leap of faith and pursue your dreams, even if it means starting over from scratch. It's about getting some career clarity, honestly. It could also be about a hobby or a creative project that you've lost interest in. Maybe you used to love painting, but now it feels like a chore. Maybe you started a blog, but you haven't updated it in months. The Eight of Cups is telling you that it's okay to let go of things that no longer bring you joy. It's about freeing up your time and energy to pursue new interests and passions. It's like, imagine you have a closet full of clothes that you never wear. They're taking up space and making it hard to find the things you actually love. The Eight of Cups is about decluttering that closet, about getting rid of the things that no longer fit you or make you feel good. It's about creating space for new clothes, new experiences, and new opportunities to come into your life, you know. Or, you know what else it could be? It could be about a place. Maybe you're feeling restless in your current home or city. Maybe you're longing for a change of scenery, a new adventure, a different way of life. Maybe the starlight clarity you're seeking is location dependent, and you have to go there to truly see it. The Eight of Cups could be telling you that it's time to move, to explore new horizons, to find a place where you truly feel like you belong. It's about having the courage to leave behind the familiar and embrace the unknown, because maybe that's what it's calling for right now. It's like you're a bird in a cage, and the Eight of Cups is the open door. You're safe in the cage. You have food and water, but you're not free. The Eight of Cups is asking you if you're ready to fly. And remember that aquamarine pyramid. It's like the pyramid is showing you a clear path out of that cage, but you have to be brave enough to take it. Okay, so those are just some of the possibilities that I'm seeing right now. But the truth is, the Eight of Cups could mean something completely different for you. It all depends on your unique situation and your own intuition. And honestly, the next card is probably going to shed even more light on what all of this means. So keep that in mind as we go. But I think the key takeaway here is that the Eight of Cups is urging you to be honest with yourself about what's working and what's not. It's about having the courage to walk away from things that are no longer serving you, even if it's difficult or painful. And it's about trusting that the universe has your back, and that by letting go of the old, you're creating space for the new and improved. All thanks to the guidance of that star we pulled a little bit ago. It's like you're climbing a mountain, right? And you're carrying a backpack full of rocks. The Eight of Cups is about realizing that those rocks are weighing you down and making it harder to reach the summit. So, you're taking those rocks out of your backpack and leaving them behind. It's not about giving up on the climb. It's about making it easier to reach the top. You know, and isn't that so great when you can have a moment of clarity like that? And here's the thing, even though the Eight of Cups can feel a little sad or melancholy, it's also a card of empowerment. It's about taking control of your life and making choices that are aligned with your soul's purpose. It's about refusing to settle for anything less than what you deserve. It's like, imagine you're writing a book, right? And you've written a chapter that you're just not happy with. It's not terrible, but it's not great either. The Eight of Cups is about deleting that chapter, even though you've spent hours writing it. It's not about giving up on the book. It's about making it the best it can be. That one part just didn't fit, you know. So, don't be afraid to make some tough choices, okay? Don't be afraid to walk away from things that are no longer serving you. Trust that the universe has your back, and that by letting go of the old, you're creating space for something even better to come into your life. And don't forget to use that aquamarine pyramid to help you gain clarity and communicate your needs and desires, and to ultimately lead you forward. Because the star is still shining, remember. Even if you're walking away from something, you're still being guided by that inner light. You're still on the right path. You're just taking a different route, you know. It's like you're playing a game, and you realize you've been heading the wrong direction. But the star is shining, and you can say, okay, well, I can just turn around. You just need to know that you can turn around. So, what do you think? Does any of this resonate with you? Are you feeling like there's something in your life that you need to walk away from? Are you ready to embrace the empowerment of the Eight of Cups? I'm so curious to hear your thoughts. And remember, we still have one more card to pull, so don't make any decisions just yet. Let's see what the universe has in store for us next, because this could all shift with that final card, you know. This could all take on a completely different meaning. This Eight of Cups could be the most important part of your journey, or it could just be a minor detour. So, let's wait and see what happens next, okay? But to be thinking about it, because sometimes the seeds are planted without you even knowing. And honestly, maybe this Eight of Cups is just a reminder that you're human. You're allowed to change your mind. You're allowed to walk away from things that don't make you happy. You don't have to be perfect. You don't have to have all the answers. You just have to be true to yourself and follow your heart. And trust the universe, you know. Okay, I'm going to stop there for now. I feel like we've really dug deep into the Eight of Cups, and I want to give you some time to process everything. But before I go, I just want to remind you that you are amazing, you are strong, and you are capable of creating the life you want, even if it means making some tough choices along the way. So believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and don't be afraid to walk away from anything that's no longer serving you. The starlight clarity of the aquamarine is there to guide you, and the star is shining brightly to lead you home. Okay, I'm sending you so much love and positive energy. I can't wait to see what the next card reveals. Talk to you soon, you know. I feel like you're on the verge of something big. This Eight of Cups, it's like a test of your courage and your faith. Are you going to stay stuck in the past, or are you going to embrace the future? Are you going to settle for less than what you deserve, or are you going to go after your dreams with all your heart? The choice is yours, and the universe is waiting to see what you decide. So, choose wisely, and choose bravely, because you've got this. Okay, so now we have the Nine of Cups. Oh my gosh, okay. This is interesting, especially after that Eight of Cups, right? So, the Nine of Cups is like, it's often called the wish card, you know. It's about wishes fulfilled, desires coming true, feeling content and satisfied with what you have. But after pulling the Eight of Cups, it's like, are those wishes genuine? Are they truly aligned with what's best for you? Or are they just superficial, you know? Are you wishing for the right things? Are you sure? So, okay, so the Nine of Cups. It's a generally positive card, don't get me wrong. It's all about satisfaction and happiness, and getting what you want. But I'm like, with the Eight of Cups right before it, it's making me think about whether what you think you want is actually what you need, you know. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you can have your wish, but are you sure that's going to make you happy in the long run? Or is it going to distract you from what you really need to be focusing on? Okay, let's connect this back to the other cards, because that's what's really going to make it click. Okay, so we started with the world, right? That sense of completion, of achieving a goal. And then we went into the Knight of Cups, following your heart and emotions. And Temperance, bringing balance into the mix. So maybe the Nine of Cups is signifying a wish fulfilled within that completed cycle, an emotional desire coming to fruition in a balanced way, you know. It's like you wished for this relationship, this job, this situation, and now it's here. But then, bam, the Eight of Cups shows up, telling you to walk away from something that's no longer serving you. So, is the Nine of Cups a false promise? Is it a wish that's actually holding you back from your true potential? That's what we really have to unpack, you know. It's like you wished for a fancy car and you got it. But now you realize it's a gas guzzler. It's expensive to maintain, and it's not really practical for your lifestyle. So, are you really happy with your wish fulfilled? Or are you starting to regret it? That's the kind of energy I'm getting here. It's something that you wanted, that you worked for, and now that you have it, you don't know if you really do want it, you know. And how does the star play into this? The star is all about hope, healing, and inspiration. So maybe the Nine of Cups is a wish that's aligned with your higher purpose, a desire that's going to bring you closer to your true self. But with that Eight of Cups lurking right behind it, it's like you have to be willing to let go of other things in order to fully embrace this wish. It's like the star is showing you a beautiful garden full of flowers and sunshine. The Nine of Cups is like, okay, you can have this garden, but you have to leave behind your old life, your old beliefs, your old patterns. Are you willing to make that sacrifice? Are you willing to let go of the things that are holding you back in order to fully experience the joy and beauty of this wish fulfilled? You know, it's like the wish is there, but it comes with a price, a cost, an asterisk. It really reminds me of that saying, be careful what you wish for, because you just might get it. But I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, because you can learn a lot from the fulfillment of that wish too. Like, did the work I put into getting this thing make me a better person? Or did I learn that I don't really want that? It's a win-win. Now, remember that aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme. This is where it gets really interesting, because the aquamarine is all about clear communication and understanding your true needs and desires. So maybe the Nine of Cups is a test of your clarity. It's like the universe is saying, okay, you think you know what you want, but do you really? Are you being honest with yourself about your motivations? Are you sure this wish is going to bring you closer to your higher self? It's like the aquamarine is shining a light on your wish, revealing its true nature. And it's up to you to decide whether it's something you truly want to pursue or something you need to walk away from, you know. You may have thought you were being clear in expressing that this is what you wanted, but the aquamarine may give you the clarity to realize you weren't truly expressing your authentic desires. It's like You're standing in front of a vending machine and you're about to push the button for your favorite snack. But the aquamarine is whispering in your ear, are you sure that's what you really want? Or are you just craving it because it's familiar and comforting? Maybe you should try something healthier, something that's going to nourish your body and soul. And it's up to you to decide whether to listen to that voice of clarity or to just go ahead and indulge in your old habits, Or think about it like this. Maybe you are going out to dinner with someone. You are so excited to see them. And when you finally see them, they give you what you think is a compliment. Oh, you look like you lost weight. But the aquamarine may give you clarity. Was that a dig? Were they making me think I was fat before? Maybe I didn't need to lose weight. The aquamarine is helping you cut through the noise to get the root of the situation. So, with all of that in mind, let's dive into some specific scenarios, okay? Because that's where this really comes to life. Let's talk about love, because that's what we're all here for, right? The Nine of Cups in a love reading could mean that you're about to have a wish fulfilled in your romantic life. Maybe you're about to meet your soulmate, or maybe your current relationship is about to deepen and become even more fulfilling. Maybe the universe is about to deliver the relationship that you've always dreamt about. Maybe the one that checks all the boxes is right in front of you. The one you said you wanted. That's so exciting. But with the Eight of Cups in the mix, it's like you have to be willing to let go of your old expectations, your old patterns, your old baggage in order to fully embrace this new love. Maybe you have to walk away from a toxic ex. Or maybe you have to heal some old wounds before you can truly open your heart to someone new. Maybe the aquamarine is showing you all of the flaws in your thinking. It's like you've been carrying around a suitcase full of old resentments and insecurities, and you need to unpack it and leave it behind before you can move forward. Maybe this wish fulfillment is your current relationship, and it's all about to finally happen with them. The connection deepens. The conversation gets real. It could also mean that you're about to get exactly what you think you want in a relationship, but you're not sure if it's really what you need. Maybe you've been longing for a commitment, and your partner is finally ready to put a ring on it. The universe is saying, you got your wish. But with the Eight of Cups and the aquamarine, it could mean that you might need to walk away from the engagement. Is that really what you need? But are you really ready for that level of commitment? Are you really compatible with this person in the long run? Are you just settling because you're afraid of being alone? It's like you've been dreaming of a fairy tale wedding your whole life, and now it's finally happening. But are you really marrying the person of your dreams? Or are you just marrying the idea of a fairy tale wedding? That's a really tough question to ask yourself, but the cards are saying it needs to be asked. It's important to have the starlight clarity. Is your partner showing you that they are actually ready? It's like that partner is promising you the moon, but are you looking at the stars and realizing they aren't what you want? And then, what about career? I feel like maybe this might be about career, too. The Nine of Cups could mean that you're about to achieve a major goal in your career. Maybe you're about to get a promotion, a raise, or a new job that you've been dreaming about. The universe is about to say, you got this. You have wished to have these professional wins. Or you are on the path to the fulfillment. But with the Eight of Cups lurking, it could mean that you need to walk away from your current career path in order to pursue your true passion. It's like you've been climbing the corporate ladder for years, but you're starting to realize that it's not really what you want. Maybe you're longing to start your own business, to pursue your art, or to dedicate your life to a cause you believe in. It's about knowing that you're on the right path and getting clarity on your next job, the thing you wished for. Or maybe you're already there and have wished for a chance for a promotion. The aquamarine is helping to be clear in that communication with your superiors. It's like you finally got the corner office, but you're realizing that you hate the responsibilities that come with it. Maybe you're longing for a simpler life, a life where you have more time for your family, your friends, and your hobbies. It's like you've been chasing success your whole life, but you're realizing that it's not really making you happy. So, are you willing to walk away from that success in order to find true fulfillment? Or are you going to keep chasing after something that's ultimately empty, you know? The question is, how do you measure success? What does real success actually look like? That needs some starlight clarity. Or, you know what else it could be? It could be about a creative project. I feel like that's really important too. The Nine of Cups could mean that you're about to have a major breakthrough in your creative work. Maybe you're about to finish your novel, release your album, or exhibit your art in a prestigious gallery. Maybe it's like you're wishing and hopping for a sale of your art, and that wish is about to be fulfilled. But with the Eight of Cups, it's like you have to be willing to let go of your perfectionism, your self-doubt, your fear of failure in order to fully embrace your creative potential. Maybe you have to walk away from a project that's not working, or maybe you have to change your approach in order to achieve your vision. It's like you've been working on a painting for months, but you're not happy with it. You keep trying to fix it, but it's just not coming together. So, are you willing to scrap the whole thing and start over? Or are you going to keep clinging to something that's never going to be what you want it to be? You know, it goes to show you what projects have the potential to go far and which to scrap. Maybe you are wishing for sales on an art project that just doesn't align. The starlight clarity of the aquamarine can help you see that. Or, you know, maybe it's a move. I feel like that's coming up again, too. The Nine of Cups could mean that you're about to move into your dream home, your dream city, your dream country. This is what you have been wishing for. But I'm seeing if you need to cut some ties. But with the Eight of Cups in the mix, you might need to consider walking away from friends. What ties do you need to sever? Maybe you have to leave behind your old friends, your old community, your old way of life in order to fully embrace this new adventure. Maybe you need to leave one place for another that's healthier. It's like you've been dreaming of living in a tropical paradise your whole life, and now you finally have the opportunity. But are you really ready to leave behind everything you know and love? Or are you going to be homesick and miserable, you know? Are you sure the new place will actually bring you more joy? Okay, so those are just some of the possibilities that I'm seeing right now. But the key is to really listen to your intuition and to be honest with yourself about what's working and what's not, and to use the aquamarine pyramid to gain clarity and to communicate your needs and desires, and also to remember that the star is still shining brightly, guiding you towards your true purpose, even if you have to make some tough choices along the way. What's guiding you and giving you clarity in the situation? Because this Nine of Cups, it's not just about getting what you want. It's about getting what you need to fulfill your soul's purpose. And sometimes, what you need is to walk away from something that's holding you back, even if it's something you've been wishing for a long time. The starlight clarity has been helping you move towards something bigger. It's like you are shedding those extra things you no longer need. It's like you're a butterfly, right? You've been dreaming of flying your whole life. The Nine of Cups is like you finally have wings. The universe is saying, okay, it's your time to shine. You're all good to go. But the Eight of Cups is like, but you have to leave the cocoon. You have to leave behind your old, comfortable life in order to fully embrace your new freedom. And that can be scary, you know. It can be hard to let go of what's familiar and comfortable. But if you want to fly, you have to take that leap of faith. With all of those cards in mind, you have to figure out which ones align. Which ones are going to help you be set free. So, with that in mind, what do you think this means for your situation? Does any of this resonate with you? Are you feeling like there's a wish that's about to be fulfilled in your life? And are you also feeling like there's something you need to walk away from in order to fully embrace that wish? And is that thing you need to walk away from somehow related to this starlight clarity? This feeling of empowered communication that we've been talking about since the beginning. I'm so curious to hear your thoughts. And remember, we still have one more card to pull. So don't make any final decisions just yet. Let's see what the universe has in store for us next. Because that final card could really tie everything together, you know. It could show us the path you're meant to take. Or it could completely change the meaning of all the cards we've pulled so far. What's that final push we need? I feel like you're at a crossroads. The Nine of Cups is offering you a gift, a wish fulfilled. But the Eight of Cups is warning you that there's a price to pay. And it's up to you to decide whether that price is worth it. Are you willing to let go of the old in order to embrace the new? Are you willing to walk away from what's familiar in order to pursue your true purpose? The aquamarine is there to help you see the path more clearly. You're doing all the right things. You're going to dinner. You're meeting up. But are they meeting what you need? That's what it comes down to. So, get ready, because the next card is going to reveal the answer, you know. I can feel it. This has been such an intense and powerful reading so far, and I'm so excited to see how it all comes together in the end. I feel like that next card is the one that will give you the biggest sense of clarity. So don't take these last cards for granted. Are you going to get what you wished for? Are you going to walk away? Okay, I'm going to stop there for now. I know this is a lot to take in, and I want to give you some time to process everything. But before I go, I just want to remind you that you are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy of love and happiness. And you have the power to create the life you want, even if it means making some tough choices along the way, you know. And you're clearly putting in the work to make that come true. So just let that resonate for a moment, and we'll see what happens next. So, believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. The starlight clarity of the aquamarine is there to guide you, and the star is shining brightly to lead you home. I'm sending you so much love and positive energy. I can't wait to see what the final card reveals. Talk to you soon, you know. I feel like you're about to step into a new chapter of your life, and it's going to be amazing. Okay, so now we have the Chariot, which is just okay. After all of that, this is like, wow, you know. So, like, we've had all this, like, emotional stuff and this wish fulfillment kind of energy. And now we have the Chariot, which is like raw willpower, control, direction. It's like you know exactly what you want and you're going to get it, no matter what, you know. The Chariot card is all about, like, overcoming obstacles, asserting yourself, and just, like, taking charge of your life, you know. I feel like this card is, like, super important for you right now because, like, with all that other stuff going on, like, you need to, like, harness this energy and, like, really take control of your destiny, you know. So, like, think of the Chariot as, like, a powerful engine, you know. It's, like, got all this, like, energy and momentum, and it's just, like, ready to go, you know. It's like you behind the wheel of your life, driving towards your goals, and, like, not letting anything get in your way, you know. So when this card shows up, it's like the universe is telling you to, like, step into your power and, like, really take the reins, you know. Like, don't let anyone else tell you what to do. Don't let anyone else control your life. Like, you are the driver, you are in charge, and you can do anything you set your mind to, you know. And, like, it's especially powerful coming after the Nine of Cups because, like, the Nine of Cups is all about wishes fulfilled, right? But, like, sometimes we can get, like, complacent, you know. Like, we get our wish, and then we just, like, sit back and, like, expect everything to be perfect, you know. But the Chariot is, like, saying, no, 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 you can't just sit back. You have to, like, keep working towards your goals. You have to, like, keep pushing forward, you know. Like, the wish is just the beginning. It's not the end, you know. And, like, remember the Eight of Cups. All about, like, walking away from things that are no longer serving you. Well, the Chariot is, like, giving you the strength and courage to actually do that, you know. Like, it can be hard to, like, let go of things, even if they're not good for us, you know. But the chariot is like saying, you can do it, you're strong enough. You have the willpower to, like, leave those things behind and, like, move on to something better, you know. It's like the chariot is, like, the engine that gets you out of there, you know. And, like, then we have the star all shining, and that also is going to give you guidance. The star is giving you the confidence to, like, take charge of your life, you know. Like, it's like the belief that you deserve to be happy, that you deserve to achieve your goals, that you deserve to live your best life. And, like, the chariot is helping you to actually make that happen, you know. The star is like showing you where to go, and the chariot is like getting you there, you know. And then Temperance, that beautiful card about balance and harmony. So the chariot is adding another layer to that, suggesting that true balance comes from taking control of your life, you know. It's about, like, aligning your thoughts, your feelings, and your actions, and, like, moving forward with purpose and intention, you know. It's like the chariot is like the force that helps you to maintain that balance, even when things get tough, you know. And like the aquamarine pyramid we talked about at the beginning, it's like it's amplifying the chariot's energy even more, you know. The Starlight Clarity theme is all about gaining confidence to communicate your true needs and desires. And the chariot is like giving you the, like, willpower to actually do that, you know. Like the aquamarine is like helping you to see your own inner strength, and the chariot is like reminding you to use it wisely and powerfully, you know. It's like you can clearly see what you want, and this aquamarine is helping you communicate it. Then the chariot barrels you toward the goal. So, like, let's dig a little deeper into this card, okay? I'm, like, really feeling like this is important for you to, like, hear right now. The chariot is a card of, like, determination, you know. It suggests that you have the power to overcome any obstacle, no matter how difficult it may seem, you know. It's like you're driving through a storm, but you're, like, not letting it stop you. You're, like, keeping your eyes on the prize, and you're, like, pushing forward with all your might, you know. Think about it like this. Imagine you've been working on a really, really, really tough project, like a really long one. You've been facing setbacks. You've been dealing with difficult people, and you've been feeling like giving up. But the chariot is like that moment when you finally see the light at the end of the tunnel, you know. It's the moment when you realize that you're almost there, that you're strong enough to finish what you started, and that you're going to succeed no matter what, you know. Or like maybe it's like you've been struggling with a, like, chronic illness, either physical or emotional, and you're, like, finally starting to feel better, you know. The chariot is like that feeling of, like, renewed energy and vitality, of, like, taking control of your health, and, like, living your life to the fullest despite your challenges, you know. Like you're saying, I have this illness, but it doesn't have me. The chariot really puts you in the driver's seat. But, like, here's the thing. The chariot isn't just about, like, blindly charging ahead without thinking, you know. It's also about having a clear plan, a clear strategy, and like using your intelligence and your willpower to like achieve your goals, you know. It's like you're not just driving through the storm, you're like navigating it with skill and precision, you know. So, like, with this card showing up, it's important to like set realistic goals for yourself, to like create a detailed plan for achieving them, and to like stay focused and disciplined, you know. Like, don't get distracted by shiny objects. Don't let anyone derail you from your path. And like, keep your eyes on the prize, you know. The Chariot is like reminding you that you have the power to create the life you want. But you have to like be smart about it, you know. This is like a very active card. The Chariot isn't just going to roll by itself. And like, remember that aquamarine pyramid? It's like there to really help with that communication piece, you know. Like, sometimes achieving your goals involves like expressing your needs, setting boundaries, and standing up for yourself. And the aquamarine is like helping you to do that with confidence and clarity, you know. It's like you can use your voice with a clarity that helps you steer your chariot. And like, you know what else I'm seeing here? The Chariot can also represent like victory and success, you know. It's like you're about to like achieve a major accomplishment, whether it's in your career, your relationships, or your personal life, you know. You're about to like reach the top of the mountain, and you're like going to feel amazing, you know. This is like a go-get-em energy. Or like maybe it's like you're about to like win a competition, receive an award, or like get recognized for your hard work and dedication, you know. It's like you're finally getting the recognition you deserve, and it's going to feel so good, you know. Like the Chariot is rolling into the winner's circle. You got the gold. Whatever it is, the Chariot is a like really positive sign for like victory and success, you know. It's like reminding you that you have the power to like achieve your dreams, and that you deserve to be celebrated for your accomplishments, you know. It's like you can put yourself on a pedestal. But like, here's the thing. The Chariot isn't just about like winning for yourself, you know. It's also about like using your success to help others, to like make a positive difference in the world, and to like inspire others to achieve their own dreams, you know. So like, go win that race so others are inspired. The Chariot is like reminding you that you have a like unique purpose in this life, and that you're here to like use your gifts and talents to serve others, and to like make the world a better place, you know. It's like you're not just driving your own chariot, you're like leading a whole parade of people behind you, you know. Okay, so like to recap, the Chariot is all about willpower, control, determination, victory, and success, you know. It's like about taking charge of your life, overcoming obstacles, achieving your goals, and using your power to help others, you know. And like with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about like having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, And two, like, shine your light brightly for the world to see, So, like, it's like you're ready to, like, step into your power and create a, like, life that's filled with, like, joy, purpose, fulfillment, and success, you know. And it's like you're really ready for that push, that action, to make a decision and move forward. And, like, you know what else is, like, really cool about the Chariot? It's like a card that reminds you that you're, like, in control of your own destiny, It's like you're not a victim of circumstance. You're not at the mercy of fate. You're, like, the author of your own story. And you have the power to, like, write it however you want, No one can tell you what to do. Think about it like this. Have you ever had a moment where you just, like, felt completely powerless, like you were just being tossed around by the waves of life, and you had no control over what was happening to you? It feels bad. The Chariot is, like, the antidote to that feeling, It's like the moment when you realize that you're not a puppet, you're the puppeteer, and you can, like, pull the strings however you want, You're the one writing the story. The Chariot is a card that, like, encourages you to embrace that feeling of, like, empowerment and to, like, use it to create the life you want, It's about, like, setting your intentions, making your decisions, and taking action to make your dreams a reality. And, like, not letting anyone or anything stop you, This Chariot has all-wheel drive. But, like, here's the thing. Being in control of your own destiny isn't just about, like, doing whatever you want, It's also about, like, taking responsibility for your actions, owning your mistakes, and, like, learning from your experiences, The decisions are all yours. The Chariot is, like, reminding you that you're accountable for your own life and that you have to, like, make choices that are aligned with your values and your goals, It's like you're not just driving your own chariot, you're, like, responsible for where it's going and for the impact it's having on the world around you, The world is watching. Okay, so, like, to recap, the Chariot is all about willpower, control, determination, victory, success, and responsibility, It's like about taking charge of your life, overcoming obstacles, achieving your goals, using your power to help others, and owning your actions, And, like, with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about, like, having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to, like, shine your light brightly for the world to see, So that clarity can help guide you. It's like you're ready to, like, step into your power and create a, like, life that's filled with, like, joy, purpose, fulfillment, success, and responsibility, Wow, this is getting exciting. The Chariot, it's almost like the universe is, like, giving you a, like, pep talk, Like, okay, you've got this. You're strong. You're capable. You can do anything you set your mind to. Now go out there and make it happen. And, like, the cool thing is, the Chariot isn't just about, like, individual success. It's also about, like, collective success, you know. You're taking people with you. Think about it like this. Have you ever had a moment where you just, felt like you were part of something bigger than yourself? Like you were working towards a common goal with a group of people, and you were all, supporting each other and helping each other to succeed. The Chariot is, the embodiment of that feeling, you know. It's like the moment when you realize that you're not alone, that you have a, community of people who believe in you and who are, there to support you every step of the way, and that you can, achieve anything together that you set your mind to, you know, as long as they are on the same page. The Chariot is a card that, encourages you to embrace that feeling of, collaboration and to, work with others to achieve your goals, you know. It's about, sharing your knowledge, your skills, and your resources with others. And, creating a, win-win situation for everyone involved. And, making a positive impact on the world together, you know. So, go find your tribe. But, here's the thing. Collaborating with others isn't always easy, you know. It can be challenging to, work with people who have different perspectives, different values, and different goals. And some people can just be difficult. The Chariot is, reminding you that it's important to be, patient, understanding, and respectful when working with others. And to, communicate your needs and desires clearly and effectively, you know. It's about, finding common ground, compromising when necessary, and, working together to create solutions that benefit everyone, you know. Even if you drive that Chariot, you need people with you. Okay, so, to recap, the Chariot is all about willpower, control, determination, victory, success, responsibility, and collaboration. You know, it's about taking charge of your life, overcoming obstacles, achieving your goals, using your power to help others, owning your actions, and working together to create a better world, you know. It can make a better world, or it can crash. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about, having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to, shine your light brightly for the world to see, you know. You may not get a second chance. Don't let the starlight clarity go by. It's you're ready to, step into your power and create a, life that's filled with, joy, purpose, fulfillment, success, responsibility, and collaboration. You know, it's you're driving that car and taking everyone for a ride. Wow. Okay. What does that all mean? So, where does that leave you? Let's bring this back to practical advice. What does the Chariot mean in your life right now? So, love, you have to ask yourself, are you in control of your love life? Or is it controlling you? Do you even want to be? Are you driving this relationship where you want it to go? Or are you just along for the ride? Are you taking charge of your own happiness? Or are you relying on someone else to make you happy? The Chariot is get in the driver's seat. It could be that you need to be more assertive in expressing your needs and desires to your partner. You need some clarity of thought on whether it's time to turn around or if you just need a gas break. Is that clarity helping you see the next steps? It could also mean that you need to walk away from a relationship that's not serving you anymore. Now, that's not necessarily the Chariot. That is in combo with those other cards. But the Chariot can give you that push. The strength to, finally leave that relationship. The ability to say, I am getting off this ride, And maybe the starlight clarity helps you realize it. You're a wonderful person, but I can't continue. What about career? You have to ask, are you in control of your career, or is your career controlling you? Are you on the path that you want to be on, or are you just stuck in a rut? That rut that Chariot can help you push out of and onto the new road. What are you working towards? The Chariot could mean that you need to take charge of your career, set some goals, and start working towards them with determination. Now is the time to show your assertiveness. If you're feeling unfulfilled, it could mean that you need to make a change, whether it's finding a new job, going back to school, or starting your own business. And that aquamarine pyramid is giving you the communication and the starlight clarity needed to do so. What about personal growth? Are you in control of your own life? Or are you letting your fears and insecurities hold you back? Those fears are heavy, so you should use that aquamarine. The Chariot could mean that you need to take charge of your personal growth, identify your weaknesses, and start working to overcome them. Get on a plan. What steps are you taking? It will help if you truly take control. Take one day at a time, one thing at a time. Here's the thing, what the overall feeling of this with these cards is that you can do this. Whatever it is that is making you feel whatever you are feeling, these cards are showing me that you can absolutely come out on top. And again, with all of this, ask yourself, is that aquamarine really giving you the starlight clarity that you need? Are you taking the steps needed? And are you going to listen to the cards? Okay, so that's the Chariot. That's the cards. That's you and me right now. And I'm so ready and excited to hear your thoughts and what you think about all of it. I can't wait to see what else the future holds for you. There's a lot more to come. Okay, and before I get too carried away, let's leave things here. The aquamarine pyramid is there to support you, and the star is shining brightly to lead you home. The next card, well, that's going to seal the deal. Okay, so now we have the Fool. Oh my gosh, this is the perfect card to end this reading with, So, after all of that, intense stuff we've been talking about, the Fool is like a breath of fresh air. It's like a clean slate. It's like anything is possible, The Fool card is all about new beginnings, about taking a leap of faith, about trusting the universe, and just going for it, It's like you're standing at the edge of a cliff and you don't know what's down there, but you're ready to jump anyway, because you trust that everything is going to be okay, It's like you have to trust yourself. I feel like this card is super important for you right now because, like, with all that, like completion and like emotional stuff we've been talking about, like, you're ready for something new. You're ready for a new adventure. And the Fool is like giving you the green light to just, like, go for it, you know. You have the chance to do whatever you want, and it's all open to you. So, like, think of the Fool as like a little kid, you know. Like a kid who's just, like, full of wonder and excitement, and, like, isn't afraid to try new things, you know. It's like that's the energy you need to tap into right now, that feeling of, like, anything is possible. And, like, you can do anything you set your mind to, you know. Remember the aquamarine that you picked at the very beginning of all of this? You know, that crystal of empowerment. Well, the Fool is helping you use it, you know. You got your crystal. The one that helps with gaining the confidence to communicate all your true needs and desires and to help guide you. This is the moment. Use your voice and tell the Fool to go where you want. So when this card shows up, it's like the universe is telling you to, like, embrace your inner child, to, like, let go of your fears and insecurities, and to just, like, have fun, you know. Like, don't take things too seriously. Don't worry about what other people think. Just, like, do what makes you happy, you know. And, like, it's especially powerful coming after the Chariot because, like, the Chariot is all about taking control and, like, being responsible, right? But sometimes we can get, like, too caught up in that, you know. Like, we can get too focused on, like, planning everything out and, like, making sure everything is perfect. And we forget to just, like, have fun and enjoy the ride, you know. But the Fool is, like, saying, hey, it's okay to, like, let go of control sometimes. It's okay to be spontaneous. It's okay to just, like, see where life takes you, you know. So, like, sure, you can drive that Chariot, but sometimes you can't think too hard about every move. Relax. Just enjoy the ride. And, like, remember the 9 of Cups, all about wishes fulfilled. Well, the Fool is, like, saying that, like, those wishes are just the beginning, you know. Like, they're just, like, the starting point for a new adventure. And, like, it's up to you to, like, take those wishes and, like, create something amazing with them, you know. So, it's like you have to continue that path of hope. You can't just hope to get what you want without acting. You also can't get every single little thing exactly as you planned. That can be tough, but it's part of the journey. It's like you wished for a new relationship, and now you've got it. But that's just the beginning. Now you have to, like, nurture that relationship. You have to, like, build a connection with that person. And you have to, like, create a life together, you know. And, like, remember the 8 of Cups. All about walking away from things that are no longer serving you. Well, the Fool is, like, giving you the courage to actually do that, you know. Like, it can be hard to, like, let go of the past. But the Fool is, like, saying, hey, the past is the past. It's time to move on. It's time to embrace the future, you know. What do you think the Fool does after walking away from those cups? He makes something new. He doesn't sit there mopping. And, like, then we have the star, all shining. And that is going to give you all kinds of guidance. Like, the star is giving you the hope and the faith to, like, trust that everything is going to be okay. Even when you don't know what's going to happen, you know. It's like the star is like your guiding light, and the Fool is like helping you to follow that light, even when it's scary, you know. And then Temperance, that beautiful card about balance and harmony. Like, the aquamarine is like helping you to see things clearly and to communicate your needs and desires, you know. It's like the Fool is like helping you to use that clarity to make good decisions and to create a life that's in alignment with your values, you know. So, like, let's dig a little deeper into this card, okay? I'm, like, really feeling like this is important for you too, like, here right now. The Fool is a card of, like, unlimited potential, you know. It suggests that you have the power to create anything you want, that you have the ability to achieve anything you set your mind to, you know. If you act, that is. The Fool will go nowhere unless you choose to take action. So, what are you going to do? It's like you're standing at the beginning of a new chapter, and you have the opportunity to write it however you want. You know, it's a blank page. Now is the time to think about that aquamarine that you picked. What is it telling you? Are you listening to its message? I feel like it's important. Think about it like this. Imagine you've been feeling stuck in a rut for a long time, like you've been doing the same thing day in and day out, and you're just feeling bored and uninspired, right? Well, the Fool is like that moment when you, like, suddenly realize that you don't have to live that way anymore, you know. It's the moment when you, like, decide to break free from your routine, to try something new, to, like, step outside of your comfort zone and, like, see what's out there, you know. Or, like, maybe it's like you've been dreaming of starting your own business, but you've been too afraid to take the leap, right? The Fool is like that feeling of, like, okay, I'm doing it. I'm going to quit my job. I'm going to invest my savings. And I'm going to make this happen, you know. It's like you are diving headfirst into the business pool, but with a lot of knowledge on your part. But, like, here's the thing. The Fool isn't just about, like, recklessly jumping into things without thinking, you know. It's also about, like, trusting your intuition, about listening to your inner voice, and about, like, having faith that everything is going to be okay. Even when you don't know what's going to happen, you know. Even if that's scary. It's like you're not just blindly stumbling forward, you're, like, following a path that's been chosen for you by the universe, you know. So, like, with this card showing up, it's important to, like, pay attention to your gut feelings, to, like, listen to your intuition, and to, like, trust that you're being guided in the right direction, even when you can't see the whole picture, you know. And think about how the starlight clarity can help guide you. That has been your friend through all of this. Why wouldn't you trust it? And, like, remember that aquamarine pyramid. It's, like, there to really help you connect with that intuition, you know. It has been with you all along for a reason. That is so special. So, like, sometimes following your intuition involves, like, making difficult choices, like walking away from things that are no longer serving you. But the aquamarine is like helping you to do that with confidence and clarity, you know. The pyramid knows the path to success for you, and I feel like it's there to help you, you know. Is there a relationship you need to leave behind? It will guide you. And like, you know what else I'm seeing here? The Fool can also represent like freedom and independence, you know. This card offers you the chance to be at peace, the opportunity to live whatever kind of life you want. It's like you're not tied down by anything or anyone. You're free to like explore the world, to pursue your passions, and to like create a life that's truly authentic to you, you know. The chains are off. You don't have to be held down anymore. This has all been about the chains coming off. Now is the time to take action. It's like you're not living someone else's life. You're living your own life. And that feels amazing, you know. Or like, maybe it's like you're finally breaking free from a toxic relationship, a dead-end job, or like a limiting belief that's been holding you back for years, you know. It's like you're finally realizing that you deserve to be happy, and you're taking steps to make that happen, you know. You are wonderful. You deserve the best. And the pyramid has been helping guide you toward all of those things. So what's stopping you? I feel like you're so close to the goal that you can just reach out and grab it. You're one step away. Whatever it is, the Fool is a like really positive sign for like freedom and independence, you know. It's like reminding you that you have the power to like create your own reality, and that you deserve to like live a life that's filled with like joy, purpose, and authenticity. You know, you're going to shine so bright. But like, here's the thing. Being free and independent isn't just about like doing whatever you want, you know. It's also about like being responsible for your own choices, owning your own mistakes, and like learning from your own experiences, you know, and listening to that aquamarine. The aquamarine and the Fool are a wonderful combo. The choice is yours to make, and yours alone. The Fool is like reminding you that you're accountable for your own life, and that you have to like make decisions that are aligned with your values and your goals, you know. It's like you're not just wandering aimlessly through life, you're like creating your own path, and you have to be like mindful of where you're going, you know. Okay, so like to recap, the Fool is all about new beginnings, taking a leap of faith, trusting the universe, unlimited potential, freedom, and independence, you know. The Fool has so many things that they can offer, and I feel like with you and your journey, that could come true. It's like about embracing your inner child, letting go of your fears, following your intuition, and creating a life that's truly authentic to you, you know. And like with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about like having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to like shine your light brightly for the world to see, you know. So like, it's like you're ready to like step into your power and create a like life that's filled with like joy, purpose, fulfillment, and freedom, you know. I'm so excited. And it is all about this starlight clarity and the confidence to communicate your true needs. Do you believe in the message that your pyramid is telling you? Have you listened to it? Now is your chance to put it to action. What are you waiting for? And you know what else is really cool about the Fool? It's like a card that reminds you that you're always learning, you're always growing, and you're always evolving, you know. It's like you're not a finished product, you're a work in progress. And that's a beautiful thing, you know. You have the option to keep going or to stop. That's fine if you do. Think about it like this. Have you ever had a moment where you just realized that you were wrong about something, you had a belief that was completely false, and you had to change your whole perspective, you know? Well, the Fool is like that moment, you know. It's like the moment when you realize that you don't have all the answers, that you're still learning, and that you're open to new ideas and new experiences, you know. And that comes with a sense of freedom. The Fool is a card that encourages you to embrace that feeling of humility and to be willing to learn from your mistakes, to be open to new perspectives, and to always strive to be a better version of yourself, you know. You are wonderful, but there's always room to improve, and the Aquamarine wants to see that happen for you. I truly believe that you have the ability to do anything. But here's the thing. Being open to learning and growing isn't always easy, you know. It can be challenging to confront your own biases, to admit that you were wrong, and to change your beliefs, you know. The Fool is reminding you that it's important to be patient with yourself, to be compassionate with yourself, and to remember that everyone makes mistakes, and that's okay, you know. It is so okay. It's about learning from those mistakes, moving on, and always striving to be a better person, you know. We're all just human. That's what I have to keep telling myself. Okay, so to recap, the Fool is all about new beginnings, taking a leap of faith, trusting the universe, unlimited potential, freedom, independence, continuous learning, and personal growth. You know, do you take that leap? I believe in you. It's about embracing your inner child, letting go of your fears, following your intuition, creating a life that's truly authentic to you, being open to new experiences, learning from your mistakes, and always striving to be a better version of yourself, you know. And with the Aquamarine Pyramid and the Starlight Clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to shine your light brightly for the world to see, you know. What has that taught you? It's you're ready to step into your power and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, fulfillment, freedom, continuous learning, and personal growth. You know, you are amazing. Wow, this is exciting, you know. The Fool, it's almost like the universe is giving you a blank check, you know. Here you go, you can create whatever you want. You can do whatever you want. The possibilities are endless, you know. The blank check feels scary, though. If you are anything like me, you want some guidance. And the cool thing is, the Fool isn't just about individual potential. It's also about the potential of humanity as a whole, you know. We all have the power to create a better world, to make a positive difference, and to build a future that's filled with love, peace, and compassion, you know. I truly believe that, and the Fool is helping you believe that as well. Think about it like this. Have you ever had a moment where you just felt inspired to do something amazing, to help someone in need, to create something beautiful, or to make the world a better place? I feel with these cards, you must be there. Well, the Fool is the embodiment of that feeling, you know. It's the moment when you realize that you're not just an individual. You're part of something bigger than yourself. And you have the power to contribute to that something bigger, you know. It's like saying, I did that. The Fool is a card that encourages you to embrace that feeling of connection, and to work with others to create a better world, you know. It's about sharing your gifts, your talents, and your resources with others, and creating a win-win situation for everyone involved, and making a positive impact on the world together, you know. But here's the thing. Working together to create a better world isn't always easy, you know. It can be challenging to overcome differences, to resolve conflicts, and to find common ground, you know. The Fool is reminding you that it's important to be patient, understanding, and respectful when working with others, and to communicate your needs and desires clearly and effectively, you know. Remember when we talked about that earlier. Use the aquamarine. You have it for a reason. This is meant to be. It's about finding common ground, compromising when necessary, and working together to create solutions that benefit everyone, you know. It's all about the community. Okay, so to recap, the Fool is all about new beginnings, taking a leap of faith, trusting the universe, unlimited potential, freedom, independence, continuous learning, personal growth, and collective action, you know. And you have the tools to get there. Aquamarine, you rock. It's about embracing your inner child, letting go of your fears, following your intuition, creating a life that's truly authentic to you, being open to new experiences, learning from your mistakes, always striving to be a better version of yourself, and working together to create a better world, you know. You're going to be great. And with the aquamarine pyramid and the starlight clarity theme, it's all about having the confidence to communicate your true needs and desires, and to shine your light brightly for the world to see, you know. Can you see that coming to fruition? I can. It's you're ready to step into your power and create a life that's filled with joy, purpose, fulfillment, freedom, continuous learning, personal growth and collective action, you know. This has all been a journey, and you came here for a reason, and I am honored to be here with you to help you. Okay, so what does that mean altogether? The Fool card is encouragement to embrace new experiences, to get ready to explore. The Chariot card helps get all those experiences and puts them into action. The card helps you take all those things and just go. The Chariot helps you move forward with the Fool. You have the power to do whatever you want to do. The power is completely on you. The power is totally on you. Okay, all of these cards all together are showing a moment where you can change the rest of your life. With all these cards, you have the power to have all the great things come your way. However, you have to act, and you have to make those decisions. No matter what, trust that aquamarine pyramid. It's there for a reason. You are getting signs and support, so you can keep shining that starlight. The Fool encourages you to use what it's telling you. You have the power to communicate and say what you want. Okay, I'm going to stop there for now. I know this is a lot to take in, and I want to give you some time to process everything. But before I go, I just want to remind you that you are strong, you are capable, and you are worthy of love and happiness. And you have the power to create the life you want, even if it means taking some risks along the way, you know. You made it here, so I truly believe in you and that power of yours. I can't wait to see what it will be used for. So, believe in yourself, trust your intuition, and don't be afraid to ask for help when you need it. The starlight clarity of the aquamarine is there to guide you, and the star is shining brightly to lead you home. You have done all of this. These cards tell me about you. I'm just a messenger here. I'm sending you so much love and positive energy. I can't wait to see what you do, you know. The world is watching, I feel like. You are about to bloom. Okay, I'm really done now. Sending you all my love. You got